Chair, but I would urge every member to study the guidance carefully. And please, I do say to members, mobile phones are a privilege to be used in this House. Please try and think about when you need them, when you use them. Members should be able to ask a question without reading it. Please, let's show the ability of this House. Let's show what we can do by working together. As I say, members would need a bit of time, and I will work with all new members. We must ensure, and I take into account when I'm in the chair, but I would urge every member to study, as I say, the guides. Please read it. Any advice that's needed, come and check with me or the clerks. Criticism of other members. In this place, we are honourable members, and the language we use about each other should reflect that. If a member falls short of the standards expected of us all, there are ways of dealing with that, but not by accusations made as sideswipes during questions or debates. If we fail to treat each other with respect in debate, this diminishes our work. Also risks raising the temperature of discussions outside this place, particularly on social media, which already too often descend into online abuse against honourable members. My job is to look after all members, so please, if we show respect to each other here, I believe the public should also show respect to members. So please, let us get it right and let's work together. I don't want people to agree with each other. This could be the most boring chamber I've ever seen. That wouldn't be good for me either. But it's about tolerance and it's about respect. So please, let's make that our main aim. Confidentiality of Speaker's correspondence with members. It's important that honourable members are able to raise matters with me freely, and for that reason, I keep such correspondence confidential. This includes applications for urgent questions. I remind honourable members it is equally important that my response, particularly on matters of privilege, are treated with the same respect. Speaking in the chair. I also wish to give some advice about seeking to speak in the chamber. I take into account the number of factors when determining who to call. One of those is how often a member speaks. In other words, if you spoke much more than colleagues, then others will be brought before you and treated. And I've got to say to Jim Shannon, remember that. I think that falls on deaf ears. But I would say that, colleagues, it's more likely to be called in the next debate for which you apply if you missed out on the last one. I know it can be frustrating not to be called in a debate or to be called very late. Prioritising the debates and question times, urgent question statements in which you seek to participate is one way of trying to avoid that happening. Staff in my office are always offer further advice. What I would say is, and I say now, it'll be very frustrating for the government side as there's so many. So just remember that. Don't take it out on my office. Please blame me at any time. When we now come to security and safety, finally, I want all members and everyone in the parliamentary community to be able to go about their work safely, both online and here in Westminster. The security of this building and those who work here depends on us all. We have a duty to be vigilant to assist those whose job it is to maintain this place as a safe place of work. But I also know it is about being a constituency MP, it is about meeting constituents, and it's about being able to represent those constituents within our constituencies that I take seriously. 2 members lost their lives. It wasn't in this House, but in their constituency. So whatever I can do to support you, I will. Make sure you follow all the security measures. I never, ever want to receive another phone call like I've done previously. So please, look after yourselves, follow the advice. Your families matter, your staff matter, and this House matters. Security is the top of my agenda. Before moving to the first business of the new session, I would like to express my best wishes to all honourable members and to all those who work in the House. And I've got to say, well, I can. Thank you to all the staff who's made this transition. So I really do appreciate it. Please, let's enjoy the next session. Now then, we start with the clerk.
Outlawries Bill.
Before I call Leader of the House, I can now formally announce that the arrangements for the election of the Deputy Speakers. The ballot will be held on Tuesday, the 23rd of July, between 10 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. in the Committee Room 8. Nominations must be submitted to the table office between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday, the 22nd of July. Nomination forms and an updated briefing note with information about the election are available in the vote office. Leader of the House to move the motion on temporary deputy speakers.
I beg to move that for the period up to the first sitting day following the election of the Deputy Speakers under Standing Order 2A, Sir Edward Lee be Chairman of Ways and Means, Dame Siobhan McDonough be First Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, and Sir Christopher Chope be the Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means.
The question is that for the period up to the first sitting day following the election of the Deputy Speakers under Standing Order number 2A, Sir Edward Lee be Chairman of Ways and Means, Dame Siobhan McDonough to be the First Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, and Sir Christopher Chope to be Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now have to acquaint the House that the House has this day attended His Majesty's in the House of Peers, and that His Majesty was pleased to make the most gracious speech from the throne to both Houses of Parliament, of which I have the great accuracy obtained a copy. I shall direct that the terms of the speech be printed in votes, and the preceding copies are available in the vote office. Before I call the mover and the second of the debate, I want to announce the proposed pattern of debate during the remaining days of the Loyal Address. Today, debate of the address. Tomorrow, Foreign Affairs and Defence. Friday, Planning, Greenbelt and Rural Affairs. Monday, Economy, Welfare and Public Services. Tuesday, Immigration and Home Affairs. I now have the privilege. I shall call Peter Dowd to move, and then Florence Escher-Lobby to second the address. Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, happy birthday to Her Majesty the Queen today. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be asked to give thanks to His Majesty. So can I start by congratulating you, Mr. Speaker, on your re-election, and a warm welcome to new and returning members, including my honourable friend, the late member for Stalybridge and Hyde. And congratulations to the Prime Minister and members of his new government. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthwhile putting into context how I came to be moving the motion on the King's speech this afternoon. Last Thursday morning, I was standing outside the library, minding my own business, watching somewhat bewildered honourable members wandering up and down corridors, tentatively popping their heads into the odd room that may or may not have been a broom cupboard. And, Mr. Speaker, they were actually the returning members. I can't imagine what it must have been like for the hundreds of new members, and of course it brought back memories of when I undertook similar meanderings in the corridors of power. Then came the call from the Chief Whip. My first thoughts were, oh dear. Oh, yeah. What have I done or not done, as the case may be? Fortunately, those thoughts soon dissolved when he kindly asked me if I would undertake the humble address, to which I was delighted to accept and relieved. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not the most competitive sort, which is just as well, as I'm afraid I can't claim to be the first to achieve virtually anything in my family. It started at birth, as I was the last born child. And although I was a councillor at a relatively young age, alas, I was not the first by a long measure from my family. I was the leader of a council, but not the first leader of a council in my family, nor even the first, for example, to unveil a plaque on a new public building. That was pretty much routine amongst my forebears. Nor will I be able to look forward to being the first person to reach 100 years of age in my family. My late grandmother, Nin, ticked that particular box in 1984 and drove the point home by living until she was 105. As for being the first MP in my family, well, I can't claim that accolade either, as there were two before me. One was the member, no surprises for guessing, Mr. Speaker, for Bootle constituency. And until today, my position in the back of the family queue has held sway for decades. So, thanks to a good Samaritan in the form of the Chief Whip, I am the first in my family to move the humble address to His Majesty. I am, as we say in Merseyside, made up. It goes without saying that being a Member of Parliament is an honour, but I think being an MP representing the town I was born in is the icing on the cake. For those who don't know where my constituency is, it used to be a small fishing village, then a bathing resort for wealthy merchants just north of Liverpool. How times change. Today, my constituency comprises of a number of close-knit communities which, until after the war, were farmland. Ford, Litherland, Netherton and Old Rome. They comprised of the areas that housed thousands of families after the challenges of the war, and I think that vision can be renewed. Another part of my constituency, Seaforth, is home to the Port of Liverpool, and I'll come back to that in future debates. The country home of the Gladstone family was based in Seaforth. Indeed, Gladstone wrote how he had seen, quote, wild roses growing up on the very ground that is now the centre of Bootle. Another community, Orrell, expanded as time went by. Then, of course, there's the lovely coastline on Liverpool Bay, which has Waterloo and Crosby running along its shoreline, with beautiful views across to the hills of North Wales, and home to another place housing Anthony Gormley's Iron Men statues. And, of course, Bootle Town Centre itself is now the home to many government offices, the Charity Commission, the Health and Safety Executive, and even the Office for Nuclear Regulation, amongst others. And given its location and its major dock system, during the war, Bootle was a major target of the Luftwaffe. It was left badly scarred, with as many as 85% of buildings destroyed or damaged. It paid more than its fair share during that conflict. So I'm proud of my communities and their history. So I want the contents of the gracious speech to be part of its future. Now, Mr. Speaker, as much as I would like to think that Bootle constituency, with the largest majority in the country, so I'm told, is down to my character, charm and charisma, as well known to my colleagues, I really know it's down to the ambitious programme trailed in the general election campaign and now formally set out in the gracious speech. I welcome a legislative programme based on security, fairness and opportunity for all, investment, stability and reform. That's not a reference to the members over there. And perhaps above all, service. Service to our communities, our constituencies and our country. It's about securing economic growth, raising living standards, getting Britain building again with planning reform and quality infrastructure, recognising the challenges of climate change, harnessing technology, a clean energy transition and Great British Energy advancing investment into renewable energy is fundamental. If you like, Mr. Speaker, a sort of new social contract that delivers attainment in education, challenges antisocial behaviour, refreshes support for the victims of crime, protects our borders, enhances the rights of renters, a new deal for working people and the reinvigoration of our NHS amongst many other proposals. Mr. Speaker, a renewed local democratic settlement through the devolution proposals set out in the gracious speech is welcome. In short, Mr. Speaker, Westminster and Whitehall don't always know best. On a day-to-day basis, I'm looking forward to getting back to work, especially with new members, hundreds of them. And I will continue to work on various APPs that I'm involved in. But the gracious speech included proposals for a bill to champion our armed forces and their families, families being a key element in that proposal. I used that therefore, is a prompt to mention the Armed Forces APPG, of which I'm a member. I also do this because as an associate member of my local Crosby Royal Naval Association, having links with local veterans, of whom there are over 12,000 in my constituency, and as having members of my family in the armed forces, in addition to my mother and grandmother, both having received war widows' pensions for decades, I feel the least I could do was to participate in the Armed Forces APPG. And in the last year, I participated in the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, the RAF cohort, until it was so rudely interrupted by the general election. Whilst I'm always impressed, I have to say, with inter-service collaboration, I have to say as well, I'm even more impressed with the rivalry between them. But before I bring the veil down on this part of my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I want to relate the House an anecdote, just one of the many I could relate since participating in the scheme, about the nonchalant and insouciant rivalry between the services. When a member joins the scheme, and it's well worth joining, they will be asked to go to the Wellington Barracks nearby to be measured up for a uniform. When I arrived, I was led through the barracks to the stores. The conversation went as follows with a member of personnel who, it must be noted, was from the army. "Good morning, sir. How can I help you?" he greeted me. "Good morning. I'm here to be measured up for a uniform," I replied. "And which service will you be serving with, sir?" "The Royal Air Force," I answered. "In that case, sir," he said, "you'll be needing a set of silk pyjamas and a smoking jacket." They felt like a dream, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country faces so many challenges, and I believe the wide-ranging proposals in the King's Speech will go a good deal of the way to tackling those challenges, both home and abroad. Finally, Mr. Speaker, only on Saturday evening, I was at a function for one of my local charities, Sefton Women and Children's Aid, at Liverpool FC's Anfield Stadium, which is a real stretch as I'm an Everton supporter. But whilst there, I paid a visit to the memorial to the 97 victims of Hillsborough. So I want to pay particular attention to the inclusion of what has become known as a Hillsborough law in the gracious speech. I also want to thank the many individuals, families, survivors and the coalition of other organisations who have campaigned selflessly for decades to achieve this outcome, including members of this House. It means so much to the families of the victims of those who died and the survivors from our city region and beyond that the government will be fulfilling its promise to ensure a duty of candour on public services. Justice and respect at last. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's also a privilege to call the seconder, Florence Eshalome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by congratulating my friend, the Honourable Member for Bootle, on his fantastic speech. And as the eldest of three girls, we like the lastborns because we blame them for everything. And it's an honour to follow to second this loyal address, not only for me, but for my constituents across Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. And Mr. Speaker, when I was asked by the Chief Whip, my excitement was quickly replaced by fear because I then remembered my attempt to make a Big Shack reference during the second reading of the Procurement Act Bill, which went completely over the head of the member for Brentwood and Ongar, and indeed many members in this chamber. See, I nearly backed out, but then I remembered that this is my opportunity to get on record that Nigerian jollof is the best jollof. Before the member for Erith and Thamesmead has other ideas. It's nearly 15 years since the last Labour member seconded a loyal address, and it was my good friend, the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury. And I have to say, the notices I receive when she's visiting my constituency are perhaps my favourite. I once remember receiving a note from her office saying she was going to tour the Beef Eater Gin Distillery in my constituency the next evening, and that I should join her. Now, sadly, I don't drink gin, but I know that she drank my share. I can only say that I look forward to welcoming other members to my constituency many more times during this Parliament. And can I remind all of you that it is your duty to let me know if you are attending one of the many fabulous parties in Vauxhall and Campbell Green. Otherwise, I will be complaining to Mr. Speaker. And it truly is a wonderful constituency. We have the National Theatre, the BFI, the South Bank Centre, the Young and the Old Vic. The Old Vic, which is currently hosting a play about the life of an MP where James Corden turns out to be one of your constituents. Although I believe he lives in California, so maybe he should get in touch with the leader of the opposition. We also have the London Eye, which I'm sure the whole House will be delighted to know received permanent planning status earlier this year in May. That keeps it safe, even from the clutches and planning reforms of the Chancellor and the Deputy Prime Minister. We have communities from all over the world, and even amongst the Sea of England shirts on Sunday, there were a few brave Spanish brands proudly wearing their colours, although, Mr. Speaker, they may have been just the SNP MPs. And we're also home to a number of MPs, advocacy groups, journalists, which means sometimes when I'm trying to avoid a journalist or politely decline an invitation, I often get hit with the dreaded line, "Oh, but I'm a constituent as well." I do warn journalists and members that I'll continue with my policy of giving no special treatment when you come up to me with any casework. Like many continuing MPs, the area I represent has changed significantly in this election following the boundary review. This means that I sadly no longer represent one of the Brixton estates I grew up on, as well as my church and my old primary school. The church is central to my life, and it's a microcosm of Lambeth. After Mass, I can see the impatience on my family's face, as I often discuss varied casework from the congregation. And I just want to reassure my honourable friend, the member for Clapham and Brixton Hill, you are going to receive multiple blessings with all those varied caseworks. And I know the wards that I'll lose will be represented by her. But then again, Mr. Speaker, based on past experience, not all the journey lobbyists will notice that anything's actually changed. If the House will indulge me, I wish to briefly speak to a couple of policy issues close to my heart, and those of my constituents, which I'm most looking forward to working with the new Labour government on. Now, as an MP, one of the hardest conversations any of us will have are with the victims of violent crime. I've sat in many front rooms, holding grieving mothers and fathers, and they tell me about their loved ones who've been taken too soon. And with every hug and tear wiped away, I can feel their pain and the impact that this has on the wider siblings and other family members. Crime rips communities apart, leaving too many people vulnerable and open to exploitation. And one of the areas I'm proud of working on is on preventing abuse of gang-associated girls, whose mistreatment is sadly just one example of why our streets need to be safer. The Home Secretary's commitment to halving rates of violence against women and improving support for victims should be welcomed across the House. Over the last couple of years, I've seen firsthand the impact of the cost of living crisis, and this has had on my constituents in Vauxhall and Campbell Green, and communities right across the country. We all know that tackling climate change is one of the most urgent issues facing our world, and we cannot delay any meaningful action on this any longer. I'm therefore very pleased that the government is committed to addressing both these issues with an investment in clean energy transition that will lower energy bills for households, as well as restoring the UK's reputation as a climate leader. But, Mr. Speaker, for millions of working people, real change will not come without action on housing. That's why I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's plans to build 1.5 million new homes across the country, including a new wave of council houses, like the one that gave me and my family that security. You see, Mr. Speaker, I still remember that daily commute from a B&B in King's Cross and the excitement on my mum's face when we received the keys to permanent housing. We no longer had to lug our belongings in a black bag. But sadly, this is the case for so many people still in 2024. Vauxhall and Campbell Green is home to a high number of people, many of whom are private renters. The power that Section 21 gives immoral landlords to evict tenants for no reason is an outrage. I'm glad that this government will finally ban no-fault evictions for good. Lastly, I'm proud to be an advocate for the eradication of HIV and AIDS, an issue on which we have made so much progress in recent months. As my fellow co-chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on HIV and AIDS, in November last year we had the honour of hosting a reception in Mr. Speaker's house to thank Sir Elton John for his work in this field over the last 40 years. It was a fantastic event, and our new Prime Minister reaffirmed his commitment to ending new HIV transmissions in the UK by 2030. Coincidentally, it also means that today's Royal event, I've had the privilege of speaking, and it's the second one in the last 12 months, because we can all agree Sir Elton is music royalty. This Parliament sees a large churn of MPs, and may I take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome new members. Literally, do not worry if you get lost. I've been here almost 5 years and I still get lost. My one piece of advice is this: make sure you know where Westminster Hall is, because you'll always find the member for Strangford there, on hand to point you in the right direction. Although this is after he's finished speaking in whatever debate's going on that day. And Mr. Speaker, while it was wonderful seeing so many Labour MPs winning on the 4th of July, it was mixed with a slight sadness that we have to say goodbye to colleagues who had to cross this house with great dedication for their constituents. I'm delighted to see the member for cities of London and Westminster in her place on these benches. But I'd like to reference the importance of the work I did with her predecessor, my friend Nikki Aitken. As the two MPs responsible for Westminster Bridge, we worked together in the last Parliament, not only to commemorate the horrific Westminster Bridge attack, which happened in 2017, where 6 people sadly lost their lives, including the late P.T. Keith Palmer. We also worked to improve the safety of what is a very busy and active part of London. Nikki also worked tirelessly to make sure the Pedicabs Act was brought into law, despite the persistent objections of the member for Christchurch, which, again, I'm sure many new members will get used to. I also pay tribute to the outgoing father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley. Like new MPs and members, I remember walking in as a new MP into a meeting of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for votes at 16. The room was buzzing with excitement and energy and all these young people, and to my surprise, Sir Peter was in the chair. He really proved that age is just a number. I must mention my good friend and former constituency neighbour, the new Baroness Harriet Harman. Her 42 years in office blazed the trail for the rights of women in politics and wider society. When Harriet was elected, just 3% of MPs were women, and now this figure stands at 40%. So while there's some way to go, that rise is a testament to her undaring work and drive from Harriet to never take no for an answer. And while I'm daunted to have the responsibility of representing part of her former constituency in Campbell Green, I could not have had a better example to learn from. My pledge to her and to the new constituents is that I will do my best to carry on her legacy and being a strong voice in Parliament for those communities. Lastly, I cannot think of a more fitting replacement as the mother of the house than my good friend, our auntie, the Right Honourable Member for Hackney South, North and Stoke Newington. She was elected when I was just 6 years old, and seeing her in the media making a voice of black women heard in Parliament gave me the confidence that I could stand here and make sure that people in my community could have a voice in the decisions that impact them. We stand on your shoulders and we respect and salute you. Thank you. I welcome the government's plan to introduce draft race equalities legislation to build on this work, and I look forward to working with ministers to develop it. We should not underestimate the difficulties that both Baroness Harman and the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington have gone through to make their voices heard, and the challenges they face even now. But their trailblazing examples means that those of us elected today face far fewer challenges in representing our communities, and we have more friends to go through those challenges with. And because of them, Mr. Speaker, it means that a black working class girl from a South London estate can stand before you today with the honour of seconding this loyal address.
The question is that the humble address be presented to His Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Mr.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I turn to the address, I'm sure the whole House would like to join me in paying tribute to His Majesty the King. It is typical of his dedication to duty that despite the medical challenges he has recently faced, he was here today to open Parliament and will travel to the Commonwealth Hubs of Government meeting in Samoa and to Australia this autumn. The King is a true model of public service. I know that the Prime Minister will value his audiences with His Majesty as much as I did. And I think we all recognise that the King is aided by the constant support of Her Majesty the Queen, and I know the whole House will join me in wishing her a very happy birthday. Today we also pay tribute to Tony Lloyd. Tony served the people of Greater Manchester for 45 years, and for 36 of those as a member of this House. He was a great parliamentarian, kind and wise. His family should have enormous pride in the contribution he made to this place and to the community that he loved and served. They are in all our thoughts today. I'd also like to welcome all new members to their places. Being elected as a Member of Parliament is a great honour and a great responsibility. We serve our communities and our United Kingdom. I know that whatever our political differences might be, we are all motivated by a desire to make life better for our constituents and our country stronger. And I know that the whole House will join me in deploring the assassination attempt on President Trump. Our thoughts are with the victims. Violence and intimidation have no place in the democratic process. Now, Mr. Speaker, I commend the proposer on his excellent speech. I know that the whole House will agree with me that the Honourable Member for Bootle has set a very high bar for speeches in this new Parliament. Now, my little sister always reminds me that being the youngest means you have to learn how to make yourself heard well. Well, the Honourable Member is the youngest of 8, and it really shows. And I had the good fortune of getting to know the Honourable Member when he was Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and he was always courteous and pleasant as an opposite number to me. And as he outlined, the Honourable Member for Bootle comes from a family committed to public service. Both of his great-uncles were members of this House, and he himself, even though he was very modest about it, has been in public service for more than 40 years. The new members of this House have much to learn from the Honourable Gentleman. And I know I speak for the whole House in saying how much we all admire his personal bravery in campaigning for more victim support following the tragic death of his daughter in a hit-and-run accident. Now, not only is he one of the most popular members of this House, as we heard, he is also the most popular constituency MP, enjoying the biggest majority of any member of this place. And in a recent election, he even won an astonishing 84% of the vote. He might be the only person who can persuade King Jong-un of the benefits of democracy. Although the People's Republic of Bhootal doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Now, I wonder whether he was chosen to speak today, actually, to head off him reintroducing his 10-minute rule bill. I speak, of course, of the Honourable Member's bill for a 4-day week. Now, I'm not sure if he's consulted with his whips on how compatible that would be with their desire to make Fridays a new norm sitting day. I'll say this to the Honourable Gentleman. If they won't let him have his 10-minute rule bill, he should work to rule. Although I suspect the Labour member for Merseyside needs no tips from this former banker on trade union organising. Now, the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green spoke with typical verve. She is someone inspired by a desire to serve and her strong faith. But she never lets any of this go to her head. Today she was chosen because of the high regard she is held in, but she is also one of the kindest members of this House. Yeah. Regularly baking Victoria sponges for her staff and others, although post the election result, perhaps red velvet might be now on the menu. And the Honourable Lady has campaigned bravely against gang violence, both in the London Assembly and in this House. And she is so right that we must not become desensitised to knife crime. She represents the place where she grew up and does so with passion and determination. And now that I have a lot more time on my hands, I intend to be a regular visitor to her constituency, especially in the summer months. One of my favourite places to watch cricket is, of course, the Oval. And as Prime Minister, I had the privilege of playing there with the wonderful Emily Rainsford-Brent and the young black cricketers on the ACE programme. I applaud the Honourable Lady for her work with that scheme. I can reassure her, though, that I won't go as far as the last Conservative Prime Minister to speak from this dispatch box, who proposed removing that part of her constituency to a desert island along with his 8 favourite records. The Honourable Lady's story is truly an inspirational one. To go from caring for your mother as a teenager to this House shows what is possible in our country. But the online abuse that the Honourable Member has received, an experience that is far too often common in this House, shows one of the challenges facing our democracy. The intimidation that some candidates received in this election, both physical and digital, was completely unacceptable and is a threat to our electoral process. There can be no excuse, Mr. Speaker, for threats of physical violence or intimidatory protests outside politicians' homes. Now, the Honourable Lady will have been picked to second the Loyal Address because the Whip's office have got her down as one who will go far. If I may offer some words of advice to members opposite. On the government benches, life comes at you fast. Soon you might be fortunate enough to be tapped on the shoulder and offered a junior ministerial role. Then you'll find yourself attending Cabinet, then in the Cabinet, and then when the Prime Minister's position becomes untenable, you might end up being called to the highest office. And before you know it, you have a bright future behind you, and you are left wondering whether you can credibly be an elder statesman at the age of 44. Now, it is right to begin by congratulating the Prime Minister on his decisive victory in the election. He deserves the goodwill of all of us in this House as he takes on the most demanding of jobs in the increasingly uncertain world in which we now live. Now, the party opposite has successfully tapped into the public's desire for change. But they now must deliver change, and we on this side of the House will hold them accountable for delivering on the commitments that they made to the British people. In the national interest, we will not oppose for the sake of it, but when we disagree with the government, it is our responsibility as the opposition to say so. And what will guide us will be our principles: sound public finances, a belief that people know how to spend their own money better than governments do, that private enterprise, not state intervention, is the key to delivering growth and prosperity, public services that work for those who need them, an education system that gives everyone the best start in life, secure borders, and a strong national defence. Now, I welcome the government's decision to bring forward Martin's Law. I'm sure that the Prime Minister will find, as I did, that one of the most humbling parts of the job is seeing people whose lives have been touched by tragedy and seeing how they don't turn to anger or bitterness, but campaign to ensure that other families do not have to endure the same pain that they did. And I particularly commend Figen Murray for her work to get this law onto the statute book. I can assure her that this measure will command consensus in this House, and we will work with the government to make sure that it becomes law as soon as possible. I'm also glad that the government will continue with plans for a smoke-free generation. I know there are deeply held views on both sides of this issue, and I have deep respect for those, especially on my own benches, who disagree with me on this question. Measures that end access to products are never easy, but I do believe that ensuring that our children can be the first generation that doesn't have to suffer the false choice to quit smoking or not because they will have never started is a truly worthy aim. It will make us a healthier, fairer country where people live longer and better lives. Now, the first duty of government is the defence of the realm. And we're fortunate in our country to be protected by armed forces who are unrivalled in the world for their professionalism, bravery and skill. And I know the whole House will agree with me that they are truly the best of us. Every month in my previous job, I became more concerned about the threats to our country's security. We live in an increasingly uncertain world. We need greater investment in our military if we are to deter our enemies and defend our interests. And as I warned earlier this year, there is an axis of authoritarian states who are a threat to our values, freedom, democracy and the rule of law, and we must collectively stand up to them. The world is more dangerous now than it has been at any time since the end of the Cold War. So I would urge the Prime Minister to commit to boosting defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2030. And if we lead the way on this, we can make 2.5% the new NATO benchmark for defence investment. This is the single best way to strengthen the alliance. It will show the Americans that we do not expect them to bear every burden. And it would show President Putin that NATO is serious about bolstering its defences and will also be the most effective way to deter further acts of Russian aggression. Now, in the last few years, there has been an impressive amount of consensus across the House on foreign policy, on the importance of supporting Ukraine, on the centrality of NATO to our national defence. And in that spirit, I commend the Prime Minister on his work at the NATO summit. And I'm glad that he and the Secretary of State for Defence have taken such rapid steps to demonstrate that while the government has changed, this country's commitment to Ukraine's security remains constant. And I also welcome the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham's visit to the Middle East. It is of fundamental importance to this country that as we make real progress towards a two-state solution, our friend and ally Israel has a right to defend itself and to live in peace. And let me turn next to another crucial issue facing not just our country, but the broader Western world: illegal migration. Now, the fundamental question is what to do with people who arrive here illegally but cannot be returned to their own home country. Now, our approach was to send them to a safe third country. The Prime Minister was clear that he would scrap those plans, and I acknowledge that. And our fear remains that without such a deterrent, the country will end up having to accept that a large number of those who cross the channel illegally will end up remaining here. And how to prevent that is something that the government, I know, will soon look to address. And when it comes to legal migration, I urge the Home Secretary to retain the measures that we implemented, which are forecast to halve net migration in the next 12 months. Now, if I may turn next to the economy, I understand well that the Chancellor is keen to paint as bleak a picture as possible, but I would just gently point out that this is not exactly what the facts say. Inflation at 2%, unemployment 4%, and the fastest growing economy in the G7 so far this year. The party opposite has inherited an economy that is already on an upward trajectory. Now, the government have set out plans. The government has set out plans to strengthen the role of the Office for Budget Responsibility, and we will examine those proposals carefully. But the work of the OBR already means that the party opposite did have the full details of the public finances when they set out their manifesto. Now, the OBR has rightly taken away from governments the ability to make forecasts say what they want them to. But they have also taken away from oppositions coming into government the ability to say that they did not know the true state of the public finances. As Paul Johnson of the Institute for Fiscal Studies has said, the books are wide open, fully transparent. In his words, trying to pretend that things are worse than expected really won't wash. Now, the party opposite promised no tax rises on working people and no plans for tax rises beyond what's in their manifesto, in full knowledge of the public finances. It would be difficult for them to claim that things are worse than they thought and then renege on those pledges, and we will hold the government to its own promises come the budget. I note plans for new employment legislation. Now, in this country, our employment rate is far lower than the European average, and that is thanks in part to our flexible labour market. I would urge the party opposite not to impose new burdens on businesses that business leaders themselves have warned of the unintended consequences of those plans, that they could lead to firms being less likely to invest, less likely to hire, and so increasing unemployment in the long term. And I further note the government's desire to impose new, potentially rigid legislation on technologies like artificial intelligence. Now, we are third only to the US and China in the size of our fast-growing technology sector and lead the world when it comes to AI safety. And we should all in this House be careful not to endanger this country's leading position in this field, which will drive growth and prosperity for decades to come. And while today's speech did contain a slew of bills, what was missing was a concrete plan to tackle the unsustainable post-COVID rise in the welfare bill. Without action, the cost of providing benefits to the working-age population with a disability or health condition will rise to £90 billion. More than we spend on our national defence, schools, or policing. Now, that's not only unsustainable, but also unfair to taxpayers. And that's why in government we had laid out a plan to significantly reduce the welfare bill, but crucially, to support all those that could back into work. Now, I hope the government looks at those proposals when it has the time to study them in detail. On this side of the House, we will continue to advocate for a welfare system that is both compassionate and fair to those who need it, but also fair to those who pay for it. Now, the government has set out plans to change the planning system. We will, of course, study these thoroughly as well, as we all wish to see more homes built and the planning process speeded up. But I would say that a system that does not allow local people to have a say will damage public consent for more housing in the long term. And I regret there was no mention of rural communities and farming in the King's Speech, much like my own, but I hope in time the government will bring forward proposals. Now, turning to net zero, this country has decarbonised quicker than any other major country. And we have managed to do that while growing the economy. As a country and across this whole House, I know we will all be proud of that achievement. Now, the government plans to decarbonise the grid by 2030, but there is a real danger that if the government puts the speed of doing this ahead of family finances and our energy security, then we will again lose public consent for the measures necessary to ensure that we actually reach our 2050 net zero target, a target on which there is genuine consensus between our two parties. As even one of the Prime Minister's own supporters has warned, this 20 plan will, and I quote, just mean we will have to import our energy. Strategically, we become more vulnerable. We will pay more money for our energy. So I hope that the Energy Secretary reflects on those thoughts. Now, lastly, Mr. Speaker, the government has set out plans for reforms to the other place. Looking at the benches opposite, there can be no doubt about the government's ability to get them through this House. But the effects of these changes will last long beyond this Parliament, long beyond our tenures in these jobs. I would suggest that when it comes to constitutional reform, it would be good to proceed on a cross-party basis, rather than to use a simple majority in this House to push things through. And that consensus should include the crossbenchers whose convener would be removed by the government's proposals. I also suspect that the public would prefer the government to prioritise practical, real-world issues over constitutional wrangling. However, I welcome the news that the government has paused on their plan to force members of the other place to retire at 80. Now, this proposal always felt like it would be a blunt instrument. And indeed, in the dissolution honours, the Prime Minister nominated rightly the former Right Honourable Member for Derby South, who will be a strong addition to the other place, despite the Right Honourable Lady being already over the retirement age that the Labour manifesto proposed. So, Mr. Speaker, let me close by saying that we, of course, recognise that the British people have entrusted the party opposite with the task of governing our country. On our side of the House, we will fulfil our duties as the loyal opposition, professionally and effectively. And across this House, we are all first and foremost patriots. We all wish to see our country and our people flourish and succeed. And in that spirit, I wish the new Prime Minister and the new government well.
I now call the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we begin, may I join the Leader of the Opposition in his tribute to His Majesty the King. It is so heartening to see him in his rightful place, delivering the gracious speech. And I'm sure the whole House will not mind once again wishing him a speedy recovery. Can I also join in wishing Her Majesty the Queen a happy birthday? Mr. Speaker, we also wish President Trump a speedy recovery from the appalling attempt on his life at the weekend. I spoke with President Trump on Sunday night to pass our best wishes, but also to share our revulsion at the senseless violence which has no place in democracy. Last time this address took place, and I stood at that dispatch box, I could see for the first time the then new plaque, now behind me, commemorating the memory of Sir David Amess. And I know how hard that loss was for members on the opposite benches. And now, standing on this side, I can see for the first time in front of me the plaque to our dear friend Jo Cox, with her words that catch the air of this chamber even more at a moment like this, more in common. So while our thoughts at this time are, of course, with President Trump and the American people, we cannot think that this is something that only happens elsewhere. We must heed the words of President Biden to lower the temperature of our democracy, work across our disagreements, and find each other's common decency. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the England football team for their achievements in the Euros, something the Leader of the Opposition and I were talking about this morning. Yes, the trophy eluded us again, but the team can be proud of another exceptional performance, something I'm sure the whole House would be only too pleased to recognise. And we pay tribute to Gareth Southgate, who shouldered the burden of national leadership with such dignity. Mr. Speaker, this government has been elected to deliver nothing less than national renewal, to stop the chaos of the past 14 years, turn the page on an era of politics as noisy performance, and return it to public service, and start the work of rebuilding our country. A determined rebuilding, a patient rebuilding, a calm rebuilding, a rejection in this complicated and volatile world of those who can only offer the easy answer, the snake oil charm of populism. Mr. Speaker, as the last 14 years has shown, that road is a dead end for this country. It does nothing to fix our foundations, and the British people have rejected it, as they have throughout our history. What people really want is change, and change is what this government of service will deliver. A King's speech that takes the brakes off our economy and shows to the British people that politics can be a force for good, the vehicle for improving lives of millions, no matter who you voted for. Mr. Speaker, it's a day when we get on with the serious business of government. And yet a House with no time for levity would go against the grain of our traditions. So it's fantastic to hear my honourable friend, the member from Bootle, in such fine fettle today when proposing the humble address. He spoke with great passion, as he always does, for his constituency, famous, as he himself mentioned, for the Anthony Gormley sculptures on Crosby Beach. It's a work of art that's entitled Another Place, a collection of gently rusting figures for whom the tide is perpetually coming in. A solid grounding should he ever consider a career in the other place. But I'm sure this House will agree. He is also one of the warmest and most generous members. A generosity that, ahead of a previous election, extended to an offer to hand-deliver Conservative leaflets, a commitment to the democratic process that should be applauded, not least because it resulted in a stonking increase in his majority for Labour. But, Mr. Speaker, as anyone who knows my honourable friend will confirm, while he does like to relax with a glass of wine and listen to Engelbert Humperdinck, for him, family always comes first. And the Leader of the Opposition referred to his daughter. And growing up, he was cared for by his 4 sisters. And now he is never happier than when he's with his grandchildren, who are convinced that he knows Mary Poppins personally, a belief I note he has never discouraged. He has been a tremendous servant to our family, the Labour family, and we thank him for his outstanding speech today. Mr. Speaker, the address was seconded by the honourable friend, the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, a fitting tribute for a royal occasion, as I'm told she is known as Queen Flo on Instagram. The House will know her as a tireless champion for her community, as well as a founding member of one of our most vital affiliates, the Labour Friends of Karaoke. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm reliably told that Queen Flo doesn't mean Queen Bee, which we look forward to hearing at Labour conference. But, Mr. Speaker, truly it was a fantastic speech. Another demonstration that my honourable friend is a shining example of our movement. A young carer when growing up, a fighter for their causes on AIDS and HIV, on the health inequalities which still deliver poorer outcomes for black women, and on sickle cell, which her late mum suffered from. I know what it's like to watch your mum move in and out of hospital as a child, and so I respect and admire the way she now champions young people from poorer households and fights for the opportunities that they deserve. Perhaps most powerfully of all, she's spoken about her own experience arriving at the scene of a stabbing, and has rightly demanded that we never allow ourselves to become desensitised to the tragedy of knife crime. As a fellow inner London MP, I know how much this is hurting our city, as it is towns and cities across the country. I know how much potential is lost and how many families fear that their child could be next. So be under no doubt, turning the tide on this violence is absolutely central, a key mission that this government of service will take on. Mr. Speaker, both speeches were in the finest traditions of this House. Let me also follow the Leader of the Opposition and mark the passing of our colleagues in the traditional way, because since the last gracious address, the Labour Party has lost a stalwart of our movement with the passing of Tony Lloyd, who served in 36 years of distinction the communities of Rochdale, Manchester Central and Stretford. I had the chance to speak to Tony just days before he left us. That was when he was leaving hospital to go home, and he knew it was for the last time and that he wouldn't see a day like this. And without being partisan, I can tell you he would have loved to see the house set up as it is today. He would have told us, using his experience, to use every precious moment that we have to serve those communities that he held so dear, because that is what he stood for, the best of our movement, a champion of politics as a force for good. And, Mr. Speaker, that is the great test of our times. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our political era. And it's a task not just for this government, but for the whole Parliament. We are all responsible for the tone and standards that we set. And I want to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman in every exchange that we've had since the election, and in his words today, he has gone well beyond the usual standards of generosity, and I thank him for that. And in that spirit, this King's Speech picks up some of the important business not concluded in the last session. And so, on football governance and the reduction of smoking, we hope to proceed in a manner that recognises the previous consensus. We will also carry forward the Holocaust Memorial Bill. So we build that memorial next to this Parliament and make sure every generation reaffirms our commitment to never again. And we will also honour the promises that I made and the Leader of the Opposition made to the family of Martin Hett and all the families affected by the horrific events in Manchester that day. Figan Murray, Martin's mum, walked 200 miles to tell us that Britain needs that law quickly. I told her then that she would get that from a Labour government, and we honour that promise today, and I'm very grateful for the indication of the cross-party support we will have on that very important provision. Because the security of the British people is the most fundamental priority of any government. And whether our fight is against terrorists, the vile criminal smuggling gangs that weaken our borders, or foreign powers which threaten the security of this nation, we will leave no stone unturned when it comes to keeping the British people safe. And we will recognise the bravery of those on the front line of keeping us safe, with a new Armed Forces Commissioner. That's not just a name or a role, but a strong and independent champion for those who have committed to the ultimate service, as a way we can show our respect. We will also move quickly on the lessons from the infected blood scandal that the House debated in almost the final act of the last session, a day when we undertook, all of us, a solemn responsibility, not just to deliver justice to those people, but also to take on the work of prevention, to make sure that those lessons shape the future of public service in our country. Because scandals like infected blood, Windrush, Horizon, Hillsborough are united not just by the scale of the injustice, but also by the indignity that the victims and their families have been put through, merely for standing up for truth and justice. So it is high time to bring in a duty of candour, the Hillsborough Law, because a government of service must also be a government of accountability and justice. That is what service means. Yes, I will.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way during his excellent speech, outlining the hope and renewal within this King's Speech, much needed in constituencies like mine, in Luton North, where over 45% of children are growing up in relative poverty. What reassurances can the Prime Minister give me and my constituents that he personally takes this issue very seriously and that his government will address it?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I give my assurance to her and to the whole House that I do take child poverty extremely seriously. I'm proud of the record of the last Labour government in reducing child poverty. It clearly had a strategy, and we will have a strategy, and I'm very pleased to have announced today the task force that will lead our strategy to reduce child poverty. No child should be growing up in poverty. And we will work across the House on that issue, and I will take an intervention.
Very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way on his newly announced task force, which, of course, Beth Rigby was announcing on Twitter as we were all within this chamber. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister outline how many children will remain in poverty whilst that task force undertakes the work, which will ultimately lead to the same conclusion we are proposing, to scrap the two-child benefit cap?
Well, look, I do welcome this. I know this is an issue across the whole House. I don't think there's a single member that doesn't care about child poverty. The point of the task force is to devise a strategy, as we did last in government, to drive those numbers down. It can't be a single issue, it's across a number of strands, and we will work with people across the House in order to do it. What matters is the commitment to do it and to drive those numbers down. That is what we did last in government, and we will do it again. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll just make some progress and then I will. Mr. Speaker, whilst I respect the tone of the Leader of the Opposition's contribution, I can't stop my mind wandering back to 9 months ago when he was at this dispatch box. His great political hero, Nigel Lawson, once said, "To govern is to choose." And every day serving the people of this country is a chance to make a difference for them. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the last King's speech was the day when the veil of his choices slipped. And we all saw a party, his party, content to let our country's problems fester, content to push aside the national interest, as they focused almost entirely on trying to save their own skins. Mr. Speaker, we will have time over the weeks, months and years to debate the measures in this King's speech and the choices of this government. But I defy anyone on those benches or elsewhere to look at the ambition and purpose of our intent and not to receive a return to the serious business of government. No more wedge issues, no more gimmicks, no more party political strategy masquerading as policy. This is an agenda focused entirely on delivering for the people of this country. Legislation for the national interest that seeks only to fix our foundations and make people better off. Solve problems, not exploit them. Because, I'll just make some progress in the way. Because, Mr. Speaker, with each day that passes, my government is finding new and unexpected marks of their care. Scars of the last 14 years where politics was put above the national interest. Decline deep in the marrow of our institutions. We've seen that in our prisons, writ large. We've seen it in our rivers and seas, even worse than we thought. And we've seen it in our councils, pushed to the brink by the previous government, now unable even to deliver basic services to children with special educational needs. And, Mr. Speaker, we've already taken first steps on so many of the priorities we put before the British people. The work of change has begun, but we know, as they do, that national renewal is not a quick fix. The rot of 14 years will take time to repair. Nonetheless, I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, and he talks about priorities. Well, of course, people in rural communities around the country see the vast majority which the Right Honourable Gentleman has assembled, and they're afraid. They see a manifesto in which just 87 words are used about farming. They see a King's speech. They see a King's speech with no mention of rural communities or rural priorities. Will the Prime Minister please take this opportunity to reassure people in rural and farming communities that his Labour government will take notice of them?
Prime Minister, just to say, look, intervention one thing, but to actually make a speech is not the best time to do it. Prime Minister.
Well, let me take this opportunity to reassure those in rural communities. I grew up in a rural community myself, and I think that if you look at the places that are now represented on these benches, you'll see the reassurance that has been given that will also be given again. The King's speech we've brought to this House today is a marker of our intent, not only a certain destination for the future of this country, but a new way of governing, a government of service, guided by clear missions, with a long-term plan to fix the foundations, a plan which starts, as it must, with our economy. Under his watch, the last Parliament was the first in modern history to leave living standards in a worse place than they found them. The consequence not just of Tory irresponsibility, but of a more pervasive inability to face the future, a ducking of the hard choices, eyes fixed always on the horse trading of Westminster politics, I will in a moment, rather than the long-term national interest. Mr. Speaker, we don't just turn the page on that today, we close the door on it forever. A budget responsibility bill that will protect the living standards of working people from the chaos they endured under the last government. A commitment, no matter how fierce the storms, to economic stability as the foundation we build on. That is a changed Labour Party at work. And then on that foundation, we take the brakes off Britain, go further and faster on measures to generate higher economic growth. Workers and business united in the cause of wealth creation. We will reform the planning rules, a choice ignored for 14 years, to build the homes and infrastructure that Britain needs. We will level up rights at work, a choice ignored for 14 years, to deliver security and dignity at work. We will create a new industrial strategy, invest in cleaner, cheaper British energy, harness the power of artificial intelligence, improve our public transport, confront our historic challenges on technical education, transform our skills agenda in partnership with business, and push forward devolution to the cities, regions and councils of England. A plan for wealth creation that will finally lead us out of the pay more, get less doom. That is their legacy. And let me be clear, we will work with anyone invested in the future of our country. I've said, I'll just complete this. I said that we would serve everyone, whether they voted for us or not. And I meant it. So let me say directly to the benches opposite, if you're invested in the success of your community, we will work with you. This is a new era. We are turning the page. We're turning politics to service. Because that is what the people of this country want to see from their politicians. And service is a stronger bond than political self-interest. That is what country first means. The only way we can restore trust, and the reason this government of service was elected. Mr. Speaker, we were also elected to repair our public services with investment and reform, to make them once again beacons of justice for the communities that they serve. A signal to our country of the cause that fires national renewal. My determination for everyone in our country, England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, no matter where they started in life, to feel that success belongs to them. It is a cause, Mr. Speaker, that I do believe unites this House and indeed the people of this great nation. So I will.
Mr. Speaker, can I commend the Prime Minister? There are many within this House, both sides of this chamber, both in opposition but also in your party, who welcome your election as Prime Minister and look forward to the delivery of some feel-good factors for all of this great nation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Always better together, is what I always say, and even those in the chamber who maybe have different ideas perhaps think the same as well. Prime Minister, in the paper, of my provincial paper 2 weeks ago, we recognised that Northern Ireland was very much part of your 10-year plan. Can I ask the Prime Minister, can he perhaps outline exactly what that plan will be for Northern Ireland to ensure that our position will never weaken and always get stronger?
Can I just say, Jim, you'll be definitely bottom of the list, but don't worry. Prime Minister.
I'm grateful for that intervention. It was very important to me and to my government that within days of being elected, I went to Scotland, to Northern Ireland and Wales with the message that I did about working together. As he will know, I worked in Northern Ireland for 5 years on reforms to the police service in Northern Ireland. It matters to me that we make progress on all matters across all of our nations, and that is the way that we will operate as a government. That was a statement of intent going as I did in those early days, and I will continue in that vein in direct answer to his question. Mr. Speaker, so as well as our plan to cut waiting times, we will modernise the Mental Health Act and finally drag it into the 21st century. And we will raise standards in our schools, improve the confidence, the well-being and the happiness of our children, because that is so often the barrier that holds them back. We will also work on landmark legislation on race equality, tackle the structural injustice of unfair discriminatory pay. Now, Britain has come a long way on matters like this. One look at this Parliament shows that we're moving forward. And I recognise the efforts of so many in this House, on all sides, to tackle this injustice. But, Mr. Speaker, we can still do more, and therefore we must, and we will. We will also begin work on banning conversion practices and bring forward tough new protections for renters. Promises that have lingered in the lobby of good intentions for far too long. And, Mr. Speaker, we will signal our intent to transform society with measures on crime and justice that will not only rid our streets of antisocial behaviour, but also launch a new mission to reduce violence against women and girls by 50%. In this, we're inspired by the work of unbelievable campaigners: Mina Smallman, Claire Waxman, Melanie Brown, and my friends, John and Penny Clough. Mr. Speaker, I will never forget the day that John and Penny came to my office and told me what they had been through just to get justice for their daughter, Jane, murdered in the car park of the Blackpool Hospital where she worked by the man awaiting trial on multiple charges of raping her. I gave them my word then that I would do what I could, not just for John and Penny and Jane, but for all the Johns, Pennies and Janes in our country. Mr. Speaker, it's an enormous undertaking. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Just listen to the contribution made every year in this House by my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley. A grim reminder of just how many women are killed every year by domestic violence. And yet, as everybody who works in public service knows, government can make or break a life. I've seen it myself as a public servant. I also know from those campaigners what service can do when it listens and empowers people far beyond the walls of the state. So, Mr. Speaker, this is how we will go about our business: mission-driven, focused on ambitious goals, bringing together the best of our country, committed to the practical difference, big and small, that we can make together. That is the reward and the hope of service, the business of change, and the work of this government of service that we will take on. We will stop the chaos, fix our foundations, and take the brakes off Britain. A King's Speech that returns politics to serious government, that returns government to public service, and that returns public service to the interests of working people. That is the path of national renewal, the rebuilding of our country, and we take another step today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I now call the leader of the... Order! Please, let's show respect to each other. Let's not set off on the bad foot. We want to be on the right foot. I now call the Leader of the Lib Dems, Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I want to add our sincere thanks to His Majesty King Charles for his gracious speech, and like other party leaders, wish him to continue on his recovery, and also join them in sending our best returns, happy returns on the birthday of Her Majesty. And as we remember members who were killed in service and condemn the appalling assassination attempts on President Trump, we should all commit ourselves to a new politics where we respect, where we disagree with respect, and we listen to each other, and we try to bring the dialogue on politics in our country together from the divisions we've seen. And can I join others in paying tribute to the late Tony Lloyd? He had many campaigns and many issues that he championed in this House. I had the huge privilege of joining him on an all-party trip to Israel and Gaza, because one of his commitments was to peace in the Middle East, for justice for the Palestinians and for a two-state solution. And let us all commit ourselves to that again. And I would also like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable members for Bootle and Vauxhall and Camberwell Green for their accomplished speeches, proposing and seconding the loyal address. I know the member for Bootle comes from a political family. He explained that in some detail, and I believe his great-uncle Peter, once the Labour MP for Preston South, later became a Liberal councillor in Liverpool. So may I say to the honourable gentleman, if he does follow in his great-uncle's footsteps, he won't be the first in his family to see the Liberal light, and our door is always open. The honourable member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green made an impressive mark in her first Parliament as she campaigned on things like knife crime, on the NHS and on housing, and also spoke very eloquently on an issue that's close to her heart and mine, care. She spoke movingly about how she cared for her mum when she was just a very young child, learning at a young age about all the different painkillers needed to treat her mum. And as someone who believes we need to hear the voice of carers in this chamber far more often, it was a pleasure to listen to her speech today, and I'm left in no doubt that she will make an even bigger mark in her second Parliament. Yeah. And while I'm paying tribute, Mr. Speaker, let me add our thanks to the Three Lions, who captivated the whole nation and came so agonisingly close to ending all those years of hurt. They did us proud, and let's hope the Lionesses will retain their European crown next year. And so may I welcome the Prime Minister to his place and congratulate him and his party on their election victory. As he says, they now have an enormous undertaking, and we wish them well. I read somewhere that the Prime Minister apparently surfed to power on a wave of Conservative failure. But can I say to him gently, with a pang of envy, water sports are my thing. But, Mr. Speaker, the challenge awaiting this new government are certainly great, and set against that challenging backdrop, there is much to welcome in the programme set out today. Not least the government's focus on getting our economy growing strongly again. And the Prime Minister is right to say that building more homes is an essential part of that, as you can see from the work of many brilliant Liberal Democrat councils, from Cumbria to Eastleigh, and in my own area, the Royal Borough of Kingston. The best way to build the many extra homes we need, especially those extra social and affordable homes, is to properly engage local people and communities and bring them along with you. And that is the community-led approach that we on these benches will continue to champion. Very happy to give way.
I'm delighted to see that the leader of the Liberal Democrats seems to be openly advocating the work of Eastleigh Borough Council. Could I just remind him that that council is only building double the number of houses required because his party leadership has got them into £800 million worth of debt to pay off the debts that they accrued.
Well, I'm delighted to say that today we welcome the new Honourable Member for Eastleigh to the Liberal Democrat benches, and I'm sure she will have all the answers the Honourable Gentleman needs. But growth and house building are not the only challenges, crucial though they are. I'm sure of us, all of us across the House, as we knocked on doors during the election campaign, heard the same from so many people, a common refrain from people of all backgrounds and all walks of life, that nothing seems to be working as it should. From the health and care crisis to the sewage scandal to the cost of living, the British people have overwhelmingly rejected the past out-of-touch Conservative government that has gone. But after so many years of being taken for granted, many people have simply lost faith in our political system to solve their problems. So we on these benches do recognise the scale of the challenge now facing the new government. They have a big job to do, and so do we. We work hard on behalf of our constituents. We will scrutinise the government's plans carefully and strive to improve them. And, Mr. Speaker, we will oppose them when we think they've got it wrong. But where they act in the national interest to solve these problems and improve people's lives, we will support them. One issue came up more than any other on door after door, and I'm sure it's the same for members in all parties: the issue of health and care. Patients waiting weeks to see a GP or an NHS dentist, if they could find one. More than 6 million people waiting on NHS waiting lists. Tens and thousands of cancer patients waiting months to start urgent treatment. Patients stuck in hospital, ready to leave, wanting and waiting to leave, sometimes for weeks, but unable to, because the care home place wasn't there. The care worker, the support for the family carer wasn't in place. And, Mr. Speaker, fixing this crisis in our NHS is essential, not only for people's health and well-being, but also for our economy, for growth. Only if we get people off these waiting lists and into work can we get our economy growing strongly again. I have to give way.
He mentions the delays and the waiting times in NHS social care. So how much does he regret his role in the 5 years he spent in coalition with the Conservatives creating that situation?
Well, I do disappointed in the Honourable Gentleman's intervention, because we could all go back to things that other parties did in government and say that they were wrong. And I would just say to the Honourable Gentleman, I come to this task now in a spirit of constructive opposition to work through for the best for our country, and I hope he and other members will too. And it's why I welcome in the King's speech a number of measures for the NHS, for reducing waiting times, and particularly on mental health. We want to work with the government to improve those. They are long overdue. But I would also urge the government, of course, to look at the proposals in our manifesto on the NHS, boosting GP numbers so that everyone can get an appointment within 7 days or 24 hours if it's urgent, improving access to dentists and, crucially, to local pharmacists too. Because if more people can get the care they need early and locally, fewer people go into hospital. Giving cancer patients the care they deserve with a cast-iron guarantee that they will start treatment within 2 months after diagnosis. This is the scale of the ambition we need, Mr. Speaker, for our NHS right now, and I hope the government will show it. But there is another part of this crisis that needs to be fixed, and it needs urgent attention, and that's care. I spoke about my own caring journey during the election, first for my mum when I was a teenager, then for my dear Nana, and now as Emily and I care for our severely disabled son, John. And, Mr. Speaker, I've been incredibly touched by the response from colleagues from across the House who've reached out to tell me how important it is that we speak out on care. For people who need care, and for their carers, both professional social care workers and for family carers, people looking after their loved ones. I've had the chance to hear from carers all over the country, of all ages, as they shared their personal stories with me. Like the couple who care for a son with similar care needs to John, who reached out to say they know what it's like to worry about what happens when you're no longer there to look after your disabled son. And they offered me advice. I was so touched by their kindness and generosity. Mr. Speaker, each care story is so different, and yet in many ways they have much in common. We all share in the special, wonderful bond we have with the ones we care for, and we all share in that feeling like no one else understands us. Caring has been in the shadows for far too long. Let this be the Parliament when carers' voices are heard, when we become the caring nation. Yeah. Because caring is actually people doing extraordinary things every day for the ones they love, often in the face of difficult circumstances, physical challenges, no breaks, mountains of paperwork, countless appointments, endless phone calls, trying to navigate a broken system that is simply not designed to work for carers. So we on these benches will do our very best to get a fair deal for carers, whether on issues like carers allowance or the big challenge of fixing social care, so that our loved ones get the support they need when and where they need it. Now this, of course, will not be easy, Mr. Speaker. After years of neglect, fixing social care will be incredibly complicated, but we cannot shy away from it. So, although it wasn't in the King's speech today, I'm encouraged by reports the government is planning a cross-party commission on social care. We urgently need that to find a solution that will stand the test of time. So I hope we'll hear more about that from the government very soon. Fixing social care is essential, not just to give people the care and dignity they deserve, to support family carers, but also to fix our NHS. Without it, we can't. Now, if health and care was the only major crisis facing the government, that would be a big enough task. But clearly it's not. Inflation may have finally come down to normal levels, but the cost of living crisis persists. Families and pensioners are still facing record energy bills, sky-high housing costs and food bills. They need support and understanding. And that begins with the government's promise to be fiscally responsible. It would mark a big and welcome shift from the previous government's rather reckless approach to the budget. But with energy bills forecast to rise by 10% in October, clearly we need bold action to bring costs down, from home insulation to expanding renewable power. Liberal Democrats have a proud record of investing in renewable power, almost quadrupling it when we ran energy policy. And our policy drove the cost of renewable electricity below fossil fuel generated power. So I hope this government will act with the same level of ambition to tackle not only the cost of living crisis, but climate change too. Because urgent action is needed now to prevent catastrophic climate change. And we've shown how it can be done. And that, if you do it well, it benefits consumers, the economy and the environment too. So we welcome the focus the government has placed on this challenge, and we will push them to meet it. As we will when it comes to another environmental challenge, ending the sewage crisis. The election campaign showed clearly, for anyone who still doubted, the strength of public anger about the pollution being put into our rivers, into our lakes and onto our beaches. The government has made some initial welcome noises about holding the water companies to account, about making sure they put these environmental issues before profit. But we on these benches will be pushing ministers to act as quickly and decisively as possible to put an end to this appalling scandal. Health and care, the cost of living, climate change, sewage, these are big crises that just got worse and worse over the last years of the last government. And that government's failure to address them is a big part of why people's trust in politics is so low. This year's British Social Attitudes Survey found that 45% of people, 45%, almost never trust the government to put the national interest first, a record high. And I'm sure I speak for everyone in the House when I hope this government will prove that wrong. But restoring public trust and confidence in our politics is a major task for us all, right across this House, no matter our party. And I think there are two parts of how we restore that trust. The first is by tackling the root causes of so many scandals that have caused so much harm and done so much damage to public trust, from Hillsborough to Horizon to infected blood. We therefore welcome the promised Hillsborough law with its statutory duty of candour on public officials. But we would urge the government to go further in this area. Given the vital role that whistleblowers have played in exposing these scandals, can I urge ministers to look at our proposals for stronger protections for whistleblowers, including a new office of the whistleblower? The second way to restore trust is by transforming our politics so it is relevant, engaging and responsive to people's needs and to their dreams. The measures that the government have promised to strengthen democratic rights and participation are therefore welcome. Also welcome is the principle of shifting more power out of Westminster and Whitehall so local decisions are made by the people for them and the communities they live in. But I'm sure the Prime Minister will know that the devil is in the detail, so we will scrutinise these plans carefully when they come. We fear they won't go far enough, for it won't surprise anyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, to hear that we on these benches believe that political reform must include electoral reform. Yeah. Proportional representation, giving everyone equal power to hold members of Parliament properly to account, and maybe even the Conservatives support that these days. And I note that according to the same social attitude survey, a majority of the public agree with us. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I've focused on many big domestic challenges facing us, but I want to conclude by touching on the enormous, challenging international picture too. From Vladimir Putin's appalling war in Ukraine to the dreadful conflict in Israel and Gaza, with the terrible humanitarian catastrophe there and hostages still being held by Hamas, these are tumultuous times indeed. They demand that we work together with our allies through international institutions. And yes, that means working constructively with our European neighbours. Yes. To rebuild the ties of trust, trade and friendship with our European friends, so badly damaged by the Conservatives. As Liberals, we believe that the UK can be an incredible force for good when we stand tall on the world stage, championing the vital British values of democracy, liberty, human rights and the rule of law. So when the government does that, they will have our full support. Mr. Speaker, I would like to close by paying tribute to those on the front lines of that effort, our armed forces deployed around the world, whether securing NATO's flanks in Eastern Europe, combating Daesh terrorists in the Middle East, or supporting peacekeeping missions in Africa. They serve our country with incredible courage and professionalism, and we all owe them an eternal debt.
Dave Begg-Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, but I have to confess...
Just round left. Dave Begg-Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to confess I'm a little disappointed with the honourable gentleman, because today he walked into the chamber and I think he could have at least tried a bungee jump or maybe freewheeling on a bicycle. But I applaud him for his efforts in the campaign, which kept us all entertained and clearly paid some dividends looking at the size of his benches today. I also welcome and thank the honourable members proposing and seconding the humble address. But I have to say to the honourable member from Bootle, he may be the youngest of 8, but I'm the second of 10. And I can tell other members of this House who are new that you hear a lot about Big Brother, but let me tell you that one big sister here is here to support you, as indeed I'm sure the honourable member for Bootle will as well. After 19 years in this place, I know my way around a bit, though I still too get lost, so don't be worried about that. And I really was delighted to hear the honourable member, my friend, the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. I first came across her when she was a member of the London Assembly, and I knew then she had something special about her, and I think we saw that here today. And I draw the House's attention, Mr. Speaker, to my register in the Members' Register of Interests. I spent nearly a decade chairing the Public Accounts Committee in this place in the last Parliament and the previous two, and in that role I saw many egregious examples of incompetence, bungling and waste, whether it's water companies, school buildings falling down with reinforced concrete and other things, rail infrastructure, a running sore, defence procurement and national embarrassment, and the scandal of PPE procurement during COVID. Again and again, government bungles, poorly drafted contracts, lack of oversight, dodged responsibility, endless excuses, and the taxpayer picking up the tab. No wonder people were so angry at the election. No wonder they voted for change and for my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Yet now, the true extent of the Tory mess is coming to light. As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has revealed, it is even worse than we thought. She's opened the books, looked under the bonnet and seen that true extent, the mess. This is now for a Labour government to clear up. The previous government partied, they squabbled, they helped their mates, but they did not fix the roof when the sun shone. They trashed the joint. From austerity to the PPE scandal to Trussonomics, remember that? They weakened the fundamentals of our economy and stretched our public services to breaking point. And one of my last reports as chair of the Public Accounts Committee was my annual report, where I listed what I called the big nasties, some of which the Chancellor is revealing to us now. That 700,000 pupils are in schools that are not fit for purpose, that our hospitals are falling, that the much vaunted 40 new hospitals was in fact far fewer and never going to be delivered on the timetable promised, and the gaping hole in our defence budget. And I certainly applaud the approach of this government, and it seems some consensus from the other side, that we do need to see an increase in defence spending. But the consequences of this mess that have been left behind by the previous government are human. According to the House of Commons Library, nearly 1/5 of children in my borough of Hackney live in absolute poverty. And Mr. Speaker, 4 in 10 children in Hackney live in poverty after housing costs are taken into account, according to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation's recent figures. And my constituency is in the top 5% of English constituencies with children who are income deprived. This is the shameful legacy of 14 years of failure. In one of the world's greatest and richest cities, a bus ride from the financial powerhouse of Liverpool Street, no child should be cold or hungry or lack a winter coat or decent shoes. Schools in Hackney have kit rooms for the children who turn up without the requisite uniform and lend it for the day in return for a token like their Oyster card. And no parent should be having to skip meals to feed their kids, which is what's happening too often in Hackney and elsewhere in the country. No child should be arriving at school with a rumbling tummy, which is why I welcome the breakfast clubs we already have in Hackney and the fact that one of the first acts of this Labour government will be to make sure that every child in primary school has a decent breakfast. And when we talk about stagnant wages, low productivity, flattening growth, lack of investment in skills and schools, and the abolition of Sure Start and the gig economy, there is this human cost. Right now, in a Hackney school, there is a hungry child whose huge potential is being wasted, whose opportunities are stunted, and whose life chances are hobbled. And a lot of people, when I first arrived in this place 19 years ago, I had to tell people about the good things going on in Hackney because people had written off my borough as a poor and deprived area where things didn't happen. Now people think of the Shoreditch hipster, the tech companies, the city fringe. But underneath that, there is this huge poverty and this opportunity being stunted for our children. And this is the mess that this government now has to clear up. And another example of this is the housing crisis. A safe, warm, affordable place to live should be and is a basic right. We all need a roof over our heads before we can do anything else in our life, whether it be study or work or bring up our families. And yet, after 14 years, my constituents face a housing crisis, whatever the tenure. The median household income in Hackney is just under £36,500 a year, according to Hackney Council. Yet the median house price in my constituency is £610,000, and this has doubled since 2010. This means, for those of you who haven't caught up on the maths yet, that a house costs more than 16 times the median household income. And the average first-time buyer in Hackney paid just under £600,000, according to the Land Registry. Over £500,000 for a first-time buyer. Well, that's not most first-time buyers, is it? That's the lucky few who've got a help on either a very good job or help from the bank of mum and dad or other family members. I don't deny them that help, but that should be an opportunity available to all. It is utterly ridiculous that we're in this situation. Young professionals with double incomes are simply unable to afford a deposit to get a place of their own, being stuck often with family members into their 30s. Forcing people into a rented accommodation with no security of tenure, rents so high that there is no spare money to save to get on the housing ladder. And according to the Public Accounts Committee's work, around 13% of privately rented properties pose a serious threat to health. That's 589,000 properties. So landlords are getting the rent, but landing their tenants in hospital with lung diseases, mental illness or physical injury. And the Public Accounts Committee estimated, and I hope the Chancellor's pricking her ears up on this, that this costs the NHS £340 million a year. So this makes the broader point. Economic inefficiency, child poverty, the housing crisis, and failing public services all cost us more money. The economics of decline is an expensive business. But, and we see a hope now with this Labour government, investment in jobs, homes, schools, skills, roads, the NHS, tackling crime, save the public money down the line. And as I was very often saying as chair of the Public Accounts Committee when I had the honour of holding that role, a penny of waste is theft from working people's pockets. And a fair economy is also an efficient economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I really, really warmly welcome the measures contained in this Labour King's speech. How nice it is to say those words after 14 years. And the move as well, since for the 5th of July, from my colleagues in the Cabinet, I was about to say the Shadow Cabinet, old habits die hard, from colleagues in the Cabinet, Labour Secretaries of State, who've moved into action from the inertia of what went before, means we are on the road to recovery. It's going to be a long haul, but I welcome the measures to support start-ups and tech companies, particularly as I represent Shoreditch, where so many are based. The measures to revive skills, to modernise our health services, particularly prioritising mental health, and get more teachers into Hackney schools, and crucially, to build more affordable homes. And we need many of those homes in inner London, in constituencies like mine, where social housing is the only option for so many people. And only last week at my surgery, a woman came to see me, 4 children in a one-bedroom flat. Her elderly, sick father had had to come to live with them. That's how the family live, 4 children in a one-bedroom flat. And that is not uncommon at all. So we need to really drive that change to deliver not just the housing around the country, but particularly in the inner city. And I also recognise the lead and a step change in tackling net zero to decarbonise our economy with investment in renewables, insulation, carbon capture and green jobs, something I've examined a lot over the last decade, and we've seen the previous government fail on so often. And above all, I welcome the commitment of His Majesty's government, our Labour government, to kickstart growth in our economy. Without steady, sustainable economic growth, with the proceeds of growth fairly shared across the nation, we will continue our national decline. But instead, in this King's speech, we are offered a hopeful prospectus for change, the prospect of progress, a new sense of national renewal and hope after 14 years. We know it won't be easy, nor will it be as quick as we all impatiently want it to be. And as a former minister, and having been a member of the Public Accounts Committee for 13 years, I know that modernisation and reform can be frustratingly slow. I've seen many good ambitions be frustrated by poor delivery. So if I may proffer a word of advice for those on the Treasury bench, finding themselves newly surrounded by eager officials, many of whom came in front of my committee, and red boxes, please stay focused. Look up at that horizon. Think of the people who sent us here, who voted for that change you want to deliver and we all want to see. Keep an eye on that guiding goal of growth. Test every proposition that comes across your desk against that simple question. Does this promote or hinder growth? Because successful government, as the Prime Minister said, is mission-led. So we want to, of course, tackle poverty, build homes, transform our NHS. But the main mission is growth, because without that, we cannot deliver any of the others.
I now come to Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Let me begin by congratulating the Prime Minister on his first King's Speech. I'm sure it's an incredibly important moment for both him and his family, and I do wish him well over the months to come. I'm sure it's going to be an incredibly challenging time, but I do again repeat my best wishes to him and indeed all of his new colleagues on the benches beside him. I just want to firstly reflect, though, Mr Speaker, on the fact that the day the election was called, there was a Prime Minister's questions, and I perhaps goaded the former Prime Minister in respect of calling a general election. I think I referred to him as being feared. Should he not do that? I'm not sure entirely who fared worse from his decision to do so out of the two of us, but it's maybe something we can both reflect upon in due course. But, Mr Speaker, the opportunity that is now in front of this Labour government is enormous. They have a parliamentary majority which will go down in history. And that majority affords them something incredibly important. It affords them the ability to deliver change. And what that change looks like, and perhaps more importantly, what that change feels like for people in their homes, is so important. Now, my colleagues and I on the SNP benches will try to do everything that we possibly can to be as constructive as we can. We will. However, I was a little bit disappointed today by not necessarily some of the things that were within the King's Speech, but some of those things that weren't. And in that regard, I just want to bring the House's attention to the amendment which my colleagues and I, ably supported by other members from across the chamber, in relation to the two-child benefit cap. This is a policy, an iniquitous, heinous policy, which was introduced by the former Conservative government in 2015. Each and every one of us in this chamber knows that it retains children in poverty. Hundreds of thousands of children across these isles. In Scotland alone, it impacts 27,000 households. It's estimated that 14,000 children would immediately be taken out of poverty were it to be scrapped. But it was not mentioned in the government's programme for government today. Instead, all we have heard is that a task force is going to be created. No time frame for that task force, no indication of when that task force will conclude, and all the while, those children will remain in poverty. Surely, it should be the bare minimum expectation of a Labour government to seek to do everything it possibly can immediately to lift children out of poverty. I'm particularly interested in the views of Scottish members of Parliament from the Labour Party in this regard. I would be delighted to give way.
Could he explain to the House why the SNP government in Scotland, who have the power to do so, have not?
Yeah. I would be more than happy to enlighten the honourable gentleman in that regard, because as he knows, in the UK we have reserved policies and we have devolved policies. Some 70% of welfare policies are reserved to this Parliament. Now, what the Scottish Government has sought to do over recent years is to mitigate the worst excesses of the Conservatives. Some £800 million worth of money that we could spend on other things, we choose to mitigate Tory policies, including, of course, the likes of the bedroom tax. And I'm sure the honourable gentleman opposite me would be very keen to see his own front bench mitigate and end that particular policy. But we do that within the confines of the financial remit set, in large part, by this place. And if the honourable gentleman is suggesting, as indeed I'm sure some of his Scottish colleagues would agree with, that the Scottish Government should mitigate this place, then he should outline, as they should, where that money should come from. Should it come from Scotland's NHS? Should it come from our schools? Should it come from our police? Should it come from our young people's budget? The reality is that the constraints placed upon Scotland by this place do not afford us the opportunity to mitigate. And quite frankly, I find it absurd and deeply disingenuous to suggest that the remit of Scotland's Parliament should be to mitigate Westminster. Our horizons should be so much greater than that. So I would return to the point that I was making, that Labour members in Scotland supposedly agree with the Scottish National Party that the two-child cap should and must be scrapped. So how will they vote? Will they follow the lead of their Prime Minister in London, or will they follow the lead of the leader in Scotland and indeed respect the views of the people that they were sent here to represent? But of course, whilst my disappointment is very much great in that regard, there is one area where I hope the Prime Minister can put a smile on my face, and that's in relation to GB Energy. Because I'm moderately surprised that we haven't had an announcement yet that is due to be headquartered in Aberdeen. Perhaps, of course, in the Aberdeen South constituency that I represent. Indeed, Aberdeen and Grampian Chamber of Commerce hired a van today which has been patrolling the streets outside Parliament, calling for it to come home. And that is the only time I will ever use those words, and it should come home, Mr. Speaker, straight to the energy capital of Europe. But whilst I would welcome its placement in Aberdeen, I also want to see much more detail about what GB Energy is going to deliver. Because if I've read correctly, £8.3 billion cumulatively over the course of the next 5 years will go towards GB Energy, some £1.6 billion each and every year. Well, one hydro pump storage project in Scotland would almost blow that entire budget apart. We know that GB Energy isn't going to sell energy. We know that it's not going to distribute energy. We appear to know it's not going to generate energy. It's suggested that it will be an investment vehicle for projects to go forward. But if it's going to be capped at £1.6 billion per year, I have to question the ambition of members opposite. How does that deliver the change that is required? The change which they previously agreed to would actually require some £28 billion each and every year. What a contrast! What a contrast to the ambitions that they once had. And of course, net zero is going to be absolutely crucial to our economic future, the growth and prosperity that we all want to see. But ultimately, that growth can only also come about through productivity. And I would like to hear more from an incoming Labour government, a government which now has a significant majority, as to what they are going to do to reverse some of the policies of the Conservative Party in relation to migration. Migration which is dramatically and drastically impacting Scotland's higher education institutions, which will be impacting higher education institutions in each and every one of the members opposite's constituencies. And we know that universities are a key driver of productivity. But on that point of migration, I wish to seek consensus in this House, which might be moderately difficult given some of the people who now sit behind me. We need to stand up and be bold and brave in the face of those who seek to demonise migration, who seek to other those people who come and work in our public sector and in our private sector, who care for us in our hospitals and who teach our children. We should be seeking to increase migration, to increase our economic output and to grow our economy and indeed to enhance our communities. Brave politicians would do that, and I hope that members opposite share that bravery. But of course, our economy isn't just about net zero. It's not just about productivity. It's not just about migration. It's also intrinsically linked to our relationship with the European Union. And I look forward to seeing what the government comes forward with in respect of its proposed new relationship with our friends and allies in Europe. We should, of course, be seeking to rejoin the European single market. We should, of course, be seeking to rejoin the the European Customs Union. It makes sense to all of us. The politicians in this House, they're afraid of doing so. Well, they're going to come to realise that the only way to achieve the aims that they want to achieve is to do just that. So on all those issues and so many more, we will seek to be a voice of reason in this House and to work constructively with members opposite. And I look forward over the coming hours and coming days to hearing their contributions and what they intend to bring to our national discourse as we all try to better improve the lives of the people that we are so fortunate to represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I just gently say to members that we've got a lot to get in today, so if we can look to try and keep it below or up to 8 minutes, I'd be very grateful. John MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I add my commendations to those of others with regard to the speeches that introduced this debate? I have only one anecdote with regard to the Honourable Member for Bootle, who was in my Treasury team. He's a fan of Shostakovich, and one occasion we went to the Royal Albert Hall to listen to a Shostakovich symphony. It was the symphony that Dmitry Shostakovich upset Stalin by, and it almost cost him his life. But we thought the performance was superb, but there were two grumpy old men in front of us, and at the end of this symphony, one turned to the other and said, "Stalin may have had a point." We enjoyed it. I thought the speeches today were superb. I want to get to the business of the next few days, really, of examining the King's speech. We all come to it. We all come to this House with a mandate from our own constituents, and therefore it's important that we bring to the House the experience of our constituents. And I just say that when the exit poll landed that night, in my community, there was almost like a collective breath of relief, a sigh of relief that we are ending 14 years of a Conservative government. Because mine, like many others, and the Honourable Member for Hackney South has said that my community couldn't take any more, to be frank. And like her, I've got 1 in 3 of the children in my constituency are living in poverty. Some of them are living in destitution, according to statistics. I've got a housing crisis. I've got a housing crisis, even though there's 4,000 properties being built in the centre of my constituency, but most of my constituents can't afford them. And those ones that have scraped together and have got a leaseholder access to those properties now being hit by massive increases in service charges, some of them wanting to hand the keys back. I've got rents spiralling out of all control, and I've got slum housing reappearing. The back-to-back has been reinvented in my constituency, where one family will rent the front, another will rent another floor or the back of a normal house. And in terms of employment for my constituency, wages have virtually been frozen for the last 14 years. I've got Heathrow in my constituency. People would fight to get a job at Heathrow because the wages were so good. Not anymore. We're running low-pay campaigns. And insecure work is endemic in my constituency. It was Heathrow that started fire and rehire. It was Heathrow Limited. And the same can be said, we'll all say this, in public services, the NHS in my area is on its knees. I just do not know how the staff have coped. And in terms of teachers, the stress is such that we cannot retain teachers. No matter how committed they are, they don't survive under this sort of pressure. And social care, for many of our areas, well, it's almost non-existent. And you meet family members who are caring for other family members, non-paid carers. It's inevitable, if you're looking after someone in your family, that person has a disability or whatever, it's almost inevitable you're now living in poverty as a result of the lack of support. So I think, yes, people voted for change. But I think we have to be also realistic on this side as well, and I think have some humility about the assessment in which we relate to that election. Only 1 in 5 of the population actually voted for it. And what worried me in my constituency, our turnout has gone from 70% when I was elected in the 1990s to 51% in this election. We need to be wary of that. And we need to understand the reasons for it. The More in Common poll that was published this week confirms the sort of scale of disillusionment that there is with politics overall, and that's been reflected in some of the debate today. And what my fear is is we now have others on this political scene in this country and elsewhere that will feed on that disillusionment, and it is the far right mobilising again. And we should guard against what's happened in Germany, in France and Italy with the mobilisation on the far right. So we have to, as a Labour government, we have to deliver. I think, like all governments, the honeymoon will inevitably be short-lived. I welcome the King's speech because actually it does set out the elements of a programme for rebuilding our country. Can I just say, there's elements I have to smile over. There is much that's drawn, I have to say, from the 2017 and 2019, but maybe manifestos, but maybe we shouldn't mention that. Like employment rights, the New Deal, rail nationalisation on buses, the GB Energy, the National Investment Fund, which reflects the National Investment Bank that we put forward then. In fact, a lot of the work that was put in by the Honourable Member for Middlesbrough into this King's speech almost made sections of it his own. So people, I think, wanted and expect delivery sooner rather than later. And I just want to focus on 4 areas of policy that I'm desperate to see change on. It does start with poverty. People have mentioned child poverty. It has to be our priority. 14 million people living in poverty, 4.3 million children, 1 million in destitution. I never thought in my lifetime we'd ever debate destitution again in this House, but destitution there is. I welcome the announcement today of the task force that will now look at poverty overall. But I have to say, setting up a task force is one thing, acting is another. There is a simple act, and we all know it. There is one simple act that could lift 300,000 children out of poverty this month, and it would be the scrapping of the 2-child limit. I was in this House when the Tories introduced it. It was introduced as part of the stigmatising of all those on benefit. I did a speech. I think I said I'd swim through vomit to vote against this piece of legislation, and some of the nauseous speeches from the Tories at the time almost meant I would have to. It was an appalling form of attack on the poorest within our community. I think we just need to lift that stigma, lift that impact, but we need to do it quickly. So yes, set up as task force by all means, but produce a timetable that within weeks we will scrap the 2-child limit. The argument is that can we afford it? And will it be within our fiscal rules? Many of you will have known that over this last few weeks, the OBR have lifted it and revised its growth figures upwards. The IMF has dramatically increased the growth figures upwards. And that's nothing to do with the Tories building a new economy or anything like that. That's the natural business cycle. And actually, I do think as well, it is part and parcel of some companies recognising a Labour government was coming. So let's take the benefit of that. It's no longer offence against the fiscal rule. The resources are there, and we can lift those poor children out of poverty with this simple act. So I appeal to my own party, to the Labour front bench. By all means, get the task force working, but let's now commit ourselves to scrapping the 2-child limit and doing it rapidly. On employment, I have to say as well, the New Deal for Workers, which we developed when we were in opposition, is now going to be legislated on. I want no more watering down, and at the same time, I do not want it delayed by endless consultations. We've consulted at length for 5 years nearly. It's there and it's ready. We want to scrap fire and rehire. We want to scrap zero-hours contracts. But I tell you also, one of the most important ingredients of that legislation should be the extension of sectoral collective pay bargaining. Now, so far, we're committed to doing that in the social care sector, and I welcome it. I welcome it because that's where poverty wages really are being paid. But actually now we need to start, as we promised before, extend that right the way across the economy. So in the legislation, we can build into the bill the mechanisms for doing that stage by stage. Yes, with discussions, etc., but it can be done effectively. And you know, some areas of that sectoral collective bargaining only got scrapped a few years ago, for example, in agriculture. One of the areas I'd like to see that in is to ensure that we have that within transport in particular. Then we'd have no more P&Os that we've had in the past. With regard to public services, I think we need to be honest about the state of our public services, both in terms of their delivery, but also in terms of the finances. I did a report last September with Andrew Fisher on Labour's in-tray. The calculation of how much between 2010 to now that's been cut by the Conservatives is 80 billion. No one's expecting that 80 billion to be discovered overnight or whatever, but we need a plan for reinvestment over the length of this Parliament. And I have to say, that does mean being honest about the debate that we have to have, not just about this budget, but future budgets. People recognise that we'll need to find the money, and yes, we'll get some from growth. But 1% of growth brings in about £12.5 billion. To achieve 1% of growth, I tell you, is hard work. It requires investment and it takes time. And if we can get back up to 2%, fine. But that will take time. But in the meantime, we need the resources for our public services. And that means we have to have an honest debate about taxation and the distribution of wealth in our country. And it does mean, for example, we need to grasp the nettle of levelling capital gains tax with income tax, making sure our tax reliefs, the corporate welfare that's going on, is effective and not simply subsidising profits. And in addition to that, I believe we will have to have a discussion at some stage about what we do about wealth distribution overall. Finally, with regard to public service, there's been a lot of discussion about reform. I agree. But I want reform to be based and placed in the hands of the frontline staff themselves, those ones who are the experts in delivering this service, but then working with the recipients of those services, the patients, the others. So there's co-production. In the disability movement, we've developed that theme of nothing about us without us. And that should be in every sector of public service, so that we are working with those not just who deliver the service, but also those who receive it. And I agree with what's been said also with regard to unpaid carers and the way in which we treat disabled people who now, I'm afraid, live in poverty and under the last government are still stigmatised. We can come to these debates as we run to the next budget. So I actually think my conclusion is carpe diem, seize the moment. We've got a large majority. We've got to beware the danger of the far right mobilising if we fail, but recognise the potential that we now have. Final point from me is that overhanging, I don't know what it was like in other constituencies, but overhanging our whole debate was the issue of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Night after night coming in and seeing more children being slaughtered and war crimes being committed. So I just say this, I don't think we'll solve this problem unless we seek an immediate ceasefire. That will enable us to have the hostages released. But I think we can make some immediate steps. And that's stopping the arms sales to Israel. And it's also respecting the ICC and ensuring that we recognise that war crimes should be punished. One final thing I've been trying to do since January is I've been trying to mobilise the last government, as other governments across the world have been doing, is to accept seriously injured children in Gaza to come here for treatment. Not one visa has been issued to a Palestinian child for that respect. I've written to the Foreign Secretary and also the Home Secretary, and I'm hoping that our government can welcome those children here so that they can receive the treatment they need and hopefully then be returned to a Palestinian state that we recognise and lives in peace. Thank you, Deputy.
Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to see you in the chair this afternoon. And it's an honour to speak so early in this debate and to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Hayes and Harlington. And I would remark that his speech, preceded by two others we heard from the opposition benches from the party leaders, is demonstrating that you can't keep a good Parliament down, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've already got the Liberal Democrats trying to rerun the referendum on proportional representation. The SNP want to rerun the referendum on Brexit and, of course, on Scottish independence. And I would encourage the Right Honourable Gentleman to continue a healthy debate about matters such as the two-child policy, because the idea that the bigger majority, the more control you have over your party, has just been demonstrated by the Honourable Gentleman's speech. And I look forward to an entertaining Parliament in that respect. But I wish to concentrate my remarks. This is my first opportunity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to draw the House's attention to a report produced by the Liaison Committee in its dying moments in the last Parliament, this was actually published after Parliament had risen before final dissolution, and it's about strategic thinking in government. And I ask myself whether this King's speech really reflects comprehensive strategic thinking in government. I think it does in parts, but certainly not in others. And it's a significant moment when a newly elected government's King's speech is delivered, because that is when the rhetoric of the campaigning hits the reality of government. So how strategic is this government? Much of the speech is good. Budget responsibility, prioritising wealth creation. These are good. But how is this to be achieved? With enhanced employment rights, which we know is a threat to the flexibility of the labour market, which business is already warning will destroy jobs. And what about all these new super quangos, which are rather an echo of Labour governments past? A new Great British Railways, like the failed Strategic Rail Authority under John Prescott, or a new Great British Energy. I don't suppose that's going to be quite like the old Central Electricity Generating Board, but I thought the limits on its authority and spending power make it rather less significant, as the leader of the SNP pointed out. Or the new Industrial Strategy Council, rather like the unlamented National Enterprise Board set up by Tony Benn in 1975. The Prime Minister claimed that this is nothing less than national renewal, but I would suggest that these are little more than the recycling of old failed ideas. And Lords reform, I thought that was going to be not a first-time priority for a Labour government. That's probably just red meat for a few Labour MPs. And a new House of Commons Modernisation Committee. I mean, that's 25 years out of date. The House of Commons modernises itself without having a modernisation committee. But is that really deserving of such prominence in a King's speech as a strategic priority of the government? And the government appears deaf to the ironies of its conflicts within its own programme. It talks of greater devolution of decision-making is at the heart of a modern dynamic economy, and I welcome that. But it's only to do things like take control of buses. It's certainly not to take control of where the houses are built and what the housing targets are in different areas. I welcome the commitment to speed up infrastructure investment. And to that extent, I hope the government will welcome the inheritance of the free ports from the previous government, and particularly the one in Harwich and Felixstowe in my constituency, an initiative which the government should be pleased to advance. It has the support of all the political parties in Harwich who are committed to its success. And with the new government's commitment to fund infrastructure, I look forward to meeting the new minister to discuss how we can develop the Bathside Bay to generate industry and jobs for local people. But the Norwich to Tilbury pylons proposal is a less welcome inheritance, I think the government will find. I welcome the government's objective, quotes, to unlock investment in energy infrastructure, but I would like to assist with that, and it does not mean that the government must blindly approve of anything that National Grid produces at first flush and thinks is a good idea. The Norwich to Tilbury pylons proposal has been much in the national use because of the local campaign against the desecration of unspoiled countryside. But this is not opposition for its own sake. The submission which I will be making in response to the present consultation later this week will set out how Norwich to Tilbury's objectives cannot be achieved with the present scheme and can be achieved more quickly and at less lifetime cost than the present Norwich to Tilbury proposals. Despite what the Prime Minister is trying to insist his programme is, it is still dominated by short-term, the tactics of gaining power and retaining it. You heard it in his jibes at the Conservative Party, rather than addressing the fundamental challenges which threaten our national survival, and I put it at no less than that. What are those challenges? they can be summarised as the 6 big Ds. Debt, digitisation, which is transforming the way we live our lives, decarbonisation, deglobalisation, which has thrown globalisation into reverse as a result of the pandemic and as a result of rising international tensions, demographics, which are afflicting every OECD country, and defence. I very much welcome the appointment of Lord Robertson to help oversee a bipartisan defence review. It will find we need to commit far more than 2.5% of GDP to defence to help prevent another major war. And just keep thinking about Ukraine, and I'm very glad that the Prime Minister mentioned it in his remarks. If Russia succeeds in Ukraine, we can say goodbye to European and transatlantic security. One of the findings of the Liaison Committee report on strategic thinking in government is that long-term strategy can only be truly sustained if it lasts across successive parliaments and periodic changes in government. What comes to mind? The continued at sea deterrence, counter-terrorism strategy, the operation of GCHQ, indeed the survival and continuation of the National Health Service, or the achievement of net zero. And I hope this government will use its considerable majority to offer to make the radical reforms the NHS needs, for example, by finding the cross-party consent and consensus that will be needed to drive those reforms through, which will undoubtedly create divisions in both parties. And on social care, this government has an unrivalled opportunity finally to tackle the social care question. But if we want it to stick, it must be something that is agreed across the House. Our report covers the capacity of Whitehall for strategic thinking, how the centre of government can lead strategy more effectively, how strategy must engage the public, particularly younger generations, for the governing for the future, and how scrutiny by select committees can promote strategic thinking in government. And I very much hope that honourable and right honourable members, if they haven't already just read the first chapter of this report, they will do so, because it is a manifesto of how Parliament and government should work together to help promote the kind of country that we want, that is so threatened by the international events we see. And while ministers are sagely nodding on the front bench, and I appreciate that, they have the government has yet to respond to this report, and there are 2 particular proposals in it which I very much hope they will adopt. One is that they will recreate a national school for government to train our civil servants and SPADs and even members of Parliament in what strategic thinking really is, instead of just scrabbling around with focus groups and opinion polls to tell us what to do. And the other is that this House should establish a committee for the future, which is the same as is happening in other parliaments around the world. We draw a lot on international experience, and a committee of the future should be looking much further ahead than most select committees have time to do, and I think that would be a great reform for this government to bring in.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. It's a real pleasure to be speaking in the King's Speech debate today, setting out Labour's new programme for governments after 14 years of disastrous Tory governments. It's also an honour for me to be taking part in this debate as the MP for the new constituency of Widnes and Hale Wood, a constituency I was born and bred in. The Prime Minister has made it clear that Labour will be a government of service with a clear mandate to deliver the change the country desperately needs. The King's Speech shows that Labour have a plan to govern with serious solutions. Labour will make difficult decisions needed to fix basic problems facing this country. And I'm really pleased that we've made growth a central plank of government's policy, and of course the development of an incredible industrial strategy. We must also address the serious and long-term problem of productivity that this country has faced, and I hope that a new government will get onto that very, very quickly, because it's something that is a real hold on this country and holding us back. Now, the new Labour government has this government of ours has a daunting job in tackling the many challenges facing the country after 14 years of mismanagement of our economy, epitomised by the disastrous Liz Truss budget, but also the running down and underfunding of our public services. The NHS and social care are in crisis. People are dying because of delays in treatment. Waiting in a corridor in a hospital now is the norm.
and local authorities are struggling to remain financially viable. Rather than stick our heads in the sand or pull the wool over people's eyes as the Tories did, Labour will be straight with people about the problems we inherit. The truth is, there isn't a switch we can flick to fix the country's problems overnight. This is a packed King's speech, and there's limited time to speak, so I'll focus on just a few areas. I really welcome the decision to bring rail services back into public ownership and improve passenger journeys and deliver better value for taxpayers and establish the Great British Railways. Anyone who's travelled on Avanti West Coast will know of the many problems faced over a long period of time now, whether it's the fact that they're late, cancelled, Wi-Fi doesn't work, or they haven't got any hot water, or whatever. There are continual problems. We know it's been a failure, so I welcome the decision on that. On the announcement to implement a Hillsborough law, this is something I think is really important, and it'll place a legal duty of candour on public servants and authorities. This government is determined to rebuild trust and foster respect and improve the transparency and accountability and address the culture of defensiveness in the public sector. And I'd like to pay a particular tribute in regards to this decision to the member for Liverpool Garston, who has worked tirelessly to get this to this stage. And I'm really pleased the government has adopted this. But also many colleagues here have worked with her and others on this particular policy. But also, I'd like to say that the member for Liverpool Garston and I go back some many years and work very closely with the Hillsborough families. I was actually at the Hillsborough disaster myself, and we know how terrible the experience has been for those families and the fight they've had to fight over the years and the way they were treated by the establishment is just absolutely a scandal. And I hope that they will be somewhat relieved and pleased now to see this progress. Now, also, I want to refer to the tackling the mental health crisis and modernising the Mental Health Act so it's fit for the 21st century. And this will help deliver the government's mission to see people living healthier lives for longer and put patients at the centre of decisions about their health. But I want to just raise as well, there's a massive challenge in terms of children's mental health waiting list and children's mental health services, the Children's and Adolescent Mental Health Service itself. So I'd like really the government to focus on that particular part, because there is really problem. I'm sure every member of Parliament here will face many constituents come to them around this issue. But also the issue about suicides and having a proper policy and a plan to try and do all we can to reduce that, particularly amongst young men. So I welcome any changes and involvement the government is going to take place there. Now, planning, a lot has been said about planning, but I'd like to just really mention the issue about high streets. Many of us in our constituency are facing real issues around high streets and the way they've just been under massive pressure, many shops closing down and a need for renewal and regeneration. So I hope that part of the planning bill will actually look at that. Of course, welcome the reform of the bus service and bus system, because many communities actually, particularly over the last 10-15 years, have become more and more isolated because the bus services are being cancelled or reduced. So I hope, again, with this change in policy, we can actually make some improvements in the many communities who do feel isolated across this country, not least in my own constituency of Widnes and Hale Wood. Now, in the King's speech, the government made a very clear commitment to NATO and said that remains unshakable, and it will maintain a strong armed forces, including a nuclear deterrent. And I welcome that from the Prime Minister and the government. Now, the Strategic Defence Review, which has been commissioned by the Prime Minister and was overseen by the Defence Secretary, is very welcome indeed, and it is a root and branch review. Now, those of us who've been around here for some time and actually put up with a Conservative government which has let down the armed forces and actually put our defence and security at risk in this country will welcome this review. Because we have to look at the state of what the situation, we've got the smallest army since Napoleonic times. Even the previous Secretary of State, a Conservative Secretary of State, said the armed forces have been hollowed out. We've got a shortage of munitions. There's major problems on procurement and wasted money that needs addressing, and I'm sure will be a priority of this new government. But also the focus, as well, has always been and will continue to be, and I'm again pleased to see the commitment in the King's speech about our commitment to Ukraine. But we face a real problem in terms of Russia, China, Iran and North Korea and the threat they pose to the world order and particularly democracies. So these are sort of big challenges that we've got to get to grips with. But looking again at our armed forces, about how we can improve, how we can make sure they get better funding, how we can make sure very importantly, that funding that they do get is spent correctly and efficiently and not wasted. And I think it's very, very important for the future. Now, I'll certainly give way to the honourable member.
Can I commend the honourable gentleman for what he's saying about the Defence Forces? Very obviously for us in Northern Ireland, there's always been a large recruitment of those who serve in the regular forces, but those who also are part of the territorial aspect of it. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that when it comes to recruitment, in particular for Northern Ireland, there should be extra monies made available to ensure that those who want to join can join and the resources are made available for that particular purpose?
I understand the honourable member's pitch for extra resources for Northern Ireland, but I think he will also recognise that there is a major recruitment crisis in the armed forces, which has been ongoing now for many, many years. It's not just an issue of recruitment, it's actually retaining good, experienced people. And that's really what we've got to really focus on. I'm sure that if the review, the offence review, will look at that as well. But also, it's about looking after our service personnel, making sure they get better housing and better facilities, make sure that the pay is right, but also the veterans as well, and making sure we have the proper services and support for them. So I agree with the honourable member in terms of recruitment is a challenge, and we've got to really, really sort that out because it's weakening our armed forces currently. Now, Mr Chopitz, I know time is going on. I just want to say a couple of things in conclusion. We still have a cost of living crisis in this country. Living standards are lower at the end of the last Parliament than at the beginning of the last Parliament. The tax burden is the greatest for 80 years. Our first King's speech will be a down payment, just the start of legislative plans Labour will set out over the next 5 years. Transforming our country will need to be patient and have focused work over a long period of time. As the Prime Minister has made clear, this will be a government of service and will do things differently and properly. Rather than gimmicks and bills that don't work, Labour will be focused on real change for working people.
Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. And I'd like just to start by saying how good it is actually to be part of the debate today for this loyal address, and in particular how good it was to see His Majesty attend the House today, and wish him well in his recovery, and of course pay tribute to him on what is a record of service to our nation. And I do just want to congratulate all new members who have entered the House and thank the two members that spoke, the proposer and seconders, who are not in their place right now. But I think it's fair to say, this is a note for all new members, and I think existing members as well, that those speeches were made in the finest traditions of this House. And with that, of course, it's one of the few moments that we will have at the start of Parliament to, I guess, unite, to respect each other's speeches and contributions, but also just become accustomed with the traditions, formalities and conventions of the House as well. While at the same time, we get to do the greatest things that we all love, which is representing our constituents. And of course, for the new members in particular, this will become the regular pattern of work in this House, but also a reflection of the hard graft that goes in. And just to touch on that, Mr. Chope, of course, we have all just come fresh from a general election campaign where a lot of graft was put in, but we're now here elected to represent our constituents in the normal traditions, but on the issues that sometimes may divide us, but actually where we can advance their causes through legislation. So if I may, I want to begin my contribution around this loyal address to make a few words, say a few words about the tone that I've seen from the new government over the last 12 days. And of course, you know, it's one of those inevitable features, isn't it, with a new government, that you could spend the next few weeks or their first few weeks continuing with that election campaign rhetoric. And we're going to hear this a lot, which is basically talking down the record of the previous government over the last 4 years. But of course, much was advanced over the last 14 years. And we're proud of our record and the transformation that we led, including of public finances. And, you know, these are big things that just don't happen over a few months and weeks. We're proud that we transformed public finances from the government borrowing £1 in every 4 to a much better fiscal position today. It's not easy to get into these fiscal positions, and I think the benches opposite should just reflect in terms of their own fiscal position that they're now inheriting. We're proud to have supported the creation of 800 jobs per day on average, having the faster economic growth of many of our competitors, cutting the tax burden on incomes on fuel duties, overseeing increases in doctors and nurses working in our NHS, more teacher numbers, and schools raising standards. That's a record that we are proud of, including, if I may say so, in getting more police officers on our streets fighting crime and law and order. So it's important, I think, just to be reflective of that. And if I may, in a very subtle and gentle, polite way, say to members now on the front benches opposite, now in government, it's all very well trying to rewrite history, because sometimes it does take away attention from the responsibility of having to govern and to do the big decisions and the choices through slogans. And if I may, Mr. Chope, there are some policy areas that I would just like to touch on. One area is, of course, an area that I want to make some observations where the government has already put forward a programme of government, where I have some experience, which is, of course, having been Home Secretary for over 3 years. We've heard already quite a bit on immigration and crime, but we haven't seen the details. But so far what we have heard from the government, if I may say so, differs little from some of the measures that were already in place, such as a UK Border Security Command, which we actually set up a few years ago, in fact just over 4 years ago, to cooperate with international partners. And some of my colleagues who followed me actually in the Home Office will recognise much of that. The need to take action in the Channel, but to work with our intelligence and security agencies to do so. The appointment of a clandestine Channel Threat Commander, the establishment of joint interagency task forces. These are already or were in place and set up by the previous government. And of course I do want to commend the work of our international law enforcement agencies and our international partners. They work through exceptional, at an exceptional level, but also work to save lives. And I think we should just reflect on that, because it was only last week we saw more lives lost in the Channel again. But also when it came to tackling robust measures on criminal gangs, county lines, putting safer streets policies together and actually protecting our constituents, some of which, if I may say so, Mr. Chope, were opposed by what is now the government when they sat on these very benches. So it's important that we reflect that some things do not happen overnight. There's no single solution to tackling some of these issues, but it is through collaboration and working together that we can actually drive the right kind of outcomes as well. If I may say so as well, on law and order, we heard actually the Prime Minister speak about law and order today, and I welcome many of those comments and reflections on safer streets, on tackling counter-terrorism, but also basically when it comes to addressing some of the most appalling things that we still see and we will continue to see, which is violence on our streets, domestic abuse, victims suffering at the hands of criminals. And of course, none of us want to see prisoners released early from prison, but quite frankly, it's important that we do focus on the victims of crime and have the right punishments in place to ensure that those perpetrators of crime in particular are given tough sentences, which again I noticed were opposed in the previous Parliament, but actually we get that fairness back into our system when it comes to law and order. If I may, Mr. Chope, one of the great achievements of the last government was actually the expansion of renewable energy generation. I think we can be proud of our record of the past, actually, and be proud to be world leaders when it comes with the mix of renewables, passing 40% of all energy generated, and a huge improvement on the situation in 2010. Now, if I may, I do want to touch on, in fact, the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex has touched on this already, which is how we can actually work on generating new technology when it comes to energy. And with that, I genuinely believe that it's technology, not taxation, that is a path to a much more sustainable future. And with that, of course, I think colleagues actually in the government are now going to realise the reality of some of the projects that exist and will really be dominating their inboxes now, which is the National Grid's attempt through the Norwich to Tilbury plans to impose over 100 miles of new pylons and overhead power lines across the east of England. The National Grid are pressing for these proposals. I and my right honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, are working basically to find alternatives through technology and looking at how we can actually upgrade the grid, by not destroying the countryside across East Anglia. And there are farmers, there are local communities, there are community facilities such as White Notley Football Club who will lose community football pitches to bring in pylons across these constituencies. And that's a huge loss of local amenity, is deeply concerning. My constituents and constituents across Essex and East Anglia want to see alternatives such as an offshore grid or the use of greater tunnelling being considered to actually build up this grid infrastructure capacity. And of course the proposals for the infrastructure and planning bill will be considered with a lot of detail, and I think, if I may say so, the right level of scrutiny does need to come to that legislation, along with the legislation that is being proposed around planning and new housing, and ensuring that local views and the views of our constituents are simply not disregarded. And if I may say so to the front bench of the government, I am aware that they're already proposing a consultation in this area. If I may give them some subtle and gentle advice, listening to the views of that consultation will be incredibly important, because this isn't about saying that people do not want homes. In fact, constituencies like mine have put forward so many plans for new homes. We've actually built over 10,000 new homes over the last decade, and actually they're family homes which have helped my constituency to become a very good commuter town, and a town that is actually successful when it comes to schools and families want to move to our area. But it is a case of getting the balance right, and that's incredibly important, it really is. In the minute that I have left, I do just want to basically make a point about economic growth. Of course, everybody across the country and in this House absolutely fundamentally believes in securing higher levels of economic growth. Every government wants that. Name a government that doesn't want that. We want more jobs, we want more job creation, we want more successful businesses. But actually it is about being on the side of businesses and how we can effectively support them to employ people. In a constituency like mine, over 80% of my constituents are employed by small and medium-sized businesses. We're incredibly proud of that. But the minute more regulation and burden comes upon those businesses, I'm afraid they will lose the ability to grow their businesses and employ local people. And of course, that is the backbone of our economy, small businesses. And if I may say so, Mr. Chope, you know, on a day like today when we see new bills coming forward, through the Loyal Address, through the King's Speech, it is right that as we go forward through this session of Parliament, that we literally give the scrutiny that is appropriate, the time that is appropriate to scrutinise these bills, but fundamentally make sure that we as members of Parliament and on this side of the chamber as His Majesty's loyal opposition provide the scrutiny but also the redress to ensure that constituencies' voice are heard, whether it's on planning, development, economic growth, but fundamentally making sure that Britain advances in the right way forward. Thank you.
I call Kirth Entwistle to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Right Honourable Member for Witham for her contributions to this debate as well. I'd also like to congratulate my honourable members for Bootle and also for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green for their excellent contributions. And I'd like to join colleagues in congratulating all of the new MPs who have joined me in this House this Parliament. I would also like to thank all of the staff and members who have welcomed me so kindly to this House. As a new MP, I want to reach across the political divide and find the things that unite us all. And indeed, this King's Speech offers hope that we can come together to tackle the issues of today for the good of this country. I have the rare honour of having the support in the recent election of all of Bolton North East's previous living MPs, both Labour and Conservative, and that I share one ambition in particular with both of them, and that is for Bolton to be better connected within the region and the rest of the country. And I welcome the announcements in the King's Speech on transport today. Sir David Crosby had a long-standing interest in improving the railways in our region, something I hope to continue work on, having experienced cancellations on day one, travelling down this place. Sir David has been a great mentor of mine, and I hope to build on his legacy and do the people of Bolton North East proud. I wish him, his wife Enid and their family well, and cannot thank them enough for their ongoing support. My predecessor, Mark Logan, who has as thick a Boltonian accent as mine, aspired to work hard to make the required metro link from Bolton to Manchester a reality. We have a shared vision in improving connectivity for the town neither of us was born or bred in, but one that we both call home. I hope to work with our ambitious Metro Mayor for Greater Manchester in making this vision a reality, and thank Mark Logan for his service to the people of Bolton, and indeed his support during my general election campaign. I also wish him and his family well. I am the new Member of Parliament for Bolton North East, the first woman to represent this great constituency, the first Alawalia in Parliament, and I had also hoped to be the first Entwistle. However, Major Sir Cyril Fullard Entwistle, and I thought Kirith Kaur Alawalia Entwistle was long, beat me to it in 1918, and indeed he later returned to represent the great town of Bolton in 1931. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Sir Cyril and I share some similarities. He was born in Bombay in 1887 to a cotton manufacturer and came to Bolton, where he was educated at Bolton Grammar School in my constituency. How fitting is it then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that all these years later, a second-generation Indian immigrant would move to Bolton, settle down, and then represent our great town in Westminster? Sir Cyril was also an early advocate for equal rights, introducing the Matrimonial Causes Act 1923 as a private member's bill to give women legal equality in divorce cases. We have come a long way since then, as a nation and society, in improving the rights of women and those from ethnic minority backgrounds, such as myself. It is my hope that I can go further during my time here and support great initiatives like the Pregnant No Scrooge campaign, play my part in closing the gender and ethnicity pay gap, improve parental rights, and continue to shape a country that is more accessible, accommodating, and inclusive. Bolton is a town of great innovation, entrepreneurship, and industry, with it being the birthplace of the spinning mule invented by the late, great Samuel Crompton. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having had the privilege of meeting so many fantastic entrepreneurs throughout my campaign, I want to pay particular tribute to the great female entrepreneurs I encountered. Alison Angel, a female mentor who has helped women launch, grow, and develop sustainable businesses, and Mrs. Farida Patel, who owns the shop Mum's Mate in Halliwell, a particularly formidable woman who, alongside her daughters Nazanin and Mezzabine, go above and beyond for their local community. I also had the privilege of meeting Anita, who set up the Bolton Women in Business Awards and voted for the first time in this election and decided to put her faith in me. I also want to mention the inspirational organisation Fort Alice, a Bolton-based charity providing frontline services for people who are or have been affected by domestic abuse and violence. These women helping women, standing up and being exceptional role models in our town, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are the reason I am so proud to stand here today, to tell their stories, to do what I can to support them, and to highlight the incredible work Boltonians have done and are doing. I am also the first Sikh to represent the constituency of Bolton North East. The Sikh values of seva, service for the betterment of others, and humility are visible throughout Bolton. It's in our history, and it has been woven through the very fabric of our town. Community assets like the Bolton Lads and Girls Club, the Octagon Theatre, Bolton Museum and Library are testament of this. And I will do my utmost to keep these at the heart of everything that I do here, and will do my best to protect them and restore rich heritage centres such as the Hallethwaite Museum. I have found a great source of pride in Bolton, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is this pride for our great town that I wish to reflect here in Westminster. I have both the desire and the determination to improve our town, in particular our town centre, which I wish to see revitalised and renewed, and to give our young people hope and a chance of a brighter future again. And finally, to see our history and heritage rightly celebrated. For this little Indian girl from the culture-rich Southall, it is a great honour and a privilege to represent this fascinating and heritage-rich town of Bolton. It is time for me to get to work on the role that the wonderful and humble people of Bolton North East have sent me here to do.
Robert Jenrick. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by congratulating the Honourable Lady on her maiden speech. It's quite clearly a real achievement to be the first to make a maiden speech, and I'm sure members on both sides of the House will join me in congratulating her and wishing her well in the years ahead here in Parliament. Can I welcome all new members to this House, not least because some of you make me look older, which I've been looking for some time. But I remember when I was first sworn in the House and I entered in a by-election and so swore in on my own in a class of one, and there was a real heckle on that occasion from the beast of Bolsover. And he said, "Is he here on work experience?" And everyone laughed. But I have a few more grey hairs now, 10 years on, and have just been through a difficult general election in North Nottinghamshire. And I want to begin my remarks by saying a special thank you to my constituents for doing me the great honour and privilege of re-electing me, made all the more so on a difficult night, clearly, for my party. I will use my time in this House over the course of this Parliament to represent them with all of the vim and vigour that I possibly can. Having served as a minister in each of the governments of the last 5 Prime Ministers, I know what a special privilege it is to serve as a minister. And so can I wish our successors in office all best wishes and all good luck in the years ahead. As a patriot, we all know that this government's success is our success, and we want them to tackle the great challenges facing our country and to enjoy their time in office as much as I did in my years in ministerial office. The course of the general election made a number of things clear to me. There were many things that I was deeply proud of that our government achieved and which I will fiercely defend in the months and the years ahead, taking a bankrupt country and righting our public services and public finances, ensuring a decade of good employment when we inherited high unemployment, particularly amongst young people, ensuring that we led Europe in the defence of Ukraine. I'll give way in a second to the honourable member, but let me finish my point. Ensuring that we reformed our education system, and so that we now outstrip countries all over the world for the literacy and the numeracy of our children. Ensuring that we were one of the greatest countries in the world for tackling environmental challenges, decarbonising faster than any other G8 country. For all those and other reasons, I will always defend the record of the last Conservative government. But I'll come on in a moment to some of the lessons that I learnt of its failings. But I'll give way to the honourable member first.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Is he suggesting that voters on July the 4th were ungrateful?
I didn't quite hear the honourable, but if he was asking whether or not the electorate was wrong, no. No politician should ever doubt the electorate. But it's right that we defend the things that we did well in government, and that there is a proper diagnosis of what we got right and what we got wrong. I think we did get some things wrong. When we stood in 2019, we promised to get Brexit done, and we did that. We got Brexit done, and we restored our sovereignty as a nation. A great and lasting achievement. But we also promised that we would secure our borders, that we would ensure a strong economy and lower taxes, and a strong NHS and public services, which the public rightly expect. And on those counts, we did not deliver the services, the lower taxes, the level of economic growth, and the migration system that we promised and which the public rightly expect. The baton for those things now passes to this Labour government. And where it succeeds, I will welcome and support it. Where it falls short, I will challenge it. Because we want to ensure that those great issues facing our country are properly addressed. We live in one of the greatest times to be alive, but it is a time of immense change, when there is a shift in power from west to east, when new technology like AI is upending old industries, where there is an age of mass migration, which is challenging the pace of change in our country, creating huge pressures on housing and public services, on integration, making it harder to build the united country that we all want to see. And I worry that what we saw today in this King's speech does fall short of some of those great challenges. There are undoubtedly bills which I welcome. For example, the bill on the Holocaust Memorial, a project that I have been involved in for many years, and I'm delighted this new government will take forwards. Some are radical, like the changes in our energy policy, and I worry that they are radical for all the wrong reasons. despite having decarbonised faster than other countries, despite only being responsible for 1% of global emissions, we now find ourselves with a government pursuing, for ideological reasons, a net zero policy which is going to make it harder for our own consumers to afford their bills, which is going to further erode our industrial base, which is going to lead us in hock to Chinese technology, where we're trading dependence on Russian hydrocarbons for Chinese electric vehicles, smart meters and solar panels that will despoil our countryside, where new quangos will spring up, like Great British Energy, which serve no apparent purpose and take inspiration from their predecessors like Robin Hood Energy in my part of the world in Nottingham, a failed project that wasted £50 million of taxpayers' money. And already in the first few days of this government, I worry that 200,000 jobs in the oil and gas sector have been put in danger, just at the time when rightly the government is saying that we want to fuel our economy, to create jobs, and to change the dynamics that we've seen as a country since the financial crash in 2008. 20 or 30 years of low productivity growth and unsatisfactory economic growth. We should all be working to find ways to do that and to make that possible. I worry about the message on the economy that we're hearing. We want economic growth, but economic growth is founded on harnessing the entrepreneurship of our people. It is about creating a start-up country. It is about helping small business people to found businesses around their kitchen tables, like my parents did. It is not a statist vision of this country. It is not about using new quangos or a national wealth fund, which is an oxymoron because it's going to borrow the money it seeks to invest. It's not about changing our employment laws, which make us less competitive and will drive the kind of higher structural levels of unemployment that we see in Europe and which we mercifully have avoided over the last 10 years. And I worry about immigration because we do live in an age of mass migration. And I have been honest, painfully honest, about the failings of the last government on this topic. But I worry that the same or worse mistakes are about to be made again. What we're seeing in the Channel is a national security emergency. We're seeing tens of thousands of people about whom we know next to nothing crossing into our country, breaking into our country in flagrant abuse of our laws. Some of them are subjects of interest being followed by our security services. This has got to stop. And scrapping the only known credible deterrent with nothing else to put in its place is going to surrender to the people smuggling gangs. That's wrong, it's a mistake, and I worry that we are going to rue the day that we did that. I also hope that the government will take seriously legal migration, because we have to accept that the public in this country, in most parts of our country, have been voting for 20 or 30 years for governments and in referendums promising to control and to reduce the level of legal migration, only for governments of all political colours to do precisely the opposite. And that is immensely corrosive to public trust and confidence in politics and in democracy. And as one of our colleagues said earlier about the rise of far-right parties around the world, if we centrist parties on the left and the right do nothing about this, if we do nothing about this, then you will see the rise of far-right parties in this country. And I think that would be a great mistake. So I hope that the reforms that I started to reduce the number of people coming into this country legally are taken forward and that we further reduce them. Because we could have used this King's speech today to implement a legal cap on net migration, embedded by Parliament in law. We haven't done that. And that will mean further pressure on housing, on public services, and on the pace of change. Let me close with this. The Prime Minister has said that he wants this to be a new era in which politics is defined by service. And I think we will all agree on that point. It should be. But the question is, who do we serve? I don't think that we come to this place to serve the interests of new quangos and commissions and reviews. I don't think we're sent here to serve the interests of the legal fraternity and contested notions of international law. I don't think we're sent here to serve the new and worrying rise in sectarian politics, represented in this House for the first time in my lifetime, and which again should worry us. We're sent here to serve the interests of our constituents, and I choose them. I choose to ensure the working people of Newark and Nottinghamshire are always represented. And they sent me here with a few clear messages. Secure our border, reduce immigration, lower our taxes, stop the crimes, build homes, build a more united country, cohesive, integrated, not riddled by the poison of left-wing identity politics. That's what I'm here to fight. Where this government does that and lives up to that test, I will support it. Where it doesn't, I'll fiercely challenge it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Mr. Chope, today's King's speech has laid before us an ambitious and exciting vision which will benefit our country and my constituents in Prestons for decades to come. In particular, I welcome the announcement that this government will be introducing a new publicly owned company, Great British Energy. As a first step, Great British Energy will take back control of our energy supply, producing cheaper power for our country and ensure that profits go back into our communities. And as a Cooperative Party MP, I want to see more community energy companies based on the cooperative model. Not only will Great British Energy generate clean energy, but it will also cut energy bills and deliver good jobs. This news comes at a time when our constituents are desperately in need of support. For too long, they have been exposed to the energy insecurity created under the previous government, which has seen a cost of living crisis and bills skyrocketing to eye-watering prices. Every family and business in Britain is still paying the price of 14 years of Conservative failure with sky-high energy bills. The Conservatives have squandered our advantage in clean energy and left the country dangerously exposed to international energy markets manipulated by dictators like Vladimir Putin. And under the plans that Labour have, oil and gas giants who have made record profits from energy insecurity in this country will now be held accountable. A windfall tax on their excess profits will benefit the entire nation, lifting the burden off the public. Working alongside the private sector, we have the opportunity to double onshore wind, triple solar power and quadruple offshore wind by 2030. This investment in renewable energy is an investment in our future. We need to harness the advantage of our long coastline along with our engineering capabilities to become energy independent once again. We need to invest in carbon capture and storage, hydrogen and marine energy to ensure that we have a long-term energy storage our country needs. We need to accelerate investment in energy infrastructure. This can be achieved by this government's Green Prosperity Plan, which involves investing in cutting-edge green technology to create 650,000 jobs in the industries of the future by 2030. The previous government was slipping more and more towards climate denial, but it is critical now more than ever that the UK commits to our future by doing all that we can to achieve net zero, setting a good example to the rest of the world. Mr. Chope, I've been extremely fortunate to experience firsthand the progress that has been made in this over the years. As somebody who worked as a professional electrical engineer before entering full-time politics, I've always been very conscious of energy consumption issues and their impacts on the environment. I also served as a member of the European Parliament, where I sat on the Environment and Consumer Protection Committee, where we helped develop the European Emissions Trading Scheme. I'm very strongly in favour of clean energy and our mission to move towards a clean energy transition as a matter of urgency. Under the previous government, I sat on the Energy Security and Net Zero Committee from its inception, where I worked with colleagues to hold the then government to account and focus on the issues so acutely felt by the public, in particular with their soaring high energy costs. And during the Blair years, as a PPS to the former member for Derby South during her 3 years as Environment Secretary in the Cabinet, I became extremely aware of the crucial importance of reducing emissions as quickly as possible. And indeed, when the former member for Derby South became Foreign Secretary, she achieved the huge goal of placing climate change onto the UN Security Council agenda for the first time. Since then, the seriousness and urgency of the global challenge of climate change has only accelerated. It's not just a green issue now, it is a security issue. I'm proud and energised by the fact that this government is committed to tackling climate change and doing so in a way that brings the public with us and encourages international collaboration. By creating jobs and opportunities that stimulate the economy and slash energy bills, we are ensuring that together we can become a clean energy superpower, become energy independent, reach our net zero goals and secure our future for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Robinson. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a privilege it is not only to follow the Honourable Member for Preston, but to stand here not only as returned representative elected to continue my representation of my home constituency, but to stand as the leader of unionism in Northern Ireland, to have the opportunity to speak for the people of Northern Ireland in our national parliament with the endorsement not only of my constituents but colleagues right across the province. It is a real privilege, and I am pleased to do it during this humble address and response to His Majesty's gracious speech. The election, of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, brought with it some challenges, and we don't have two of our colleagues that I would have liked to have been here with us today. And I thank Ian and Paul both for their contribution and service to national politics and to politics more broadly in Northern Ireland. But we're not without hope, and I think it is very clear that the additions to the parliamentary team, even though not of our party, will make a significant contribution to life in their constituencies in Northern Ireland and to this place as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in considering how to respond to this loyal and gracious speech, I think the first thing to say is that we hold His Majesty not responsible for one bit of it, but it is, of course, the agenda of this government. And if you were to ask someone in rural Ireland for directions, you might find them responding to say, I wouldn't start from here. Now, when I read through the King's speech, I want to welcome the commitment to repeal the provisions of the Legacy Act. And I say that as somebody who, over the last 9 years, and alongside colleagues for longer than I, have been consistent in our approach to dealing with issues of legacy in Northern Ireland. And that's not something that everyone in this chamber can say. Over the last number of years, we appreciated the opposition that the Labour benches offered in the face of the Conservative government's pursuit of this Legacy Act. We appreciated the response that we got from colleagues opposite when they recognised that the removal of the pursuit of justice was obnoxious to victims, people who lost the opportunity to pursue answers and outcomes on behalf of their loved ones. But the corruption of justice in Northern Ireland commenced decades ago. The early release of prisoners was a corruption of justice. The on-the-runs legislation, ill-fated though it was a corruption of justice. And the letters of comfort indicating to terrorists that they would not face prosecution was a corruption of justice. And so I'm well aware this evening that the Prime Minister is due to meet with the Taoiseach of Ireland, Simon Harris. And I am well aware that as part of this King's speech, he's indicated very clearly that he is keen to reset relations. And I think that is important. We should have good relations with our near neighbours. But I want to take this opportunity to say very clearly that the corruption of justice, which has now been highlighted by, and we have a commitment from government that they're going to act upon it, should mean that we should have an engagement that's based on honesty with the government of the Irish Republic. And there should be gentle and encouraging challenge to say they have failed in their responsibilities on legacy. When the courts have determined that the Irish government should bring forward inquiries as to what role was played by their state actors, by An Garda Síochána, and by others involved within their territory, there has been silence. In fact, all we've had over recent years from the Irish government was a case against the UK government on this legislation. So let's balance it up. If the engagement this evening is to be fruitful, if there's to be a positive outcome on what is a good commitment and a commitment that we welcome, then I think it is to ask our near neighbours to play their part in ensuring truth
on that point
and justice.
Can I commend my honourable colleague and friend from East Belfast for what he said? When it comes to responsibility for the Republic of Ireland, what they should do, they should be held accountable for the fact that they give sanctuary to IRA terrorists who murdered my cousin in December 1971, and also Lexi Cummins, also my cousin, and escaped across the border. There's something wrong with the government and the Republic of Ireland in particular if they can give sanctuary to IRA murderers and killers and they think they can get away with it.
I'm very grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, to my colleague for that comment. I'd like to move on to public services. Over the last number of years, we've been campaigning about the fact that public services in Northern Ireland are constrained because the Barnett formula has not served us well, and we've been getting less than what the Northern Ireland Fiscal Commission and Council have accepted we need. That means year on year public services are being reduced in Northern Ireland. That means year on year we are not getting the sort of uplift required to make sure our constituents benefit from devolution. And new members to this House won't have probably experienced the protracted agony around devolution in Northern Ireland and the importance of getting it restored 5 months ago. But one part of that was ensuring that there was sufficient public finances available. And I think there is a key opportunity, though not mentioned in this King's speech, but hopefully something that a new incoming government will focus on, to draw upon the lessons of the Holtham Commission from Wales, to draw upon the positive uplift that is there, not to provide us with need, but what we need and what we need to reform, what we need to transform public services. Because at the moment, the challenges aren't about how we grow, how we develop the provisions for our people, irrespective of their community background in Northern Ireland. It's about what special schools we close. It's about what hospitals we close. It's about what services we stop providing. And I ask, as somebody who speaks for our corner of the United Kingdom in this place, that there would be earnest engagement on public services and public funding in Northern Ireland. Devolution was restored on the basis of an agreement that we reached with the then government, but it was supported by Labour in February of this year. Safeguarding the Union document allowed devolution to be restored and has contained within its key and significant commitments that we look forward to the Labour government honouring. Their members supported it at the time in February. They know the importance of it. And whilst I see reference in the King's speech to resetting relationships with the European Union, and as I said earlier, we should have good relationships and we should build upon those good relationships with near neighbours, we need to carefully nurture the arrangements that were agreed in February and need to be delivered. It's about removing barriers within our own country. We can focus on relationships with others outside, and we should, but that should not be to the detriment of that which makes this country work. There are opportunities about regional connectivity, opportunities to build on the Union Connectivity Review. The creation of a Council for the Regions and Borders looks quite like the East-West Council that was agreed back in February as part of the Safeguarding the Union document. We'll have to study the detail. If it's a rename and it's a rebadge, that's fine. But we need to talk about how do we move people and products from one part of our country to another. Where's the connectivity review work on the A75 when you move from Northern Ireland into Scotland and down toward Carlisle? How do we think about this as a national endeavour? There will be Scottish members of Parliament now newly elected on the Labour benches who will take a keen interest in making sure that the Union works across the United Kingdom and we want to play our part in that. Mr Deputy Speaker, on defence, I've spent the last 8 years on the Defence Select Committee. I've spoken many times of the contribution from my constituency of Talis and the in-laws and how important they were in the initial weeks of defence of Kyiv particularly and Ukraine more generally. But the eye has been taken off the ball on support for key industries within my constituency and important for Northern Ireland as a whole in the defence sphere. You will have seen negative briefing in the last 24 hours around Harn na Wolf. I want to see a very clear commitment from this government that they believe in the contracts that have been awarded to Belfast. They believe in the renaissance of shipbuilding in Belfast. They adhere to the commitments of the National Shipbuilding Review that talks about building skills and opportunities throughout our United Kingdom, and that irrespective of the ups and downs, highs and lows of any individual company, that the aspiration and the economic benefits of retaining shipbuilding and growing the shipbuilding capacity in Belfast is highly important. So too the issues around Boeing wishing to bring Spirit Aerospace back in to their company. Significant issues arise in that for the economy of Belfast and Northern Ireland, the largest private employer with high-skilled manufacturing jobs in my constituency, but servicing the entirety of the United Kingdom, something government needs to focus on, something previous business secretaries did, and current secretaries for business are. I'm not suggesting they aren't, but there's a huge opportunity in the next 6 months that we need to land to secure the importance for us. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I realise I'm going beyond what is the suggested time limit, there is a proposal here for a football regulator. Good. And we'll have the debate in the next number of weeks and months, probably by the Honourable Member for Strangford, as to whether that's a football regulator for England or in this national parliament, whether that's a football regulator for football within our country. But if I didn't close with this, I would probably have one less vote come the next election. My constituent, Davy Warren, who used to serve me on my way to school in the newsagents, texts me to say, Gavin, support England if you like on Sunday. They're not your team, but they're the only team from our country, so support England if you like. But remind them all that Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline is a Northern Ireland football team anthem. And the Green and White Army were very happy to lend that anthem to all of you. But we will reclaim it. And just to remind you gently that the last time Spain faced a home nation in any significant final or competition, and Jim Shannon was there and I wasn't born. Northern Ireland beat Spain. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
To make his maiden speech, I call Narendra Jas.
To represent the new constituency of Wolverhampton West. It was created by the incorporation of 7 wards from the previous Wolverhampton South West constituency, with 1 ward coming from the previous Wolverhampton North East constituency and 1 ward coming from Wolverhampton South East constituency. As with so many other places in our country, housing is a major issue in my constituency. I'm pleased to note the housing measures set out by His Majesty's government in the gracious speech. Our country faces a growing housing crisis. In the year to March 2024, the number of new homes started by builders in England was about 135,000, a 22% fall on the previous year. Housing completions in England were only about just over 153,000 units, representing a 12% annual fall. Moreover, planning applications have fallen. In late November 2018, Prime Minister David Lloyd George chose to start his general election campaign in what is now the Wolverhampton West constituency with the famous Homes Fit for Heroes speech. He demanded better homes, saying, What is our task? To make Britain a fit country for heroes to live in. I echo that sentiment and have every confidence that the government of today will deliver a significant boost to housing bills, especially, I hope, council housing, just as it did in the 1920s and the 1960s. Less than 25 years ago, it was possible to allocate a one-bedroom Wolverhampton council flat in less than 48 hours. Now it seems that the waiting list in so many parts of our country nears 48 months. We desperately need a mass programme of building council housing, quite literally an investment for the future. I'm a proud son of Wolverhampton, a Wolfronian, so called because our city was founded over 1,000 years ago by Lady Wolfram, and it is perhaps the only city in our country founded by a woman. I have lived in the city that I love since arriving from East Africa at the age of 4. I went to school in the city, went to college there, went to university, did my law degree, did my professional exams there, and did my legal training in a solicitor's office in the city to begin with. I've spent my working life as a social justice lawyer in the great firm of Thompson Solicitors, focusing on work for trade union members and on clinical negligence cases. Wolverhampton has a long and proud tradition of manufacturing, formerly being home to the renowned companies such as Sunbeam Cars, which held the land speed record, and Dye Motors, and incidentally my father worked on a lathe machine at Dye Motors. The constituency also contains the headquarters of Marston's, a big pub chain whose brewery in this month is being sold to Carlsberg, and I wish to work with others to encourage them to continue our city's 149-year tradition as a major brewing location. Our city has a fine tradition of assisting the disadvantaged. For example, headquartered in the constituency is The Haven, which is the second oldest charity in the country, providing refuge accommodation for women and children escaping domestic abuse. We are also the head office of the excellent Refugee and Migrant Centre, a national centre of expertise. I'm a long-standing and active trade unionist and on the Executive Council of the GMB. And I'm always conscious that the first national union agreement with an employer for an 8-hour day was actually signed in Wolverhampton in the 1930s. Those who are unfortunate enough not to know Wolverhampton are often surprised as to how much our city has to offer. We have a Premier League football team, Wolverhampton Wanderers, the Wolves, and I'm a proud wearer of the Wolves badge as well. I'm fortunate enough to have a season ticket at the club with my son. And in this week of English football, and our England players did us proud, we have achieved so much as an England football team. Bearing that in mind, I recall that for many years, Tan Cullis, who lived in the city whilst he was the England manager. And I also recall the great Wolves player Billy Wright, who captained the England football team on the most occasions. And we have a statue of Billy Wright in the city centre stadium, the Molyneux. Correspondingly, perhaps the best-known captain of the England cricket team was Rachel, later Baroness Hayhoe-Flint, who in 1963 hit the first 6 in a women's test match against the old enemy Australia, and who was unbeaten in 6 test series. Also capped for England in hockey, she grew up in the city and lived there all of her life. The constituency is also home to the country's first all-weather floodlit racecourse. Despite the budget cuts of recent years, there are 3 hospitals in Wolverhampton West and many fine schools, and I'm pleased to say 4 special schools. We are blessed with cultural facilities, such as the fantastic Victoria-era West Park, the 19th century Grand Theatre, the finest arts and crafts National Trust House in the country, Whittick Manor, and the Wolverhampton Art Gallery, home to nationally important collections of pop art and the and of Northern Ireland Troubles Art. I will now note the contributions and influence of my predecessors, regrettably the most well-known of whom may be Enoch Powell. But having lived in Wolverhampton since the age of 4, I can attest that community relations have improved very markedly. And this has not happened by chance. It has come by because of hard work by very many people, including several of my predecessors, and by groups such as Wolverhampton Interfaith, of which I have been a member for several years. I want to pay tribute to the work done by my predecessors, Stuart Anderson, who was the MP before the last election, and then he decided to stand in South Shropshire. Jenny Jones, who fostered the developing democracy of Eastern Europe around the turn of the century, and most of all, the work carried out by the backbencher of the year 2008, my great friend and predecessor Rob Maris, with his assisted dying bill and his pioneering work on adaptation to climate change. I have to say that Wolverhampton is underrated. It is a great place to live and a great city. I am sure that the measures set out in the gracious speech will help it to become greater still.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Darpar Lefarydd, Sir Chope. This the immediate challenge to the economy in Wales of the situation of Port Talbot, and I think that everybody in this House will be very much aware that we need security of supply when it comes to virgin steel for all the other projects that we hope to bring forward with net zero, and that of course is something that the UK government needs to be working closely to find some solution to what is happening in Port Talbot. And I think this is an important point. When we're talking about fairness, it isn't a matter of begging for money from Westminster. This is, on the one hand, demanding the money rightly owed to Wales. And if people are arguing for the strength of the union, and that's not something that my party does, but if you are, I would be looking that the strength of the union does give the nation of Wales fair funding from the other side of the House, quite possibly. But equally significant to me and my party is that we have the necessary levers, the tools that we need to drive up our own economic development in Wales. We don't want to be with our hands out for the begging bowl. We want the means to grow our own economy and for that to be answerable in Wales. Interestingly, this is raised in the King's speech today in relation to devolution in England, I think, having had a quarter of a century of devolution in Wales, under the model devised by Labour and under a Labour government, it would be very interesting to strengthen the economy in Wales as well. And Plaid Cymru's amendment, of course, sets out this vision in plain terms. It calls for measures to reform Wales's fiscal framework to provide consistency, transparency and fairness. And it calls for replacing the Barnett formula with a needs-based formula, also to introducing multi-year funding settlements, to restoring the Welsh budget to 2021 spending review levels. This is how Labour could bring about real change in Wales. And indeed, of course, what's missing in this King's speech is just as important as what is in it. The decision not to scrap the two-child benefit cap shows Labour choice not to prioritise the immediate needs in the here and now of nearly a third of children in Wales who live in poverty. Labour officials have repeatedly refused to make this so-called unfunded commitment. But the point is, and this matters, the decision not to fund it is a political decision. Now, Plaid Cymru, of course, have championed what would be real change, alternative means of taxation which would enable the funding of progressive policies, equalising capital gains tax with income tax, which would raise £15 billion a year. Now, £2.5 billion a year is what is needed to fund the abolishment of the two-child benefit cap. And that would require less than a fifth of all that potential income. Just imagine how much we could do with the remaining contribution to the public purse. And scrapping this cap alone would help lift 65,000 affected children out of poverty in Wales. That is 11% of children in Wales. Child poverty levels are unacceptably high, and this policy only increases it further. To invest in our children's futures would be, in the here and now, a real powerful change. Now, I know that Labour have committed to the idea of a task force. I have to welcome that because it's a step in the right direction. It's very interesting that that's happened today. Is this the first indication of a U-turn on the part of Labour? If so, I would welcome it, and I look forward to hearing more on that, quite frankly. Thirdly, of course, Labour today committed to strengthen devolution in England. And it is, of course, important that communities have a real say in decisions that affect them, and yet similar promises were not made to Wales. Labour's manifesto committed to strengthening the Sewell Convention and to consider that weasel word, the devolution of justice and policing to Wales, which has already been considered, of course, because it's the policy of Labour's own party in Wales, but actually brought forward. And when we consider the state of our prisons as left to us, as bequeathed to us by the previous government with their policy of 14 years of austerity, we need radical ideas if we are to tackle the blight of how we rehabilitate, how we deal with justice. And in Wales, of course, the key measures involved with rehabilitation in making our communities safer, those are in the hands already of the Senedd, namely health and housing. We need all this in place. Welsh devolution in recent years has been constantly undermined, and it is high time to go further and pass legislation to put legal safeguards in place to protect devolved powers. We also need to heed the recommendations of experts and expand devolved powers, critically, of course, policing and justice, but also broadcasting. And if we are to tackle, again, the question of far-right populism expanding, we need to have the means to do that through broadcasting, with rail services, and, of course, the Crown Estate, just to name some. Plaid Cymru will use the clear role that we now have in this new Parliament to demand that Wales is treated fairly. We will, of course, also be raising the question with colleagues here in relation to our relationship with our nearest neighbours. When I'm standing in Penllyn, my nearest capital city is not London, it is Dublin. And our relationship with the rest of the EU is absolutely critical since we've seen the economic damage that Brexit has caused. We will also be raising the issue of how the calamity, the disaster that is unfolding in Gaza, the response that is made from this place, and how we seek justice for the people of Palestine, and how we make sure that they are properly treated and recognised as a nation in the world in future. Again, we will be using this theatre to be making sure that our voice is heard. We will therefore continue to push the UK Labour government to be more ambitious. I heard the Prime Minister talk about the lobby of good intentions. Yes, there are good intentions. There are good intentions also to work together where we can. But Plaid Cymru will hold this place to account for the people of Wales. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Bill Esterson. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chope. It is always a pleasure to speak in this chamber. I've had the pleasure of doing so for the last 14 years, but I can tell you it's not a big improvement standing on this side of the chamber. And I look forward to giving full support to this new Labour government in its endeavour as it makes its first steps in changing our country for the better. Can I congratulate my honourable friends from Bolton North East and from Wolverhampton West who gave outstanding maiden speeches. They've set the bar rather high for the rest of you, I think you would all agree, and I wish you all well in your endeavours. Indeed, congratulate all new and returning members. Mr. Chope, we have an inheritance after 14 years, and I'll just say to some of those honourable members opposite who have defended the previous government's record, or at least attempted to do so as they made their various leadership pitches, that the 14 years of economic performance tell a rather different story to that which we have just heard. Low living standards, a cost of living crisis, low growth. Growth so low, in fact, that had we maintained the growth of the last Labour government, GDP would be £140 billion higher. Every household would have, on average, £5,800 more every single year, and there'd be £50 billion more on the same tax rates for spending and investing in our public services and in our infrastructure. That is what 14 years of Conservative government has meant for this country, and to cap it all, we had the Liz Truss quasi-Kwarteng exuberance, or the mini-budget, the disastrous crashing of the economy, which has left people paying high interest rates even now, 2 years later. So that is the record we inherit. It is what we have to fix, and we have made a very, very good start. In the gracious speech, the importance of economic stability was underlined with the announcement of a budget responsibility bill to deliver stability, to attract investment by creating confidence throughout the economy. The National Wealth Fund to attract that private investment and to invest in the massive opportunity which is available to us in this country, almost uniquely in Western Europe, through clean energy, through our geographical and our geological opportunities and our marvellous tech in this country, our science base, our universities too. The reforms of planning to deliver the infrastructure and housing, the reform of skills to deliver for our workers and for their employers too. And the investment that we've announced, so important in transport, the improvements in rail, in buses, the commitment to sustainable aviation fuel, show a government which actually understands the importance of integrated transport in delivering societal and economic improvements. Turning to the impact on my constituency, and like everybody in this House, we will benefit from the commitments to take action on NHS and dental waiting lists and to improve appointments, to recruit the additional teachers, to put in place the places in breakfast clubs for our children. All of these will make a massive immediate difference and are part of the down payment that the Prime Minister committed to during the election campaign and reiterated in his brilliant speech earlier. But in my constituency, there is one piece of legislation announced today above all that is of particular significance. I represent many people whose loved ones died at Hillsborough, or who were injured, or who attended. So I am very pleased, along with all of my Merseyside and Liverpool City region colleagues, and indeed many more in this House, for everyone who has campaigned so hard for justice for 35 years. The legal duty of candour on all public officials and authorities will now be created as it should have been done so many years ago. I move on to mental health. I am thrilled at the announcement and the commitment to mental health in the gracious speech. Maghull Health Park in my constituency has arguably the most comprehensive array of mental health services in Europe. We have medium secure and low secure to go with the well-known high secure Ashworth Hospital, and that is the best arrangement on a single location. But Merseyside Care NHS Trust, along with the Liverpool Combined Authority and Liverpool City Region Combined Authority and Sefton Council, all want to see, as do I, investment in a world-leading diagnostic and research facility in mental health on that same site. I think what we heard today in the gracious speech, it gives me great confidence that such investment is likely to be available so we can make the most of what we're already very good at in this country and make so much more of it. And it must be right that, as the Sovereign said in the other place, that physical health should have the same attention, mental health should have the same attention as physical. Now, this brings me in more detail onto energy. The Liverpool City region and the northwest of England are supremely well placed to be at the heart of the government's plans for investment in clean energy and in energy security. Contrary to what some Conservative members have been saying, this is about jobs. It is about cheaper transport and lower energy bills. It is an economic investment as much as it is an environmental one. And it's essential that we support workers, of course it is, in the oil and gas industry, so that we avoid the mistakes of deindustrialisation, so that there are jobs, so that there is training for people to make the transition and to take advantage of the lower carbon future that we all know is coming. So in the Liverpool City region and across the country, it is absolutely right that we make the most of the opportunities in fixed and floating offshore wind. In onshore wind, I'm so pleased that the Secretary of State ended the ban as one of his first acts, and indeed that he announced the 3 new solar farms, but also in the northwest and elsewhere in hydrogen, in carbon capture and storage, in nuclear, and uniquely in the northwest, in the city region, we have great plans for the Mersey tidal project. They are all key to growth, to prosperity, and to addressing the climate crisis. So I am thrilled that this is front and centre of Labour's plans for government. And there are many other aspects to the low-carbon future. The improvement in insulation in housing, the plans for solar for people at home, something I have invested in and have seen the benefits from with lower bills already, and I would advocate that for everybody, and it is brilliant that we are committed to giving everybody the ability to make the most of the opportunity. But also in the city region in the northwest, we're part of the HyNet project, which is a commitment to a series of green hydrogen generation units. We're also committed to improvements in green transport through the rollout of EV charge points, something that has to happen more quickly right across the country. And in the city region, there are already net zero hydrogen buses in service. Elsewhere in the city region, Glass Futures is leading the way internationally on decarbonising the production of glass, and we are looking also at battery storage. So whether it's the city region or elsewhere in the country, this really is key, not just to Labour's energy mission, but to the mission of sustaining the highest growth in the G7. And whether it is to do with the investment in energy or the improvements in public services, by having growth at the centre, we really will see improvements in this country. We really will see a change from what we've seen over the last 14 years. 14 years of chaos are over. It's time to turn the page. It's time to work together, as the Prime Minister said, and as he offers to all members in this House and to people beyond this House, to work together to start to rebuild Britain. Today's gracious speech is an important down payment in securing Britain's future.
Yeah. Roger Gale. Thank you, Sir Chris. I would like to start by adding my congratulations to both my friend, the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Bootle, and the Honourable Lady, the Member for Vauxhall, for their speeches earlier this afternoon. You and I, Sir Christopher, have heard, I suspect, quite a number of such speeches, and I hope that we can probably agree that they are amongst two of the very best that I have certainly ever heard. And while I'm congratulating, may I also pass my congratulations to the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Wolverhampton West. He spoke movingly of his football team and his town, and in which he quite clearly has great pride. I don't think I visited Wolverhampton more than 60 years ago. If the Ambassador Bowling Alley is still there, then I recall that Berry Gordy brought the Motor Town Review to Wolverhampton, and I actually watched Stevie Wonder playing 10-pin bowls in a Wolverhampton bowling alley. Think about that. Sir Christopher, it's 41 years since I was first elected to this House as the then youngest Member of Parliament for the new seat of North Thanet. And I'm delighted that 41 years later I find myself elected as the youngest Member of Parliament for Herne Bay and Sandwich. Colleagues on both sides of the House, new colleagues who haven't heard these speeches before, will find over, and you and I, Sir Christopher, both know this very well indeed, will find that over the coming weeks and months you will make great friendships right across the House, and that is as it should be. Out there in the real world, people don't understand that. They don't understand that we work so closely together. But we do, and so we should. And Jo Cox was absolutely right when she memorably said, there is much more that unites us than divides us. Yeah. And so it is with this speech today. And I should also place on record my thanks, and I hope the House, thanks to the whole House, to the manner in which both the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister have managed with great dignity the transfer of power. We do state openings rather well. We do democracy in this country even better. And there are many who envy us for that, and it's a precious jewel that we should never lose. This King's speech has much in it that I trust we can all applaud. The clear reference to defence of the realm, which is so vital to our country. Our commitment to NATO. Our commitment to support for Ukraine in what is not just their war but our war, a war to defend democracy. And commitment to, not everybody will agree with this, but a two-state settlement in the Middle East. Those are all laudable, and we can all, I trust, support them. There are other areas that are greyer and that we shall have to take some issue with. And that is the job of opposition, and the Prime Minister would expect that. And the opposition will hold his feet to the fire and hold him to account when we think that he's got it wrong. There are three issues that I want to raise very briefly this afternoon. I have grave concerns about the proposed reforms of planning law. I, like many on the government benches now, represent a rural constituency. I fear for the loss of farmland. And in the proposed planning reforms, and I'm not sure, and this is a genuine confusion and concern, whether or not it is now the Chancellor of the Exchequer or the Secretary of State for Housing that is driving this policy. But I have a very real concern that local democracy will be removed and that we shall find ourselves with a slash and burn policy that will destroy yet more, not of the green belt, but of the land that we need to grow the food to feed our country. And I trust that the government will address that issue very clearly and very seriously indeed. Turning to the Department of Net Zero, the Secretary of State, the new Secretary of State, has moved very fast indeed to grant some planning consents that again give me cause for concern. I find it wholly unnecessary that we should use, in the case of East Anglia and in Thanet, prime agricultural land, grade 1 land, that generates wheat of bread-making quality for solar farms, when we have acres of rooftops in public ownership and acres of car parks in public ownership that could and should better be used to release, to protect the land that we need. And I have a particular concern about a project that's been referred to by my two colleagues from East Anglia earlier this afternoon, what is known as the Sea Link project, which is designed to run a power cable from East Anglia under the Thames and around the coast to make landfall close to Sandwich. The proposal is to build on marshland immediately next to a site of special scientific interest, having crossed the Pegwell Bay Nature Reserve, a 90-foot high structure the size of about 4 football pitches. And National Grid have got this so horribly wrong that they've now realised that marshland is wet, and that therefore they have to pour thousands of tons of concrete into the land and drill down and pile before they can even begin to build their structure. And the point about this is that there are viable alternatives which have been suggested. And I hope that the new Secretary of State will take this concern on board and use his powers, which he has, to instruct National Grid to go back to the drawing board and get it right. We all want clean energy. We all want renewable energy. We all want to hit the net zero target, but just not at any price. And if we rush into this, we will get it wrong. And we owe it to the grandchildren of every member present to get it right. My final and very quick remaining concern is an omission from the King's speech. It is a sadness to me that, given the amount of comment and publicity, there is not one mention that I can see of animal welfare anywhere in the speech at all. And I would hope that at the very least, Her Majesty's new government will reintroduce and ram through the trophy hunting bill that 2 members of Parliament, one Labour and one Tory, tried to get through the last Parliament and failed. And with that, I would simply say, in the interests of this United Kingdom, I wish the government and its programme well. We will hold feet to the fire where necessary. But I trust, as the Freudian slip, the Leader of the Opposition this afternoon said, we shall not be obstructive. A government has a right to get its business. Thank you.
I call Patrick Hurley to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, sir, for calling me to make my first speech as part of this important debate. Firstly, may I thank the Right Honourable Member for Herne Bay and Sandwich for his contribution. May I also pay tribute to all of those who are making their first speeches today. I wish them well today and for the remainder of this Parliament, and I hope that we each manage to repay the trust that our new constituents have placed in us. I'm led to believe that certain conventions apply to members' first speeches. I wish to assure the House that I will abide by those conventions. Accordingly, I wish to pay sincere tribute to my predecessor, Damien Moore, who diligently served Southport for the past 7 years, paving the way for a new government to ensure that the town's best days lie ahead of it. I wish him nothing but the best for the future. I also wish to refer to another of my predecessors as Southport's MP, somebody already mentioned in today's debate. At the 1865 general election, William Gladstone was elected as one of the 3 members for the South Lancashire County constituency, which took in both Southport and also my original hometown of Prescott. As I'm sure members will appreciate, this fact helped me somewhat over the past 12 months or so in drawing a link between where I was born and where I now represent in this House. Now, I expect I am not alone amongst new members in having been rather overwhelmed over the past couple of weeks by the mountain of email correspondence that we've been receiving from constituents and others since our elections. I can, though, take some comfort in the fact that my inbox refers solely to the much smaller constituency of Southport, rather than the whole of the South Lancashire constituency that William Gladstone represented. And I can only imagine the additional stresses and strains on members in Gladstone's day if they too had had access to a parliamentary email address. As well as being part of the same old county constituency, both Prescott and Southport were also within the boundaries of the old 100 of West Derby. This fact was brought further to my attention when the Boundary Commission announced during the last Parliament that the new Southport constituency would from now onwards also contain Tarleton and Hesketh Bank, 2 beautiful villages on the south coast of the Ribble. As a result of this change, I researched at my local library whereabouts the boundary of the West Derby 100 was, hoping that I'd be able to say that Tarleton and Hesketh Bank had, many years ago, also been under the same county division as Southport. Alas, this was not to be. After quite some hours of research, I realised that the information I was looking for had actually been staring me in the face all along. It appears that the boundary between the hundreds of West Derby and Leyland lay along, would you believe, Boundary Lane. And that Boundary Lane is situated in a hamlet called 100 End. It's a lesson, I think, in not ignoring the obvious when it's right there in front of you. My predecessors in previous parliaments have talked about how they have felt that Southport has sometimes been taken for granted or taken advantage of, and so have subsequently sought to discuss and elevate divisions between the towns of the local borough. I wish to assure my constituents that I will take a different approach. Instead, I will work to ensure that our country's new government will not look to cause divisions with our neighbours, whether they be other countries thousands of miles away, or even just other towns just a few thousand yards away. Instead, I will work with colleagues to ensure that the government will look instead to unite our country in the task of national renewal, because the politics I believe in is a politics of the common good, a politics where each of us looks out for the well-being of the other rather than tries to do us down. Many towns and villages in this country have seen better days over the past few years. Southport is no different. Whereas other areas have had, for instance, much-needed housing not built or much-needed transport links not implemented, 2 issues I'm pleased to see the new government planning to address. Southport's problems have manifested themselves in the temporary closure of the town's much-loved pier and a town centre whose main streets need more than their fair share of love and attention. I promise to work with colleagues in this House and beyond to fix these issues. The new government's priority on economic growth is entirely the right approach. Unless we get the trend rate of growth back to pre-2008 levels, our task in this Parliament around reducing poverty will be much harder, and the government has my full support in its approach. I wish it to be known that I will do my utmost to make sure that Southport's best days lie ahead of it, that the decline of recent years will be arrested, and that the town's fortunes will be turned around, and that I will work with good people of good faith to bring that about, no matter what their party affiliation. And with that, I would like to thank you, sir, for allowing me the opportunity to make my first speech in this place, and I thank the House for the manner in which the speech was received.
Order, order. We still have 25 members wishing to speak. So after the next speaker, who will be Sir Julian Lewis, I'm afraid I must impose a time limit of 7 minutes. This strict time limit will not apply to maiden speeches, but I'm sure that they will also want to keep an eye on the clock. And remember the courtesies of the House. If we don't impose this time limit now, and if the people don't keep to it, not everybody will get in this debate. So after the next speaker, there will be a time limit of 7 minutes, and I now call Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Sir Edward. And who would have ever dreamt when we first met in October 1981 that so many years later, both you and your equally radical and progressive friend, my honourable neighbour for Christchurch, would successively grace this House by occupying the Speaker's chair. I wish to make congratulations indeed a theme of my short contribution. I want to congratulate in particular the 3 maiden speakers that we've heard so far. It takes quite a bit of doing to make your maiden speech so soon after entering the House of Commons, and it is greatly to their credit that they made such generous tributes to their predecessors. The Honourable Lady for Bolton North East talked about working across party boundaries, and that's something I wish to come back to. The Honourable Gentleman for Wolverhampton West concentrated on housing issues and the great sports record and legacy of his beloved Wolverhampton. And I too can remember Billy Wright from all those years ago. And the Honourable Gentleman for Southport, who's just spoken, showed an intimate knowledge of the local issues affecting his new seat, and I'm sure he will be extremely assiduous in attending to them. Now, I believe that congratulations are a theme that's in order, and I wish in that respect to echo what was said by my right honourable friend for Herne Bay and Sandwich when he talked about the result of the election and the way in which power was transferred. Now, it goes without saying that whenever you have a general election and one side achieves a significant absolute majority, as has happened in this case, there will be a majority of people in the chamber who are feeling self-congratulatory. But I suggest that we all ought to congratulate ourselves and each other on the way in which we have handled the transfer of power. And it is a cause for great concern that when we look amongst modern democracies, both in Western Europe and sadly across the Atlantic, and more of our important relationship with the United States will be addressed a little later in my remarks, that the cause of democracy in those countries is so ragged and threadbare at the moment. Let us hope it is but a passing phase. Now, the for those people situated on the opposition benches, I have to say that bad though the result was for the Conservative Party, people observing the benches today shouldn't think it was quite as much as a wipeout as might appear at the moment. But I have to say, I think two of us at least have had the experience of sitting on these benches before. And I was one of 32 first-time Conservative MPs elected in the Blair landslide of 1997, and I had 13 years on those opposition benches, and then I had, 5 years after that in a coalition. Which was the worse, I'm not sure. But what I would say, a piece of advice to all new entrants to the House, including on the government side, is this. If you want to enjoy your time in this place, ask yourself the following question and hopefully give yourself the right answer. Would you still want to be here if you knew that you were going to be a backbencher all your parliamentary career? And if the answer is yes, then you're in the right place. Cling to it, because then anything else that happens is a bonus. If the answer is no, then you made the wrong career decision and get out at the next possible opportunity, because you are never going to be satisfied, because people who come in with that attitude get disappointed because they maybe make it to the front bench, but they don't make it to be a cabinet minister, or they make it to the cabinet but they don't get to be one of the top 4, or they make it to the top 4 but they don't get the top job. And you know what happens to many prime ministers who even get right to the top. So enjoy the status that you've got, bank it, and look on everything else as a dividend. Turning to the King's speech, just a couple of observations, because we don't have the time for anything more detailed. On the issue of planning presumptions, I'm always a little bit worried about presumptions in favour of this and presumptions in favour of that. Let's hope that's not a shorthand for ignoring what people want. In my constituency of New Forest East, the biggest local issue for the first 6 years of my time in this place was a proposal to build a giant container port on reclaimed land on Southampton water called Dibden Bay. And Associated British Ports said that without doing this, the port of Southampton would begin to die. And we fought this for 6 years, and we won. And guess what? The port of Southampton didn't die. They found other ways of dealing with the container traffic, which has thrived. And now we have the prospect of a free port in the area. And I like to think that the new people in charge of Associated British Ports will be a lot more sensitive about what they plan for the delicate parts of the constituency. So all I'd say is, do not trample roughshod over communities' concerns with major infrastructure projects, because sometimes you may not be getting the best project. On the issue of conversion therapy, I just leave a question hanging in the air. And that is, anybody who votes for this change needs to be able to answer this point. What is it that you're proposing to outlaw that isn't already forbidden under existing laws? The danger with well-intentioned laws of this nature is that you can end up in a situation where what you're really talking about is thought crime. And 75 years after George Orwell's 1984 was published, or maybe it's 76 now, technically speaking, we need to be wary of that. I have a constituent with whom I happen to disagree about abortion. This particular constituent is fanatically opposed to abortion, and I'm not, and I do not think there should be demonstrations outside abortion clinics. But what he wants to do is to be able to stand silently by himself on the pavement and pray internally. And he's in a position where, if he's asked by the police what he is doing. If he says, I'm thinking about my shopping list or I'm thinking about some other domestic issue, he's fine. But if he actually admits that he is praying in relation to the abortion issue, he could end up being accused of committing an offence. Be careful before you go down that road too far. When it comes to modernising of the House of Lords membership, please be careful about blanket considerations. I would just say to people there is a very well-informed group led by Professor Lord Norton, who have been grappling with sensible ways of trying to modernise and reform the House of Lords for quite a number of years, and voices like this need to be listened to, because the House of Lords, though some people are appointed on the wrong basis, do in fact do an important job. If I may just have a few more moments, please, for one last point, which is quite significant, and that is it relates to the Intelligence and Security Committee, and this is an essential matter which will need to be incorporated into one of those pieces of legislation which the government is bringing forward. And it's a single amendment to the Justice and Security Act 2013. That amendment is required to protect a particular aspect of our parliamentary democracy which is currently being undermined. The amendment is to establish an independent office to support the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, which until recently I was chairing, in order to safeguard the independence of the committee itself. For the benefit of the newer members of the House, the ISC is a cross-party and cross-house committee created by statute. Under the Justice and Security Act of 2013, the ISC has the legal responsibility for overseeing the UK's intelligence community on behalf of Parliament. Newer members will be surprised to hear that the ISC's office, a very small number of staff, belongs to the Cabinet Office, when the ISC oversees large parts of the Cabinet Office, and they would be right to be surprised. That's a fundamental conflict of interest, which is why at the time of the Justice and Security Act, the Cabinet Office was supposed to be only a temporary home. But in the over 10 years that have elapsed since then, the committee's office is still beholden to and vulnerable within and unfairly pressurised by the very part of the executive which it's charged with overseeing. The executive should not be able to constrain and control the committee's democratic oversight on behalf of Parliament by exerting control over the committee's small team to the extent that the Cabinet Office officials are actually overriding the committee, as has happened repeatedly in respect of staff assessments in recent years, or starving it of resources so that it's unable to fulfil its legal responsibilities. The members of the ISC in the last Parliament therefore determined unanimously across all parties and both houses represented by its membership that it was essential for parliamentary democracy that the committee's office move out from under the control of the executive and be established instead as an independent body corporate with a link to Parliament rather than the executive. And this is my final point, in the King's speech we heard this morning that there is a programme outlined which gives an obvious vehicle for putting this matter right. And that is, quotes, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and International Committee of the Red Cross Status Bill, which is designed to change the status of those two organisations. It is therefore the obvious place to include a short amendment to the legislation necessary to change the status of the committee's organisation as well. And I hope that we can work across party boundaries to ensure that the resources and the independence of the staff of the Intelligence and Security Committee can now be secured after a difficult time in which the excellent staff have helped produce many important reports, but they should not have to be looking over their shoulders with a problem of this sort. Thank you.
Order. I must now impose a time limit of 7 minutes. Rachel Maskell. Thank you, Sir Edward, and may I congratulate all new and returning members on their election success. The Honourable Member for New Forest East is right in saying it is the greatest of privileges in being able to represent our constituents, and I certainly pay real attention to my constituents in York Central and assure them I will do all I can to make sure their voices are heard, not least with the privilege of being in power. We must make the most of every opportunity, as today's humble address has clearly demonstrated for all to see. First, stabilising the economy, and I say to our Treasury bench, York Central will play its part, not only creating 12,500 new jobs in the York Central development, taking forward the advanced rail technologies and the biosciences, but also Bio Yorkshire, 4,000 green-collar jobs, a Green New Deal for York and wider Yorkshire. And it will be a huge privilege to work with our front bench to see that come to fruition. But it's not just about the economy. We will build the homes and the public services that we have longed to see from opposition. Entrenched now in inequality, we will overturn that injustice that has crushed so many hopes and crushed so many communities, and ensure that we build those services in the interests of the people we represent. Labour's Employment Rights Bill will be so refreshing to workers. I refer to my register of interest, but I am a proud trade unionist and proud of the work of trade unions, working people working together for a better future, ending fire and rehire, the disgrace of the minimum service level agreements, and giving workers fresh rights on the day they start work. But I would also ask my front bench if they'll consider my previous private member's bill to outlaw bullying at work, ensuring we had a legal definition on bullying, alongside discrimination and harassment, providing a route through to an employment tribunal to seek justice, and alongside having an enforcement body to improve workplace cultures. It could be transformative, reduce absenteeism and increase productivity. It needs including. And as I stand here as a cooperative MP, of which I am so proud, I too will ensure that we embed our values in the future government's agenda, growing the cooperative sector, ensuring we have community energy alongside Great British Energy, creating those safer high streets, enabling local ownership so assets within our communities are once again given back to our communities. Labour's determination also to build the homes our constituents desperately need, and I know with York having such a serious housing crisis, council housing, first homes, will show that Labour is on the side of families and communities. With rents out of control and housing disparity failing our communities as the market determines everything, we can once again control that right that people should be able to live in a safe home. The Renters' Rights Bill and the draft leasehold and common hold reforms will make a difference to my constituents, and I'm proud that that was in the speech today. And also, I would say to my front bench, Airbnbs, short-term holiday lets, I'm still on the campaign trail. The last government said they would legislate and regulate, but they didn't. They said it before the summer, but they didn't. But I trust my front bench will now bring forward not a registration scheme, we know where these things are, but a licensing scheme so we can control the growth of short-term holiday lets. 2,000 of them in my constituency, 1 in 10 houses. So we need to take control of all of housing. And I gently say to the front bench, 68 years and counting of waiting for a local plan. We need York's local plan now to be delivered. On the NHS, it will no longer be like pulling teeth to get action on NHS dentistry. My right honourable friend is already at work delivering for our future, but I would say look at the Health Select Committee's report from the last Parliament on NHS dentistry. It set out a blueprint of how we can really reform dentistry to ensure access, treatment and better oral health. But as we know, the NHS as a whole is on its knees. And as a former physio, I know the importance of getting it back on its feet again. When we left office, the NHS in 2010 was the most efficient health service in the world, and our ambition in government must be to restore those credentials, but not just health, social care too. This must be the Parliament of social care. So we complete that deal, that people can have the security in later life, that this government will take care of them and they do not need to fear those latter years. But there's so much we need to do in health. We've heard today the Mental Health Act, Tobacco and Vapes Bill, and so much more is on our agenda. And I will do everything, as I have for over 30 years, in working for a better health service built by that radical reforming 1945 government. And I trust this government will be as radical and as reforming as that, ensuring the NHS is safe in public hands. And finally, I just want to turn to education. I say to our education team, we need a new approach. We need to rip up that behaviourist approach which is doing so much harm to our young people, and to introduce a nurturing therapeutic approach to education. I'm really heartened by hearing about the Children's Wellbeing Bill, so needed at this time. Reviewing the curriculum, ensuring that young children don't just leave school with good results, but as confident young people where their well-being and their mental health is as important as their exam results. But I further call on the government to take action on academy trusts that have spun out of control. We need accountability, we need funding on education spent on actual education, not on executive salaries and bonuses as it currently is. And we need that education brought back under local authority control so the whole system can hold together and work together. Those changes at Ofsted are necessary, but we need to ensure that all of our children have access to a nurturing education system that will make a difference for them and their future. And I certainly will work with our front bench to ensure that children, no matter what challenges they face, that's home and school, that we are looking after them.
Order. Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Sir Edward. It's an honour to be called in this debate. And can I start by thanking my constituents for putting their faith in me again and returning me to this place for a 5th term. I also want to comment on the previous speeches. There have been some absolutely excellent speeches, particularly the 3 maiden speeches we've heard. This Parliament is unique. Every Parliament is unique because each and every Parliament is made up of the people, the members. And I think what we heard today in those maiden speeches was that we can have faith that this is going to be an excellent Parliament, because those speeches showed us that we have some truly great champions for their local area here in Parliament. I also want to comment on the 2 opening speeches. The speech by the Honourable Member for Bootle was a wonderful speech to open the debate and propose the humble address. He is one of the kindest members of Parliament, and it was lovely that he was chosen to be the proposer. And also the seconder, the Honourable Lady from Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. And I wanted to pick up particularly on her comments to my very good friend, Nikki Aitken. We miss Nikki desperately, but we're so pleased she got her pedicabs bill through. It was an achievement for her, and I know something that the Honourable Lady is also benefiting from. Now, I'm struck by the King's speech that there is much in it that feels like it's a process, not an event. I look at many of those bills, and I go back to times when I was a minister. I think about the work I did when I was in the Home Office on the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and the work we did to strengthen our laws on domestic abuse. And I am very pleased to see that there is a bill in the address that we will be working on, because all the while you cannot stand still on this issue. It is an issue we constantly have to keep moving on, because I'm afraid perpetrators get wise and perpetrators work out ways to buck the system. So I'm very pleased to see that that was included. Also pleased to see that there will be a new law on spiking, something that was many of my colleagues were looking to introduce before we had the general election. And I'm also pleased that there will now be a Mental Health Act, something that many of us had pushed for. And again, I want to pay tribute to a previous member, Dame Jackie Doyle-Price, who was such an advocate for this and raised it on numerous occasions. I'm pleased we're going to see Martin's Law introduced. I was the Secretary of State in the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport when the Manchester Arena attack happened. And it is good to know that the lessons we've learned from that attack, we can take steps, legislative steps, to make things safer for the future. I will also want to pay tribute to what I see as the progress that's been made from the work of a previous Prime Minister, soon to be in the House of Lords, Theresa May. She introduced the race equality audit, where we looked closely at what was going on in the public sector and other organisations. Without that work, it wouldn't be possible to see a new race equality bill being proposed. And she also was the one who took the issue of Hillsborough seriously. And it was her that made sure we had the full inquiry and that we have found out the truth. And it is quite right that now that Hillsborough law will be brought forward. I had the honour in the previous Parliament of chairing what's called the British Group of the Interparliamentary Union, be heavily involved in Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK, and also co-chairing the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly. And it's good to see so many friends from all sides who were involved in those organisations. And I would say to any new members, please get yourself involved with these fantastic bodies that really give you an insight into global issues and build up connections and links with our friends in parliaments around the world. So I do welcome that there will be a new bill to look at the issue of legacy in Northern Ireland. That issue can only be tackled if there is cross-party support on the ground in Northern Ireland. It cannot be imposed for here. We all want to see a solution to that issue, but certainly at the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly, this was a matter that was raised time and time again, so I'm glad that this will be looked at. I'm also pleased that there will be a bill to make the constitutional status of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association settled. We did start that process, we couldn't get it finished, but it is incredibly important. And I would finally just comment on global issues, that the issues in the Middle East, I've seen firsthand through IPU assemblies just how difficult these issues are to address. And there are disruptors in the world who want to do us harm, and they are making sure that the views around the world are the views they want to see. And I feel that we do need to take this incredibly carefully and very seriously, because we need the hostages released, we do need to see a ceasefire, we need the humanitarian aid in, and we need to make sure international law is observed. My final point is a completely constituency point, which is around the status of the Staffordshire Moorlands. So we are a very proud and very unique area. We are part of the Peak District National Park. We have beautiful Churnet Valley, which is desperate for an AONB status, but we do face challenges. We are concerned about what might happen with devolution, as we don't want to be in a unitary authority across North Staffordshire. We want to keep our unique identity. We don't want to see the green field between our villages and the city built on. And we want to make sure that we have the powers locally to make sure that solar farm developments, battery storage developments, pylons and other matters can be dealt with locally, so that it is the people who are elected locally who can make those decisions. So I would urge the government, please no top-down targets, please no imposition from above, listen to the people on the ground, this matters to them. The Staffordshire Moorlands needs to keep its unique identity. Thank you.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, President. And it's a real honour to speak in this debate on the King's speech today, and also to follow up the Honourable Lady opposite for Staffordshire and Moorland, and I thank her for her thoughtful and considered speech today. And I'd like to commend the 3 new members on their maiden speeches today. Each individual, but each very definitely different and heartfelt and completely appropriate. So well done to all of them. And the good news is they have now achieved it and they've got it out the way so they can get on with the rest of the job. But it's also a real privilege to speak as the first Member of Parliament for the new constituency of Newport West and Isloin. And as I said in my acceptance speech on the 4th of July, it is an honour to represent the constituents of this new constituency, which includes the former seat of Lord Neil Kinnock, Don Tewig, and of course my immediate predecessor, the late great Paul Flynn. And I'm very pleased that our new Labour Prime Minister has set out so clearly that this government is here to serve the country and not be self-centred or self-serving. We in this House are public servants, and we should do all we can to make sure that we represent the people that voted for us, but also those that didn't, to ensure their voices are heard in this place of power, and we must work to ensure the best outcomes for all of them. This King's Speech is full of details of legislation to be laid in the coming months, and I am excited to see it unfold, and we can start to make a difference to people's lives in Newport West and Islwyn, across Wales and the rest of the UK. Now, as a former trade union officer, I'm so glad to see the new deal for working people will be brought forward to ban exploitative practices and to enhance employment rights. We need to end the terrible practice of fire and rehire quickly and the use of zero-hour contracts. It's so important that people are paid fairly and that work is rewarded. But we also need a safety net for those that are not able to work, who need support, sometimes for a short while, others need longer-term support. Legislation to reform rail franchising will be most welcome, especially people like me who travel on the trains on a weekly basis. We need to ensure there is fair investment across the rail network and that passengers get a fair deal on tickets and get to their destinations in comfort and on time. And I look forward to the establishment of Great British Railways in due course. I'm also looking forward to the introduction of Great British Energy, a publicly owned clean power company, which will be based in Scotland. I have to say gently to the government, I'm sure we could have had it based in Wales, but I will leave that debate for another day. I also welcome the measures to strengthen community policing, deal more effectively with antisocial behaviour and improve victim support. And I've worked with a number of women in my constituency who have suffered domestic abuse for many, many years. And I want to make sure the police learn from their stories and make sure any potential victims in the future have their issues addressed and their lives made safer as quickly as possible. Another area I'm pleased to see included in the bill is to progressively increase the age at which people can buy cigarettes and also, most importantly, impose limits on the sale and marketing of vapes. Yeah. As a former physiotherapist, like my colleague from York Central, I'm extremely concerned that people across the UK are still dying from cigarette-related conditions. And I have treated patients who had irreversible changes to their lungs and other conditions directly due to smoking. The evidence between nicotine and poor health and premature death has been very clear for many years now. But we also know that the longitudinal evidence on vaping has not been undertaken fully yet, and we need to be cautious about the use of vapes, in particular the easy way children and young people are able to obtain them. The addictive nature of vapes is well known, and I've spoken to local school teachers who are finding pupils are having to leave lessons or even exams to vape. This is so disruptive to the individual pupil and the whole class, and it would be good to ensure safety and limit the access to vapes. This legislation can't come soon enough. I must also mention the plans to reform the House of Lords, as my predecessor Paul Flynn spent many years calling for this, and he would be delighted to hear this news and would immediately start asking when. He would be gratified, though, to hear the abolition of hereditary peers will be achieved within the first term of this Parliament. I look forward to learning more about these constitutional reforms and how the other place will continue to be a chamber to scrutinise the work of this chamber, because it's very important. This role has been so vital in recent months and years, as we witnessed in the last Parliament. But it would be remiss of me not to mention some areas that were not mentioned in His Majesty's speech. As the Honourable Member for Herne Bay and Sandwich, who's no longer in his place... Oh, no, sorry, he is in his place. I do apologise. Many members of this House are very well aware of the importance of animal welfare. I have hundreds of emails on this vital topic every month, and I must admit I was disappointed not to read of any animal welfare legislation, such as the banning of hunting trophies or puppy smuggling, the introduction of a Kept Animals Bill, and the tightening up of the rules around trail hunting in the King's Speech this morning. I do need to gently ask my colleagues on the front bench to make sure that these important pieces of legislation are brought forward in this Parliament. And I'm happy to be reassured that not everything makes the final cut of His Majesty's speech. But, Sir Edward, you can rely on me to speak out on animal welfare, because the animals can't. Sir Edward, there are so many aspects of this King's speech that I would like to commend, but I'm very conscious of others wanting to speak. So I will draw my comments to a close and end by confirming my support for the planned legislation, and would urge my colleagues on the front bench to begin their work straight away, to bring hope to people across the UK and make this country a place fit for the 21st century, safe and prosperous, and where people are proud to live and raise their families.
Very good. Yeah. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to be able to take part in this debate, and I congratulate the new members on the maiden speeches that they've given us already. I also want to put on record my deep thanks to all the people of Islington North constituency for voting for me to be an independent MP in the election that's just passed, which was an interesting experience after fighting 10 elections as a Labour candidate, then fighting as an independent. It's a very different experience. You have to have a deep and very honest conversation with everybody on every doorstep as to why you're doing it. And I'm grateful to the people for the response, the confidence they have in me to be their Member of Parliament, and I want to record my thanks to them. This election also showed an enormous parliamentary majority for the Labour Party in this election. I congratulate all those Labour MPs that have been elected and congratulate the government on taking office. But I think people should be a little bit careful. The global vote for Labour was lower in this election than it was in the last two general elections. There were a number of independents like me elected to this House. There was an increase in Green MPs and an increase in Plaid and an increase in Sinn Féin from Northern Ireland. There are levels of discontent within our society that were reflected in this election result, and I think that we ought to reflect on that. People in this election were totally fed up with falling living standards, increasing levels of poverty, increasing levels of homelessness, higher levels of mental health stress, and deep unease amongst many people in all our communities. As the member for Hayes and Harlington said earlier, if the government doesn't deliver on improving living standards for the very poorest within our society and deliver on improving public services that everybody relies on, then the alternative is a turn towards the far right in politics, who will simply blame migrants, refugees or any handy minority for the problems that people face. We need something concrete which sets out a strong message about how we're going to go forward in improving living standards and making for a fairer society. A good start would be to end the two-child benefit cap immediately. It would cost $1.3 billion. It would take 250,000 children out of poverty immediately, and it would be a signal that we're serious about this. The idea of a commission to look at poverty, very welcome, I'm sure. I'm sure Sir Humphrey thought that one up very quickly. There's a quick, folks, there's a problem. A lot of MPs are complaining about the two-child cap. Let's set up a commission and just delay it. Why not do it now and just say quite simply, we're going to end the cap? It's simply cruel and nasty to say that the third, fourth or fifth child in a family is less valuable than the first two. And I just hope that the government will listen to that, and if there is a vote next week on it, that a substantial number will vote on this in exactly the same way as happened in 1997 when the incoming government decided to cut the lone parent benefit and forever was marked by that decision. Why not make the decision now? My constituency, like many others, suffers very serious housing problems. It has levels of homelessness that are increasing all the time, not just rough sleeping, but overcrowding, and it has a totally unaffordable private rented sector. I was very interested in the King's speech in the section on regulation of the private rented sector. Everything in there was fine. I agree with it all, except there's something missing. It doesn't say anything about controlling rent levels in the private rented sector. That is the fundamental problem. Yes, we want security of tenure. Yes, we want decent conditions. But if we don't have a regulation of the private rented sector, then inner city communities like mine will simply suffer further migration away from them as people are priced out of the area. We need a comprehensive housing strategy that regulates the private rented sector, brings the housing associations under control, because they're not democratic in any way in my experience, and above all, ensures the resources are available for the building of council housing. It's the most secure, permanent form of housing that we can provide, and that would help to reduce the levels of housing stress. There are 1 million people on the social housing register. Two other points I want to make in the short time we've got available. The Thatcher government from '79 onwards was beyond obsessed with privatisation of public services. And whenever they were opposed on this, and I was in the chamber throughout all that time, and I'm happy to say I voted against every single one of the privatisations, they always said, it's fine, regulation will take care of it. Well, we've had now more than 30 years of regulation of the water industry. And during that time, £72 billion has been taken out of water companies in either profits or dividends. It has not gone on investment in infrastructure. We now have record high bills, we have a demand for even higher bills by the water companies, and we have unprecedented levels of sewage disposal in our rivers and in the sea, which is contrary to the Global Oceans Treaty, which we apparently support. So, surely, it's pretty obvious. Privatisation has failed. Let's bring it back into public ownership and ensure we get reasonable priced, clean water and investment rather than profit taking out of the industry. The last point I want to make is on the global issue. I'll say this very quickly because there's only a minute left. The war in Gaza has already cost 40,000 lives. Surely now is the time to do a number of things. One, demand a ceasefire with all the vigour we can bring to it. Secondly, end arms supplies to Israel. It's our bombs, in part, that are being used to bomb Gaza and have taken the lives of 40,000 people. But it's also a question of the withdrawal of the occupying forces. Surely peace can come if we do something about it. A defence review is coming up. I hope that in that defence review, it won't be just about increasing defence expenditure. It will instead be looking at the global situation and seeing what we can do to promote a peaceful, sustainable world and defend human rights and defend democracy in the world. In the last Parliament, I was a member of the Council of Europe. I enjoyed that activity there in defending the principles of the European Convention of Human Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We can make a contribution for a peaceful, sustainable world if we want.
Mary Rimmer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow the member from Islington North. May I congratulate all members who have returned to the House of Commons, and particular welcome and congratulations for all new members, and I wish you every success and happiness in your time in this chamber. The humble address given to us by the member from Bootle, a great friend of mine, and the member from Vauxhall and Camberwell who seconded it. Very warm, kind people, probably the two kindest I know in the chamber. Very warm, very humorous and very interesting speeches. Highlight of the day, I think. A particular thank you to the public in St Helens South and Whiston, my constituency, for returning me once again to this chamber. It is indeed a great honour for me to represent the town I was born in, the town I hope to die in as well. Very much thank you. It's a great honour to represent those great people who've worked so hard during their lives. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, for too long social care and the needs of elderly and vulnerable patients have not been adequately considered. But it is just as important as our National Health Service. Indeed, the National Health Service suffers much from the lack of this appropriate and necessary recognition and consideration by government of social care. We have heard time and time again of record waiting lists, patients being treated in hospital corridors, and ambulance with patients in having to queue up for hours outside the A&E. I even had communication from the North West ambulance employers about the 30-odd ambulances blocked in the car park of Whiston Hospital. They'd already turned a corridor into a ward and do everything they can. You can't get ambulances because they're stuck on the car parks of the hospital, simply because the hospitals are above capacity. My local one in Whiston has been well over 100% capacity many, many times. It's a very popular hospital and it's a very good hospital, but it simply is overstretched. Elderly and chronically sick people are not being given the dignity they deserve. At times, there have been unsafe discharges occurring in different hospitals, and this needs to change. Unsafe discharges because they're not there for mental health. There's a new title now. It's not bed blocking. It's not clinically needed accommodation. Social care must be fixed and financed properly and be truly affordable for the people to use. The pressure that the NHS is under will only be fixed if social care is fixed as well. With the modern wonders of modern medicine, people are living longer, yet often this brings with it multiple complex needs. For our care system has not kept up with the changes. Families care and also need support. Care staff cannot leave a sick person alone waiting for an ambulance. Often they are waiting hours, and that has a knock-on effect on the working shift patterns and ultimately other patients waiting for the care and support they need. Elderly and vulnerable patients cannot be left without food, waiting for food, medicine and personal care. The NHS and care sectors need to be better integrated to stop situations like this happening. Care homes and nursing homes are also closing, so there's a lack of capacity there. And this is why there becomes unsafe discharges. The sector is in crisis and patients are suffering. When it comes to adult social care reform, priority must be given to treat patients at home where they feel comfortable, where they've got their family around them, their neighbours can bob in and that. This is both essential to protect the hospital bed capacity and to give elderly and disabled people the dignity they deserve and to stay in the homes they love in familiar surroundings. Most of the care and even some of the medical and clinical treatments can be given at home. I've witnessed this. This would free up the NHS bed capacity for those that need the beds to get the treatment they can't receive at home. Even the current system of relying on local authorities that have had their budgets cut for over a decade is just not good enough. Even with the additional social care levy, local authorities are struggling to cope. The levy is based on the council tax levels and base, and so the areas with the lowest returns will receive pittance, and it's in those areas that we have more of these people who need the care and support. According to Local Government Association, 57% of council tax already goes on social care. It's not sustainable. There's less and less money and more people. We live longer now and will continue to live longer in the long term, and the problem will only continue to get worse. Social care should be financed nationally and it should follow the needs of patients. You can't give a quota of money when you've got hundreds of people in one borough and you've got perhaps 100 in another borough needing support. It needs to follow the needs of the patient. One of the major problems the sector has is hiring and retaining care workers. It is an incredibly difficult job. They are absolute angels, looking after our elderly relatives and loved ones with love and compassion. Social care should be promoted as a valued service. Professionals in the sector deserve recognition and respect, yet the pay, terms and conditions need to match the duties we are asking of them. The whole sector needs a rework to make sure that it pays fairly and offers progression so that staff can afford to stay in the job that they love and they want to do. And then they should be valued as well. Labour has rightly promised to set up a national care service, finally putting care on par with the NHS, as it needs to be a modern healthcare system. It should be social and healthcare profession. There needs to be a sector of social and healthcare professions. These reforms need to look at the funding model, the at-home treatment and staffing issues, and crucially, the integration with the NHS.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I make a correction for the member for Islington North? There's not an increase in Sinn Féin representation after this election, though you might be forgiven, given the way the BBC reported the Northern Ireland election, for thinking so. Secondly, can I congratulate the government on its success in the elections, and like other people have said, we wish them every success because, of course, a successful government means a successful country. And thirdly, can I just say to all of those who have made their maiden speeches today, it's a very nervous experience. I can remember my first time, and my party leader then, Ian Paisley, took me aside and he said, "Sammy, there's 3 things you've got to do. First of all, you've got to speak nicely about your constituency." Now, I've listened over the years to people speaking about their constituency in this House in their maiden speeches, and I always thought when I think of the area they were representing, they'd make great estate agents, given the descriptions that we had for some of the areas. Then he said, secondly, say nice things about your predecessor, despite the fact that spent a year before knocking doors, talking to people, addressing meetings, giving out leaflets, telling people why they shouldn't vote for him. And then, of course, the last thing, and this was from Ian Paisley, "Sammy, don't be controversial." And I think that was really capped it all. Anybody who knew Ian Paisley, that kind of advice. I've got to just say 2 things about the King's speech in the time that I have to me. The first thing, I'm pleased that the government is looking at how it can strengthen the union, look for ways of collaboration between the various devolved administrations, because sometimes devolved administrations themselves can be very divisive in terms of the coherence of the country. They claim all the benefits, and they claim all the credit for the good things that happen, and they blame Westminster for all the bad things that happen, and it can cause division. As a unionist, I'm pleased to see that through the Council, the nations and regions, that we hopefully will get that greater degree of collaboration, communication and understanding for different parts of the Union. Though I've got to say, Mr. Chairman, this issue cannot be addressed unless the government seriously looks at the damage which was done to the Union by the previous administration, when it made Northern Ireland the sacrificial lamb in order to get a deal with the EU, leaving us with the economic and the constitutional disadvantages and divisions which that has caused. And it's manifested on a daily basis, and the EU seems determined not to address it, whether it's veterinary medicines, which will wreck the farming industry, whether it's the latest one on dental amalgams, which will make dental treatment more expensive and very difficult in Northern Ireland, or whether it's the latest controversy about funding for the shipyard and whether that contravenes state aid rules, the disruption of supply chains. That issue has to be addressed, and we cannot have the economic division between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. And for a government that professes that it wants to strengthen the Union, it cannot ignore that elephant in the room. And equally, for many of the new members who have been elected, you came here because you want to have an influence on the laws that govern the United Kingdom. There are 300 areas of law in Northern Ireland which are not determined by this Parliament, not determined by people elected in Northern Ireland, but are determined in Europe without any input from anyone in the United Kingdom. And that's not democracy, and that has to be addressed. The second issue I want to just make quick mention of is the government's commitment to economic growth. Economic growth in any country depends upon cheap energy. And I am fearful that some of the policies which we've already seen implemented by the Minister and the promises made in this Queen's speech are going to make it difficult to achieve economic growth. In the previous Parliament, we lamented almost on a monthly basis the loss of energy-intensive industries. And it didn't matter if it was Port Talbot, Corby, Grangemouth, representatives from all over the United Kingdom saw the impact on their local communities and unemployment of jobs, thousands of jobs, being lost because of the energy policies and the costs of implementing net zero. And we cannot, if we are aiming for economic growth, we cannot allow the obsession with net zero to stand in the way of jobs in this country. And I notice in the Queen's speech on the commitment about net zero, we'll get lower energy bills over time. Initially, of course, we're going to have higher energy bills. We want to remove an infrastructure which we've got in place and put a totally new infrastructure in place. Windmills, new lines, all of the other infrastructure which is required to bring energy from places where we don't currently produce it to where we do need it. Strengthen the grid because we're going to use more electricity. All of that costs, and it will put up consumers' bills. And of course, at the same time, we make ourselves more dependent upon the country which supplies all of the vital metals which are required for that. And we don't even gain the environmental benefits. The member for Herne Bay and Sandwich talked about the impact on his community. I see the Antrim Hills in my constituency being stripped of peat to 3 metres deep to build wind farms. And this is supposed to be environmental improvement. And I look forward over the period of this government to examining just what the government does in this issue and making sure that we don't have contradictory policies of aiming for net zero but yet dipping our hands into people's pockets to pay for it.
Deputy Speaker. This is the first time I've ever got to speak from the government side of this House, having first been elected in 2015, some 6 Prime Ministers ago. In the 2015 election in Bermondsey and also it was so far down Labour's target list, 84 I think, that the rule of thumb was if I won, we were in government. So I won't ask where everyone else has been for the last 9 years, but I will thank them and congratulate them on being here today, and especially those who already made their maiden speeches and those who make them in the coming weeks and months. It is amazing to be here on this side finally, but I cannot say it's been worth the wait given what the Tories have done to our country in the last few years. The overwhelming sentiment from my constituents since the election is one of relief, shaking off that sense of shame and embarrassment about the last government, an embarrassment about the economic devastation. My constituents are still paying the bills, higher bills and mortgages as a result of Tory economic incompetence, but also the relief that the shame of the last government is over, that saw the Equality and Human Rights Commission have to investigate the Department for Work and Pensions for its unlawful behaviour towards disabled people. Second biggest spending department in government, unable to through political incompetence and maladministration to support disabled people properly. Change could not be more refreshing in the leadership of that department. And of course relief that the Rwanda policy is scrapped. An unlawful, immoral, an international embarrassment raised with our Foreign Office, raised on every trip I went on with the Foreign Affairs Select Committee to the UN, to the US, to Brazil. Wherever we went, countries saw that we were shirking responsibility while others shouldered a greater responsibility. And a relief for taxpayers because it is such a colossal waste, a humongous, knuckle-headed nonsense. I can't even repeat what Tory ministers called it when they were in government because it'd be unparliamentary language, but a scheme that cost hundreds of millions of pounds at a time my constituents were told the £20 uplift on universal credit was unaffordable, that seeing a doctor or dentist was just not possible, that having enough police was a luxury, somehow not a government priority, all while pouring millions down the Rwanda drain. And for what? A scheme that sent no one but Tory Home Secretaries to Rwanda at an outrageous cost. For the price of sending one person to Rwanda, you could send 6 people into space, and the electorate gave their verdict 2 weeks ago when they blasted the Tories into space. And yes, terrible puns was on my leaflets in this election. So look, the leader of the opposition, and it feels good to say that, said today that he wishes to work with the new government on certain policies. To new MPs, I say, from opposition, I was able to improve the laws on housing rights for women fleeing domestic violence, some terminally ill disabled people receiving support from personal independence payment, and support for communities affected by terror attacks. Take the Prime Minister up on his offer. He said the door was open. Take him up on that offer to seek improvements that benefit your constituents. Since the election, I've had constituents come in. 2 schools have come in to Parliament, St Michael's College in Bermondsey and the Southwark Inclusive Learning Service from London Bridge. It has been amazing to speak to young people about the new priorities and how the new government is already beginning to mend and heal the UK, and the work done in the first week and announced today in the gracious speech. lifting the ban on onshore wind despite Green opposition, boosting UK investment, beginning to fix our NHS, tackling crime and antisocial behaviour, reasserting targets for house building, which is a very welcome priority for my constituency Southwark, where housing is always the #1 priority. And I would just flag to the new government and new ministers that the Bakerloo line extension would bring 20,000 new homes at least, and benefit not just transport infrastructure and homes, but jobs across the country and boosting our economy. I hope to see the Bakerloo line extension delivered under a new government, offering new hope, offering new ambition for Britain. A government that finally says to people not what they can't have, but what the government is seeking to achieve for our country and for our people's future, including today, a particular personal importance to me, is fixing mental health services. My mum has schizophrenia, a mental health condition, and it was my route into public policy awareness and politics. To have the chance to influence and shape mental health services as we in the Labour Party begin to fix them and build out better is an enormous privilege. And I wanted to end today with a special thank you to the wonderful people of Bermondsey North Southwark for giving me my 4th win, including defeating an independent Corbyn candidate, and to the Labour members in my constituency who fought so hard, both locally and in other target seats, and importantly my local Labour Party executive for all their hard work and support in the last Parliament in particular and over the election period. I look forward to delivering the better Britain they fought for under this Labour government.
Maiden speech, Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Sir Edward. It's been an honour to have been elected to represent Murray West Nairn and Strathspey, something of an amalgam of a couple of previous constituencies. Firstly, as others have done before me, I'd like to thank the electorate of the constituency for sending me to this place to represent them and putting their trust in me for the years to come. On my arrival here, it's been an amazing job that's been done by the House staff and by IPSA and others, and I can't thank them enough for the welcome that they've provided as a new MP. I have a number of predecessors that I need to thank, not least because it's nearly 2 constituencies rolled into one. First of all, I've got Douglas Ross, who represented Murray for the Conservatives for several recent years. We weren't very close in the political spectrum, it has to be said, but there were a number of occasions where we did come together across party for the benefit of the constituency and the wider region, notably in the achievement of the growth deal for Murray and to maximise the spend that we got on that. I'm sure the official opposition would also want to thank him for his service in the Scotland office as well. My predecessor in Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey was Drew Hendry, who was a regular contributor from the SNP benches. He represented us as an opposition spokesperson on the economy, trade, foreign affairs, business, enterprise and investment and transport over several terms as an MP for that area. He was also an assiduous campaigner on energy poverty. It's a particular issue for the Highlands and Islands and Murray, and in the Government's Commission on Poverty, I hope that energy regulation is one of the areas that they will look at very seriously. My colleague, the leader of the SNP in this place, mentioned the 2-child cap. I'll not go into too much detail on that because that's already been well covered. But energy poverty is a critical issue for many families throughout the Highlands and Murray. And bringing in, for example, a social tariff would certainly make a big difference to families right across the Highlands. On other predecessors, I have several well-known parliamentarians. Members opposite, I'm sure, will be pleased to know that my constituency is the birthplace of Ramsay MacDonald. It has also been represented very ably by several very notable SNP MPs over the years. one of the most famous being Winnie Ewing, who reconvened the Scottish Parliament in 1999 and also represented the area in both the Scottish Parliament, in this place and in Europe. Her daughter-in-law, Margaret Ewing, who was an assiduous campaigner on poverty issues and again will be well known to older members of the House, or long-served members of the House is perhaps more parliamentary. And more recently, Angus Robertson, who led the party in this place for a good number of years as well and is now Cabinet Secretary in the Scottish Government. If we can take a quick stroll through Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey, it goes from the White Sands of Lossiemouth, Birkhead and Nairn, right up to the Cairngorms peaks. It has the city of Elgin in it, which has now been established as a cathedral city for 800 years. They're celebrating the 800th anniversary of the cathedral being established. It has the Speyside towns of Rothes, Aberlour and Dufton. Dufton, of course, being built on 7 stills rather than 7 hills. And in the Badenoch and Strathspey towns, we've got Granton, Aviemore, Newtonmore and Kingussie, amongst others. We've got surfing and skiing. We've got mountain biking, there's a mountain railway, we have a national park and a major wildlife park with everything from pine martens to polar bears. Moving back up to the coast, in Ardersier, we have the Green Freeport that it is part of, and that's something that the Scottish Government has worked on closely with the UK Government, and I'm sure will continue to do so. The Green Freeport is incredibly important to us in Moray. Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey. It is projected to have 3,500 jobs in it within 10 years and is going to be vital for just transition. And that is going to be something that will need careful scrutiny over the coming years. Tourism and the labour market and affordable housing are a major issue, particularly in the Badenoch and Strathspey area. Businesses have difficulty staffing their businesses. They're often only open 4 or 5 days instead of 7. There isn't any significant unemployment really. It's around about the 2 to 3%. There is maybe some room for getting more employment out of the local labour market, but fundamentally the biggest impact on the labour market there has been Brexit. And immigration for us in that part of the world is a really significant issue in that there's not enough of it. We have difficulty staffing care homes, difficulty staffing the NHS, difficulty staffing many businesses, with businesses basically fighting over the same labour population. We've got iconic food and drink and fashion brands. We've got Walker's shortbread, Baxter's, not to mention the 49 distilleries that produce malt whisky, numerous other distilleries that produce gin and vodka, and also a number of breweries. So we contribute extremely significantly to the exchequer, and it is really important that we get some of that back. We have 3 military bases: Fort George, which currently has the Black Watch, the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, Kinloss Barracks, which is home to 39 engineers, and RAF Lossiemouth, which is home to Typhoon, Poseidon and arriving Wedgetail squadrons. The welfare of service personnel and veterans is absolutely vital, and it's something I'll be raising frequently in the House as well. Civilian aerospace and the space sector are the other major emerging sectors. Orbex and Forres employ well over 100 people, and they'll be doing vertical launch from Sutherland. And the Saxford Spaceport, apologies to the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland, who may have to forgive me, but their headquarters are in fact in Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey. And finally, agriculture. Crofter and hill farmers based in Badenoch and Strathspey in the Cairngorm National Park have particular challenges, and we have arable and the pork sector in the Lake of Moray. And again, there are employment challenges with the labour market there, which need tackled. It's the 5th largest constituency, over 2 hours drive end to end, but what a drive that is, and I'd recommend it to anybody. And I look forward to representing the people living and working the length and breadth of it. Thank you.
Peter.
Thank you, Sir Edward, and it's a great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member. who is almost my namesake, but I'm a beta rather than a bitter. And it's a great pleasure to speak on His Majesty's first King's Speech under a Labour government. We promised change, and as I look around Parliament, I see an awful lot of change. People in new places and so many new faces. I'm really enjoying starting to get to know many of the newly elected members, mostly in my own party, but in others too. To them, I say welcome. And to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to your team, I say good luck learning everybody's names and faces. By coincidence, the general election on the 4th of July, the election which has put me in this place as the first MP for the new Spen Valley constituency, came just 3 days after the 3rd anniversary of the Batley and Spen by-election, when I was first elected to this place. And I think it's fair to say that a lot has changed in just 3 short years. I remember pounding the streets of Batley and Spen in 2021 during challenging times, full of uncertainty, division, and for many people, fear. The dark cloud of the COVID pandemic still hung over us. Many people were struggling with the cost of living, and politics felt worryingly polarised in this and other countries. And I think it's fair to say that the Labour Party was not in a great place. Many doubted we would see power again in 10 years, never mind 3. And if the result in Batley and Spen played its part in turning things around to get us where we are today, then I'm delighted we were able to help. But whilst I was delighted with the result, the Batley and Spen by-election was not a pleasant experience. At times we saw the worst of what politics can look like. Unacceptable behaviour from those who use our precious democracy as a means to divide us rather than unite us. My constituents deserved better. And I hoped passionately then that no other candidate would have to go through what I went through. Sadly, that has not been the case. Whilst I was relieved that in the general election campaign in Spen Valley, things were conducted mostly in a civilised manner, the same could not be said elsewhere. Many candidates and their supporters, often women, faced threats, harassment and abuse. None of this should be part of any job, and this is not what our politics should look like. We must not normalise it, and we must all do our bit to change it. So on this, the first day of the first debate in a new Parliament, we all have the opportunity to reset the dial on politics and work towards a political culture which fosters robust, rigorous debate and scrutiny, but does not allow fear, intimidation and abuse to become the norm. As His Majesty said, this government will take steps to rebuild trust and foster respect. I wholeheartedly agree with this approach and will work with colleagues across the House in this endeavour. Mr Speaker, I am a realistic optimist. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm still a realistic optimist. But I know that it's not going to be easy to bring the change that our country needs. But this new Parliament fills me with hope. I see around me people who are determined to be part of the change for a better kind of politics. What the Prime Minister quite rightly described as the return of politics to public service, and which he correctly said can only be achieved through actions, not words. With so many new faces, so much new energy and commitment, I believe we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity in this place to change not just the government, although that is certainly welcome, but the whole culture of politics, to restore the business we are all in to one that people can look at with respect. And that starts with how we behave in here. Because whether we like it or not, this chamber is the window into our national politics. If we treat each other in here with courtesy, if we listen to the arguments of those we disagree with as politely as those who we support, and if we show that we can air our differences passionately but with genuine respect, then people at home will notice. It would be the right thing to do even if they didn't, but I believe they will. My constituents in Spen Valley want to see change. They sent me here to deliver it, and I will not let them down. It's a wonderful part of West Yorkshire, where people have a real sense of pride in where they're from, whether that's the towns of Heckmondwike, Murfield, Birstall or Cleckheaton, or the many beautiful surrounding villages. Too many to list, but I'll certainly be making sure they all get a mention over the next 5 years. And I understand that pride, because I share it. It's where I was born and have lived all my life. In Spen Valley, we tell it like it is. We're not easily fooled, and we take no nonsense. So my constituents will only believe in change when they see it and when they feel it. This King's Speech sets out the busy but exciting agenda to make that change happen. and the duty falls on us to make sure it does. Whether it's affordable housing, safer streets and more police in our communities, tackling antisocial behaviour and violence against women and girls, shorter waiting times and better access to GPs and dentists on the NHS, better education and opportunities for the young, academic and vocational, including those with special educational needs and disabilities, reliable public transport, support for people with mental health, and social care that offers dignity in old age and for the most vulnerable in our society. And I'm all for giving local people more power to make decisions that affect their lives. So I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's pledge to kick-start a devolution revolution. And with the economic growth and prosperity that underpins all of this and helps give them a bit more at the end of the month. Another thing about Yorkshire people is that we don't waste money. And we know that you can't spend what you haven't got. So when my good friend, fellow Yorkshire MP and our first female Chancellor, the member for Leeds West and Pudsey, warns that we have got to get the nation's finances in good order, that has to be our first priority. People get it. Politics as public service relies above all on trust and honesty. Only if we are straight with people about the challenges we face as a country, and if we have honest conversations with our constituents about what we can and sometimes what we can't do or can't do straight away, will they start to have faith in politics as a force for good in their lives. We have in our hands today a tremendous opportunity to begin the transformation of this country into a country that is looked on once again with respect around the world, ready to step up and play our part, whether that's tackling climate change or defending democracy when it's under threat, or doing everything we can to end the appalling and devastating conflicts in the Middle East, Ukraine and elsewhere. A country, in short, of which we can all be proud. There's a lot of work to do, but the time starts now.
Maiden speech, Sean Berry.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling me, and congratulations to the Honourable Member for Moray West, Nairn and Strathspey, as well as the Honourable Members for Bolton North East, Wolverhampton West and Southport who spoke earlier, all for giving excellent maiden speeches before me today. I'm so honoured to be here in this historic chamber today as part of a brand new group of Green colleagues who I must now call my honourable friends. We are very pleased today to hear a wide range of new bills being proposed, with some measures we welcome, some we will seek to improve, and some we will seek to change or add to. Listening to people in my constituency in the election, it was hard not to be affected by the strength of public feeling and distress about the climate emergency, the degradation of our natural environment, and the huge desire to defend social justice and public services. This Parliament must seek to deliver for them. This is my maiden speech, and I stand here thanks to the votes and values of the fantastic people of Brighton Pavilion. They put their trust in me and the Green Party, and for that I extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation. Brighton has always been a truly special place, from its origins as a fishing village through a Roman villa complex to its Regency and railway booms, with its huge sense of spirit and a warm welcome to every visitor to our famous beach. But Brighton has always been so much more than a seaside resort. The richness and variety of our culture and entertainment is also legendary. From Victorian innovation through the 60s of my parents, my own decade of youth in the faraway 1990s, to the present day, our music, theatre, comedy and literary traditions have always blended with cutting-edge, creative and exciting counterculture movements to reflect and enrich the modern world. Our cultural richness has survived, strived, struggled and then thrived through many turbulent times, not least the current pandemic, and I am confident it will continue to do so for many centuries to come. I am also proud that the latest census confirms that nowadays my city is home to one of the UK's largest populations of LGBT+ people, and that we host the biggest and best Pride celebrations, including Europe's largest trans Pride this coming weekend. Brighton and Hove is a welcoming city in so many ways, so I'm also very proud we are a city of sanctuary, committed to a culture of hospitality and welcome for those seeking refuge from war and persecution. Brighton Pavilion also has a history of dedicated, long-serving MPs. From its first election as a single-member constituency in 1950, it was represented until 1969 by Sir William Burke Teeling, an Irish writer and self-described amateur tramp who walked from London to Newcastle to explore how councils were tackling unemployment. Our MP was then Julian Amory for 23 years, Derek Spencer for 5, and then David Lepper served in this House as a highly respected and hard-working MP for 13 years. And, of course, I have one of the easiest and most pleasurable jobs amongst new MPs this year in paying tribute to my immediate predecessor. Brighton is also a special place because it has been at the heart of the Green movement in England and Wales, and this continued when our own beloved Caroline Lucas won the seat for the Green Party in 2010. Caroline held the seat through 3 further elections, leaving a 14-year legacy that I look up to as a shining mountain to climb as I take my very first steps here today. As well as being an excellent constituency MP, of the many ways in which Caroline influenced policy, I think I was most charmed by her success in working with the nature writer Mary Colwell to win a new GCSE in natural history. Helping to inspire and train up a generation of new David Attenboroughs is a real national service. And then, most impressive, I think, has been Caroline's steadfast and long-standing opposition to threats to the public's right to protest. Caroline lived that principle and through it played a key role in ending fracking in the UK. I know that all of us sitting here today are humbly aiming to live up to the high standards, values and work ethic that I think she represented, and to serve here with the same energy and enthusiasm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is these principles that will guide my work as an MP, as well as some of my own values and enthusiasms. And people who know my work in other places will be aware that listening to and supporting young people is something I feel very strongly about. So it is today with huge pleasure that I commend to the House the incredible work of Brighton and Hove citizens who have just won a huge campaigning victory with a beautiful example of young people and their voices being raised up and empowered to make change happen. With schools across Brighton and Hove working with colleges, religious groups, workers, universities and the charity sector, Brighton and Hove citizens have this year won a big new commitment from the Council. After a long and engaging campaign, sixth formers Fee Abu-Chanad and Tally Wilcox presented a 2,000-strong petition and won a pledge for hundreds of young people in Brighton schools to benefit from investment in mental health support and counselling. And this is just one group of young people among many inspiring organisations across our country that I can't wait to hear more of in this job. They include Green New Deal Rising, the Youth Climate Coalition, Young Minds, People and Planet, the National Society of Apprentices, the NUS, and many, many more. Young people should have a louder voice wherever decisions are being made, not just when they organise. I'm therefore disappointed to see no specific bill in today's list removing barriers to voting for young people, including voter ID and age limits for elections to this House and English local councils that do not apply in Wales and Scotland. Our 16 and 17-year-olds and our young people need a real voice and need those measures in this Parliament. I hope that in the course of hearing the bills put forward in today's speech, the voices of young people are sought out, listened to, and many changes and additions made where they are needed most, including removing the 2-child benefit cap. And I'm grateful now for your patience in listening to me, and I greatly look forward to seeing the impact of having the young voices I plan to raise up in this chamber being granted the same attention and respect. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Luke Charters.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to pay tribute to the many honourable members that have given their wonderful maiden speeches today. It's an immense privilege to represent York Outer, but I would not be here were it not for the wonderful education I had at Huntington School. The education gave me the confidence and skills to go on and change lives. But it was one standout teacher, Robin Parmiter, my wise and compassionate religious studies teacher. I went on to name my son Robin after him, and so my son is a continued reminder of the power of a good state education. But also he's a constant reminder that despite humanity's vast medical and technological progress, we still don't have a cure for toddlers teething. But moving on from religious studies to history, I want to go all the way back to 71 AD, where the Romans are believed to have made York a military base. And I appreciate that a lot has changed over the many millennia since. However, York's role as a military base has not. And Queen Elizabeth Barracks is in Strensall, in my constituency, and I'm very proud to be the first Labour Member of Parliament to represent there. I'm incredibly proud of this government's unwavering commitment to our armed forces and to our veteran community as well. It's important to note that my predecessor, Julian Sturdy, played an important role in protecting and saving those barracks. He also was a forceful advocate for our rural communities, and I want to continue that work. I wish him all the very best for the future after 14 years of service. But as many of you will know, people from Yorkshire are straight talking, no nonsense, and I've been told many times on the campaign trail and since joining here that unfortunately I live up to that stereotype. But I'm not on my own. I've got a great cohort of colleagues on these benches that are representing God's own county. But what's even better is that we've got a Chancellor also from the White Rose contingent, and that means that the best thing is we've got the Yorkshire value of frugality as a national policy, ensuring the public gets good value for money. And how welcome that is after 14 long years of managed decline, as our country finds itself at a critical juncture. Thankfully, the question is no longer who gets to rebuild Britain, but how will we take the mantle on? And I think we can all learn from our colleagues in the York community. Just 40 years ago, on the 9th of July 1984, lightning struck the roof of York Minster and the South Transept was destroyed by flames. I'm proud that my dad, an outspoken Yorkshireman, if ever there was one of the Minster apprentices joiners that went on to rebuild it after the Great Fire. The Minster joiners' commitment centres around the values I share, around dedication to duty, service and desperation to rebuild. But there are already groups in York Outer that are embodying these values. Take Bio Yorkshire, their 10-year plan for sustainable innovation. This project harnesses the green revolution that we so badly need for the years ahead. And we're also home to many wonderful SMEs from Wigginton to Weldrake that share our ambition for wealth creation, and we're the government of pro-business and pro-workers too. And it's also fair to say that we've got heroes on the front line of the NHS, and they're a perfect embodiment of the Minster joiners' values, as was the late Frank Dobson, who was born in the village of Dunnington in my constituency. Now, my family have had close encounters with our health service in York, and I come to this place with enormous gratitude to them. I pay the true thanks to them, but words cannot truly get there. I'll be a powerful advocate for them in this place. And these vital public services are at the heart of our communities. We value them so dearly, as do our constituents, and they form the social fabric which allow us all to live rich, happy and content lives. But it's such a shame that so many of these crucial services are evaporating. Now, I remember setting up my first bank account in the village of Haxby, but that bank branch no longer exists. This is not an isolated case. There are now no longer any bank branches left in my constituency. And as is so often the case in this country, it's vulnerable people who go on to pay the price. So the closure of these branches does pose a risk to our vibrant communities. And that's exactly why I'm proud that this government is going to bring forward bank hubs, 350 of them, to maintain valuable access to cash. And that's going to be one of my priorities to campaign for them for York Outer. So now, after a short departure from the earlier history lesson, now is a good time to return, but to skip to 1086 and the Doomsday Book. The village of Copmanthorpe in my constituency earns an explicit mention. Its text is the historical translation of Traders' village. But, unfortunately, the good enterprising nature of the people of Copmanthorpe, York and North Yorkshire have been taken advantage of by fraudsters. This is an issue close to my heart after spending years combating fraud at the Bank of England, Financial Conduct Authority and the private sector. One of the biggest ever interventions by North Yorkshire Police conducted this April found that scammers had targeted £30 million of victims' pensions and life savings, leaving many with nothing. And it was also reported in May this year, a cryptocurrency scam that took on average £7,000 each from dozens of families. And as many of you have noticed, these victims cannot be named, but I dedicate my maiden speech to them. Each of those people affected by fraud are a loved one, a family member, a friend. But fraud is the biggest crime in the UK, and under this Labour government, I want to ensure that there's no safe harbour for fraudsters and no compromise in our pursuit of their schemes. There'll be no escape from justice. But on a more positive note, I've been fortunate enough to meet thousands of constituents who share the wonderful community spirit of York Outer, from New Ayswick Bowls Club to the Island and St Leonard's Hospice, which lovingly cared for my uncle in his last days, to the Wilberforce Trust, who've supported visual and hearing impairments for nearly 2 centuries. Giving back is second nature to the good people of York. And as the new Member of Parliament for York Outer, I'll be tirelessly dedicated to my constituents, and I'll be a strong national campaigner when it comes to improving financial services and tackling fraud. I'm ready and willing to serve the area that's given me so much. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, may I be slightly unconventional and end by thanking the House staff. They have been welcoming to honourable members to this place, and it's clear in their dedication and service. I look forward to working with them in the years ahead. Thank you.
Maiden speech, Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Sir Edward. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make my maiden speech during this important debate. And like others, I want to congratulate all those who spoke before me, particularly those who are making maiden speeches, not least the Honourable Member for York Outer, who made a very substantial contribution there. Thank you. Now, originally from the village of Dunloy in the northeast of Ireland, I represent the Aberdeenshire North and Murray East constituency in the northeast of Scotland. Now, I paid close attention when the Right Honourable Member for New Forest East was advising us new members on our ambitions for the future, particularly because I want to share my ambition. I'm the first MP for Aberdeenshire North and Murray East, and I hope to be the last MP for Aberdeenshire North and Murray East. This is a coastal area which stretches from the River Spey in the west to Cruden Bay in the south. It is an area noted not only for its industry, but also for the industriousness of its people and its communities. Its long-standing economic strengths are in farming, fishing and associated sectors, including food and drink production, and in more recent times with the oil and gas industries and their supply chain. The area makes a substantial and significant contribution to the nation's energy security and food security. We are now undergoing a new industrial revolution associated with the renewable sector as the world adapts to new challenges. I believe it is our duty in this Parliament to capitalise upon the opportunities that now present themselves in the northeast of Scotland. It is also a most beautiful area, something of an undiscovered gem, with a developing tourism industry. Members will remember that the next time they enjoy a single malt, an Aberdeen Angus steak, a prawn cocktail, or maybe even a fish supper, the chances are that it came from an industry based in my constituency. But there is also significant poverty in this otherwise prosperous area, in particular child poverty. While this is most concentrated in larger towns, it is also a challenge in villages and rural areas where it is often less visible. Recent figures suggest around 5,500 children in this constituency are living in serious poverty, some of them in absolute poverty. And to be clear, That means they don't have enough money to meet basic needs for shelter, clothing and food. 5,500 in my constituency. That is something we should all remember in our position of privilege, and it is something we all need to work together to challenge. I want to pay tribute to the outgoing MP, David Duguid, who represented the previous Banff and Buchan constituency, which disappeared in the recent boundary changes. Some of you will know that David experienced sudden and significant ill health before the general election was called. I wish him a speedy recovery and a full recovery. David was an excellent MP who did his best to represent everybody in the constituency, but most notably the interests of the energy, fishing and farming industries. But his efforts were in stark contrast to the way he was treated in the end when he was effectively deselected by his colleagues. I wish David and his family well in whatever their future plans may involve. I also want to acknowledge the work of the last SNP MP in this area, Ely Whiteford, who was an outstanding political representative. Now, today in the King's speech, the government had an opportunity to immediately abolish the harmful two-child cap on child benefit and the notorious rape clause which my former colleague, the outgoing MP for Glasgow Central, Alison Thewlis, worked so hard to end. The failure to do this is an early indictment of their policy position. Now, I was encouraged when I heard contributions from the members for Hackney South and Shoreditch and for, I think it was Hales and Harlington. However, what about the member's contribution from Islington North when he said, no ifs, no buts, just do it? It's simply not good enough for the people of Scotland, an energy-rich nation, to pay so much to heat their homes while so many of their bairns are living in absolute poverty. I will focus on this issue over the course of this Parliament. I will seek to defend the interests of our farming and fishing industries, to protect our public services and to help realise the potential of renewable energy and carbon capture to deliver jobs and economic growth. But above all, I will be a voice for the weak and the disadvantaged. After 14 years of austerity, we need a change of direction, not more of the same. I want to make special mention of the waspy women who have been so unfairly treated by successive governments and who deserve compensation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I thank the people of my constituency for their support at the ballot box. And I want to thank my colleagues in the SNP and in other parties and the various House staff members here on the Westminster estate that have been so welcoming and helpful in my arrival and during my induction. Finally, and you won't expect me to say anything less, I'll be working hard in this place and elsewhere to press the case for the people of Scotland to be afforded their democratic rights to determine their own future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Sir Edward. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Aberdeenshire North and Moray East after his eloquent and passionate maiden speech, and a huge welcome to all new members of this House. It's the greatest privilege in the world to be here and be the voice of the place that you love, so never take that for granted. Now, on this side of the House, we're under no illusions of the scale of the task ahead of us in government. 14 years of successive Conservative governments have ravaged our public services, stifled investment, created gross levels of inequality and entrenched widespread job and housing insecurity. So the gracious speech offered welcome national renewal. And legislation promising to hand power back to local leaders, support for local growth plans and greater protections for renters were welcome and long overdue. The New Deal for working people was also a pivotal step in making sure that the fruits of our economic growth are shared by everyone, not just a select few. And on child poverty, the government has pledged to roll out breakfast clubs and to develop a strategy to reduce child poverty. Again, also very welcome. But such extensive plans will take some considerable time to pass through into legislation, and in the meantime, there are immediate measures the government must take now to alleviate the financial strain that so many in my constituency face. Indeed, on the issue of child poverty alone, we're in a state of what can only be described as national crisis. Research by Loughborough University on behalf of the End Child Poverty Coalition reported that a staggering 333,000 children in Greater Manchester and Lancashire alone are now living in poverty, and that's an increase of over 31,000 compared with the previous year. Now, the hope that these families place on the new Labour government is immense. So the first urgent request that I have of our new Labour government is to lift these children out of poverty immediately by scrapping the 2-child limit on universal credit. The second urgent request I have is this. It's to settle the debt of honour we owe to women born in the 1950s who suffered pension injustice. The issue now is not whether these women faced injustice. The Ombudsman report earlier this year made it clear that they did, that the Department for Work and Pensions was guilty of maladministration, that these women are entitled to urgent compensation from the government, and that Parliament must urgently identify a mechanism for providing that appropriate remedy. So they need fair, fast, simple redress and an apology from the DWP. And there's no excuse for delay. The report was laid before Parliament in March, and at least one woman will die waiting for justice every 13 minutes. They deserve nothing less than justice, so I hope that the government urgently identifies a mechanism for appropriate remedy. Now, yes, I will.
I wouldn't normally intervene, having just entered the House, Sir Edward, but knowing my friend from Salford was speaking, I felt I ought to come and hear her, and particularly to support the remarks she's just made about those women so badly affected in the way she described. It is critically important, as she said, this is done speedily. And actually that means simplifying the system. That won't please everyone, by the way. Some people want a detailed analysis of detail, but that's unfortunately likely to lead to obfuscation. So it's very important, as she describes, to have a simple, deliverable mechanism which delivers justice to these women speedily.
And I agree with the Right Honourable Member wholeheartedly, and it's an example, the work that myself and himself have carried out throughout the last Parliament, of how we can work cooperatively with members of opposite parties and how we find those issues that we can serve our constituents well. And he joins us at an opportune moment because I'm about to talk about an issue that's very close to his heart, because my final urgent request of the government is one of moral duty. And that's the moral duty to recognise, support and compensate our nuclear testing veterans and their families. These are the men who put their lives at risk in dangerous atomic weapons tests to ensure our long-term security. And for decades, campaigners, lab rats, veterans and their families and the indefatigable Susie Boniface have been fighting for recognition for these heroes. They have highlighted scientific studies which show increased rates of miscarriage, increased birth defects, and the same rate of genetic damage as clean-up workers at Chernobyl. And the campaigners take pride, of course, that it was the Defence Secretary and the Prime Minister who met with them in opposition and supported their campaign to receive the long overdue recognition that they deserved. But sadly, it remains the case that despite winning that campaign for medallic recognition, the UK still remains the only nuclear power that refuses them adequate compensation, research and support, unlike the US, France, Canada and Australia. Medal criteria is very limited. There hasn't been a formal recognition event, and even access to war pensions have been impeded. Veterans, and sometimes their wives, widows and descendants, have reported making repeated requests to gain access to their blood or urine testing records from samples the veterans recall being taken during the nuclear testing programme. And sadly, many confirm that their service medical records frequently don't include the test results, and they just don't understand why. This data is currently vital for their war pension applications and an understanding of the conditions that they suffer. But sadly, the absence of such records means that the war pension applications of many veterans are refused. Now, I want to place on record my thanks to honourable members right across this House who've continued to support these veterans, and particularly the Right Honourable Member for South Holland and the Deepings, who's worked closely with myself and campaigners in recent years. We've both written this week to the Defence Secretary and the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Veterans, requesting that they urgently meet with ourselves and veterans and campaigners and work with us to deal with their concerns, and we hope that this is made an urgent priority, because ultimately the government can and should deliver justice for these families, and now is the right time to do so. Thank you, Sir Edward.
Last but not least from the opposition benches, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I thank, first of all, you for calling me, but also thank all the honourable members who have made contributions so far. I'm glad to see you in your place, Mr. Deputy Chair, and as I am, I'm glad to be in my place as well. And I want to put on record my thanks to the good people of Strangford for voting for me at the last election. I wish all right honourable members every blessing, God's richest blessing in this House for this term and indeed for the years ahead. I'm very, very pleased to see the Labour Party and the Prime Minister in his place. I believe the wishes of us all across this House and out in the nation that we represent are for things to go good and go well. There's goodwill, there's a wish to see things in a better way. And I was delighted to hear within the King's speech the goal of the Prime Minister in taking the brakes off Britain as a goal that every party can get behind, and yet the Unionists and me would gently remind the Prime Minister and the Labour Party that this responsibility applies equally to the rest of the United Kingdom and not simply to the mainland Britain. We need to remove the brakes wherever it may be within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And there's one brake at this moment in time my honourable friend, the member for East Belfast, referred to. That's one holding Harland and Wolff from providing jobs and financial stability by not fulfilling the contract promised by the last government. Security in this loan is critically important for the removal of to prevent the removal of economic growth, and I do hope this will be released urgently. I also welcome the indication that the creation of wealth, which is also a Labour Party priority, is to be, as this is foundational for any nation. I welcome this and look forward to working with the Labour Government to ensure this is spread across all of the United Kingdom, with Northern Ireland being an integral part of that as well. There is work to be done when it comes to Northern Ireland's place within the Union. And in my intervention to the Prime Minister today, it was quite clear that the Prime Minister is committed to ensuring that Northern Ireland's position within the United Kingdom is strengthened. And if that is the case, then that's good news. But I look forward to seeing those words become action. My colleagues and I are anxious to continue the work of ensuring that our constituents have the same treatment as the rest of the UK, from shopping for post to import for border controls. And I look forward to meeting with our new Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. The Honourable Member is in a position to establish that working relationship to the benefit of all within the United Kingdom. There is work to be done on the remnants of the protocol, and I know this must be a priority for this new government. There is also work to be done on establishing an adequate formula for funding. My honourable friend, both friends, East Antrim and East Belfast, referred to the funding formula. And I was on the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee along with my other colleagues. It was clear that all parties on that Northern Ireland Affairs Committee and the government officials were clear that the funding formula was wrong. It had to be addressed. We're 500 to 600 million shy of what other parts of the United Kingdom are getting, and there was a commitment given to ensuring that would come through. So my request will be to the Labour government, and in particular to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, ensure that £600 million gaping hole in Northern Ireland finances is addressed. We need to address that issue, and with great respect, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say this: we don't need a vanity project of Casement Park over a cost of over £300 million whenever the very basics of life are being neglected. I was pleased to hear the aim of improving mental health services. Others have referred to it, and in particular for our young people. In Northern Ireland, we have the largest prevalence of mental health problems in the whole of the United Kingdom. So my request to the Labour government, to my Prime Minister, as he is, to ensure that the mental health programme that he has for here, that we can work in conjunction with, in particular with the Northern Ireland Assembly, to ensure that we can address head-on mental health issues for our young people. Again, there's a way of doing that. We do it here at Westminster. We make sure that the Northern Ireland Assembly is working alongside in that partnership, and I very much am very, very keen to ensure that happens. I also put a plea, if I can, to see the aim of peace in the Middle East being an aim of government I would gently highlight that calling for a ceasefire when hostages remain in unimaginably cruel captivity and without ensuring that Hamas terrorists can never inflict this kind of savage damage again must surely be premature. There is a solution and it can be found, and I know that this is the desire of all our constituents as well as our friends in Israel and on both sides of the Gaza Strip as well. I believe that government must consider maintaining the previous government's procedural challenge to the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction in Israel and in the Palestine territories. It is important that the ICC retains its proper role within the law and exercises jurisdiction based upon the Rome Statute and in accordance with the principle of complementarity. I also make a plea, if I can. We've asked, in the last term, as long as I've been here, from both sides of the chamber, there was always a plea for the IGRC to be condemned and made illegal. The pleas came from this side when Labour were here, when in opposition. They're now in government, and I would hope that those pleas will mean that the IRGC, the world's most powerful terrorist group, committed to the conversion or murder of Jews, of Christians, of Zoroastrians and others it considers to be infidels. For over 45 years, the IRGC has pursued its repugnant goals through violence on a global scale. It's time for the IRGC to be prescribed, and I would ask for that to happen as soon as humanly possible. I'm afraid I don't have time to go on all the things I wanted to speak to, but I'll very quickly mention the issue, if I can, to do with the conversion practices. I just say this gently. I think the Minister responsible has got it. There will be a consultation beforehand. It has to be. There are many of us who have Christian faiths and beliefs, and we wish to see and ensure that the beliefs that we hold fast to are considered fully when it comes to making any decisions. I also make the plea, as the Honourable Lady for Salford did and others have, on the Waspy woman. I led the debate, as you probably know, Mr Deputy Speaker, on that. I believe that government needs to deliver on that aspect for the Waspy woman. I have some 5,500 in my constituency. There's 76,000 in Northern Ireland, and we have an obligation, I believe, for everyone across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to deliver. This is a new government with new ways of doing things and new aims, but there are also new opportunities, and I, for one, will do all I can with government, alongside government, working with them to achieve the aims of making this wonderful United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland a wonderful place to live, educate their children, work and thrive. We, all of us, Mr Deputy Speaker, we, all of us in this House, I believe, can work together to see the goal realised and their lives better as a result. Thank you.
Cat Smith.
Here, here. Sir Edward. And after 9 years on the opposition benches, it is something of a disorientating experience to find yourself on the government benches, but it just got a little bit more topsy-turvy when I found that I was speaking after the member for Strangford, which I don't think has ever happened before, but it gives me the opportunity to thank him for his friendship and to let new members know that in this House you will find friends in the most perhaps unlikely places. But I thank the honourable friend for his friendship and support, and I know I speak for many on this side. It's my first opportunity to give a substantive speech as the new member for Lancaster and Wyre, as my constituency did undergo some significant boundary changes at this election. And I'm going to break with convention slightly, Sir Edward, and pay tribute to the MP who I've replaced, in the sense of most of my constituency was represented in the last Parliament by Ben Wallace, who served as an MP in Lancashire since the 2005 general election, first for the Lancaster and Wyre constituency and more latterly for the Wyre and Preston North constituency. Ben was actually the MP elected in the first general election I voted in. I voted in the Lancaster and Wyre constituency. I did not vote for the winning candidate, I must confess. But his assiduous service should be noted, especially his service to the country in the role as Secretary of State for Defence. It's an opportunity to acknowledge the change that has happened to our electoral map at the general election, and the country voted very clearly for change. I'm excited to see a lot of the content inside the King's Speech, and particularly when it comes to getting Britain building through planning reform. I was pleased to see it was very clear talking about infrastructure and housing. It's clear to me that when we build housing, it has to go with infrastructure. It's loud and clear from my constituents along the A6 corridor, particularly around the Garstang area, that by building new houses without infrastructure puts more pressure on our public services, on GP surgeries and on school places. I was pleased to see in the King's Speech, about local leaders taking control of local bus services. This week, Stagecoach, who run the bus services in my community, have increased the price of their under-19s day rider, which has been met with quite a lot of response, shall we say, from my constituents, both those that are attending schools and colleges, but also the parents who are often the ones picking up the tab for what is very expensive service and often unreliable. As a North West MP, I am served on the West Coast Main Line by a train company called Avanti. So believe me, bringing rail back into public ownership is something that my constituents welcomed, and it was loud and clear on the campaign trail that Avanti are not a fit company to be running a so-called train service down the west coast of our country, serving right from Glasgow into London Euston. They let down passengers on a regular basis, and I think they know their time is up. Some of my youngest constituents are running campaigns at the moment around sewage dumping. So we know that Ofwat need to have more teeth and more powers in order to regulate these water companies. And I know that some of my youngest constituents will be very pleased to see that part of the speech. Turning to the strengthening integrity of elections to encourage wide participation in the democratic process. In the last Parliament, I had the privilege of being the spokesperson for the Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission, so forgive me if this turns into something of a hobby horse of mine, but I am deeply concerned about the state of our democracy, and I look forward to playing a full role from backbenches, supporting the government in improving the integrity in our electoral process. But we can't lose sight of the fact that a 52% turnout nationally at the general election should be concerning every single one of us. In Lancaster and Wyre, it was 58%, but I take absolutely no comfort in the fact that we are marginally higher than that national average. That is what's keeping me up at night, because we need to engage people in our democracy, because the alternatives are unthinkable. I support moves to move to automatic voter registration. Does the honourable friend want to...
Yeah, I think on that very point, I thank my honourable friend for giving way. The Select Committee did a report in the last Parliament proposing exactly that. We went to Canada and looked at their system where they get near to about 97-98% accuracy of registration. 8 million people couldn't vote in this election because they're not on the electoral register. That's something we do need to address.
Oh, thank you. I pay tribute to my humble friend for the work that his Select Committee did in the last Parliament, and urge the government front bench to take heed of that report, because there are millions of people missing from our electoral roll. So if you are concerned, if the House is concerned, about the 52% turnout at a general election, then you should be more concerned to know that it's probably much lower than that because of the lack of accuracy of our electoral roll. But it's not just that. I think we need to look again at the ID requirements. We have all got cases that we came across in our constituencies in that general election where people thought they couldn't vote because they didn't have the ID, they weren't aware of the voter authority certificate. And one conversation stands out to me was a conversation I had in Skirton in my constituency with a gentleman who had voted in every general election since the 1970s, and he wasn't voting. He said, because I don't have ID, so I can't vote now. Totally unaware that the voter authority certificate had been an option, but far too late to apply for one a few days out from polling day. And this will be replicated up and down the country. And if we're concerned and we want to increase turnout in elections, then we need to fix this. And personally, I think that should be about scrapping the entire scheme. It was always a solution to fix a problem that didn't exist. However, if we can move at least to add more forms of ID or potentially polling cards to it, it would make it so much easier for people to take part in our democracy. I've heard a lot from constituents who have also looked at the results of the general election and raised questions of proportional representation. In the last Parliament, we had a government that changed the electoral system through an SI committee, who changed the voting system on police and crime commissioners away from an alternative vote system to a first-past-the-post system. I do not think that is an appropriate way to go about changing our voting systems. I do think that the public should be involved in that conversation. But what I would say is that I think has led to a lot of conversations in Lancashire where people felt that that first-past-the-post system was a regression and that we can find more progressive ways of improving our voting systems. And when it comes to the Electoral Commission, the strategy and policy statement makes the electorate question the independence of the Electoral Commission. So if we want to build trust and faith in our democracy, then the public needs to believe that the Electoral Commission is independent and empowered to hold political parties, candidates to account for our conduct in these things, but also to take on some of the new challenges around intimidation of candidates at elections, which has already been mentioned, and I want to associate my comments with my honourable friend who is no longer in her place. And finally, if I may, just squeeze in and ask to the government front bench on sodium valproate. There are many victims of that scandal who are awaiting a compensation scheme. It should have happened under the last government, but the chaos that we had for the last 14 years meant it didn't happen. I hope that those who have campaigned long and hard for many years for justice on this absolute scandal will see it under a Labour government. But I recognise that this government has hit the ground running. The King's Speech is full of legislation and bills that I look forward to supporting and bringing about the change that the country voted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Edward. I rise to speak in response to the gracious speech, and today I will focus on just a couple of issues. I would like to welcome all new honourable members to this place. It can be a lonely place at times, but there is always someone on hand to help, so please reach out. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Since I was elected in 2019, I have called for far-reaching measures to address the housing crisis and the worsening homelessness emergency. It will be reassuring for the communities I represent that they now have a government that understands the scale of this endemic problem and, crucially, a government willing to take action to remedy it. So I wholeheartedly applaud the commitment to planning reform that will get Britain building again. Building the homes we need now and the homes future generations will rely on to get on in life. It is right that any serious government will be ambitious in this regard. I welcome the Chancellor in her first speech committing to setting up a task force to tackle stalled housing schemes across the country, beginning in Liverpool, which will be focused on the Liverpool Central Docks, a positive sign of things to come. Solving the housing crisis demands us to be bold. Over 14,000 people are on the housing waiting list in Liverpool. Therefore, it is imperative that we push the agenda for social housing and council housing. Homes for social rent must be front and centre of our plans to give every household, every family, the dignity of a home that they can call their own. This would provide a long-term vision to address the burgeoning numbers of households languishing in temporary accommodation, which at the last count shamefully included over 145,000 children. I would ask the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government to work with our councils to better regulate the proliferation of HMOs in concentrated areas across our cities and towns, particularly in the north of England, where it is commonplace for whole communities to be disrupted. In my own constituency of Liverpool Wavertree, some streets have over 50% of HMOs. With that comes environmental issues such as rubbish and noise, and it has literally ripped the heart out of communities, whilst landlords, the majority of which are not from the city, make massive profits. Year after year, during the last Parliament, we heard repeated promises from the previous government to bring in their Renters Reform Bill. However, the last Conservative administration shamelessly caved into the landlord lobby on their own benches. So it falls to this Labour government to make it happen. The private rented sector has lost all sense of proportion. Section 21 evictions must be ended. They pile greater pressure on local councils, and I know through the casework of my office, no-fault evictions are worsening the homelessness emergency. I will be urging my colleagues on the front bench to make our Renters Reform Bill as comprehensive a package as possible for a beleaguered generation of renters who have lived the consequences of the cost of living as much as any. The report, led by Councillor Cowan, the leader of Hammersmith and Fulham Council, should provide the basis of our plans: a national landlords register to enforce standards, rent stabilisation measures, and a holistic approach that prevents landlords moving to short-term holiday lets or making a mint from the provision of temporary accommodation. All of this will not be easy. The Prime Minister has long talked of smashing the class ceiling, and I very much look forward to supporting him and the Deputy Prime Minister in ensuring we deliver the bold measures required to address the housing and homelessness crisis and so much more beyond. Finally, Dame Siobhan, as someone who was privileged to be a trade union official before entering this place, and still a very proud trade union member, and I do refer to my register of interests, I am delighted with our plans for workers' rights and a new deal for working people, which is long overdue. As a proud Liverpool MP, I wanted to say how delighted I am that a Labour government will deliver the long-awaited Hillsborough Law. And I pay tribute to the resilience of the families who lost loved ones, the survivors, and my city as a whole, who have never given up their fight for truth, justice and accountability. And of course, my neighbour, the Right Honourable Member for Liverpool Garston, who has spent decades in this place fighting to get it on the statute books. And this shows what tenacity can deliver. We have heard much this evening about cross-party work, and it would be remiss of me if I didn't place on record my thanks also to the Right Honourable Member who will go to the other place, Theresa May, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, who was pivotal as well in the Hillsborough inquiry, and for that I'd like to place my thanks on record. So, like so many Scousers, I had family and friends at Hillsborough on that fateful day in April 1989. Fortunately, they all came home, but 97 innocent men, women and children didn't. This law is a valuable step in obtaining justice for the 97.
Olivia Blake. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd just like to associate myself with the comments that the member for Liverpool Wavertree has just made about Hillsborough, an incredibly important piece of legislation that I'm pleased to be seeing brought forward by this government, and a long journey for justice. I'd also like to congratulate everyone who made their maiden speeches today. I think they've been absolutely fantastic, and I think they show the calibre of the people who have been elected to this place, and also to welcome back my fellow returning MPs, some with a larger break than others, but it's great to see people back in this place with all their depth of experience. But we stand at a pivotal moment, and I could talk in great depth about all the wonderful bills that are in this speech, from a New Deal for Working People to the English Devolution Bill, the Education Bill and the Children's Wellbeing Bills, the Rights for Renters, the updating of the Mental Health Act, which has been desperately needed, but the climate and nature crisis are already impacting our lives, so I want to focus my remarks mainly on that and slightly on transport as well, particularly in the global south, but increasingly in the UK. We are living through the consequences of climate catastrophe, and it's the poorest in society that are often suffering the worst of its effects. The new agenda for this government is a key opportunity to get back on track and prove, as we have once previously with the Climate Change Act in 2008, that the UK can be a true climate leader. The measures outlined in the King's Speech underscore this government's commitment to tackling the climate emergency. They are not only words, but the green shoots of change, ending 14 years of Conservative-led indifference and even hostility to environmental policy. 14 years which saw an effective ban on onshore wind, a standstill on solar, and little to nothing on tidal or green hydrogen. While other countries around the world have been racing ahead to capitalise on the jobs and wealth that the clean energy transition offers, Britain has been missing out. But today marks a new chapter. The government's plan to make Britain a green energy superpower, achieving clean power by 2030, is ambitious and represents a clear commitment to reducing carbon emissions and embracing renewable energy sources. It presents a significant opportunity to stimulate economic growth, address the cost of living crisis and make Britain energy independent, with Great British Energy, owned by the British people, ensuring that families and businesses benefit from permanently lower bills through a zero carbon energy system. And it is right that it will be funded by closing loopholes in the windfall tax on oil and gas companies. They have reaped enormous profits, not because of their innovation or investments, but because of the energy shock that has burdened families across the country with higher prices. The Great British Energy Bill will end the Conservative dash for oil and gas, deliver real energy security and put the UK on a path to being a clean energy superpower with a just transition for workers. But we also need to look beyond our energy system. After 30 years of privatisation, Britain's railways are in crisis, with passengers facing late, overcrowded and cancelled services, pushing many commuters onto our roads instead. And for many communities, the buses are no better. And in Sheffield Hallam, this is one of the issues that gets raised with me in almost all the canvassing sessions that I have done. The buses are often seeing reductions in services. They're either cancelled because the bus fleet isn't fit for purpose, or the routes are closed and there's no alternatives. It could not get any worse, really. And that's why the government's passenger railway service bill and Better Buses bill are vital, and ones that I'll be pleased to champion from the backbenches. The plan to tackle train operating companies, take train operating companies back into public ownership will end a decade of Conservative chaos, developing the infrastructure we need to green our society and make the transition to net zero, and giving people a real alternative to getting into their cars. And new powers to allow communities to take back control of their buses will put decision-making back into their hands where it belongs, not with the private companies, but the people the transport system should be serving. Greening our transport and energy infrastructure are central to meeting our climate ambitions, but we cannot effectively combat the climate crisis without simultaneously protecting our vital ecosystems, restoring habitats and safeguarding our species. The climate crisis has accelerated the nature crisis. With the UK now one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, we must and can do better. Protecting nature must take equal priority to cutting emissions. For too long, Britain's coasts, rivers and lakes have been polluted by illegal sewage dumping, and it is therefore right that this government is committing to placing failing water companies under special measures, withholding bonuses from executives who pollute our waterways, and bringing criminal charges against persistent lawbreakers. And I'm very pleased to see that there will be strengthening of the regulation, and that is so very welcome by many in my constituency who have campaigned on this issue. I also look forward to seeing plans to empower local government and communities through the English Devolution Bill, and especially how they can play their part in tackling both the climate and nature emergencies, and what local government needs to fully tap into the potential of the green economy and green jobs for our region. Tackling the climate and nature emergency is not an issue for the future. We are already facing its effects in the here and now. Our role is to act immediately to prevent its most damaging effects, and I welcome the measures set out in this King's Speech. They must be the springboard for a wider debate on greening our communities, revitalising our ecology, and building a greener, cleaner and nature-positive economy that works for everyone. And one final plea on an unrelated topic to the front bench is around the care for people who have undergone miscarriage, something I campaigned very hard on in the last Parliament, and I will continue to raise in this place to make sure that there is proper provisions for women's health going forward, and that everyone gets the support they need.
Hear, hear. Chris MacDonald, maiden speech.
Thank you, Dame Siobhan. And speaking as a new member, I would like to add my congratulations to those honourable members who've made their first speech today for the confidence and clarity in which they were delivered. They've really set a very worryingly high standard, I think. The gracious speech today contained many fine bills, but for me it was much more about a new way of governing, a government of service, of change and of action. And I know that this will be warmly welcomed by my constituents in Stockton North. And the reason for this could be seen quite clearly Saturday last, when I was in Durham playing my cornet with the Durham Miners' Gala. The village banners at the gala display the pride and hopes of the community, and behind me was an image of the great miners' leader, Peter Lee, and emblazoned on the banner was the slogan, "The past we inherit, the future we build." This belief in a positive future, one that we can determine ourselves, has instilled in me the tenacity and determination to stand here. It is also characteristic of the people that I represent in Stockton North. Stockton North is an industrial place, and the people are industrious people. Stockton was home to the world's first passenger railway, opened in 1825, with one of Britain's most famous engineers, George Stephenson, driving the engine. The line which he built is now used by the nearby Hitachi rail factory to transport new locomotives onto the national network. Stockton thrived on industries such as steel and shipbuilding, and whenever I hear the chimes of Big Ben ring out across Westminster, I'm reminded that the first bell for the Elizabeth Tower was cast in Stockton North in Norton. John Walker, a pioneer of chemical engineering, invented the friction match on Stockton's famous High Street in 1827, but it was in the 20th century, with the dawn of the chemicals industry, that the neighbouring town of Billingham began to boom with the manufacture of ammonia for explosives and fertiliser. This industrial progress continues, with Billingham and Stockton home to catalyst technologies and life sciences, with new investments planned in sustainable aviation fuel, which also featured in the gracious speech. Small modular reactors, carbon capture and hydrogen projects are all planned. During the COVID pandemic, vaccines were developed in Oxford but manufactured in Billingham. From Wynyard to Port Clarence, we have the skills and expertise to deliver this government's industrial strategy and attract the private sector investment that our new National Wealth Fund demands. We know that Britain is great at industry, which keeps us safe, generates fairer economic growth and creates new opportunities for our young people, which is sorely needed in Stockton North, where a third of our children live in poverty. We will seize this chance to help the people who need it most. It's an honour for me to have the good fortune to succeed Alex Cunningham. Alex is as well regarded in Stockton North as he was in this House, and it's been a joy for me in the last week to meet members here who know Alex and describe his fundamental decency and fairness as a person, values that we would all like to see more of in political life. Alex has given great service. Over 4 decades as a local councillor and Member of Parliament, he held a series of shadow ministerial positions, but his personal priority was always to promote opportunities for young people through education and health. These interests were combined in what I know Alex himself sees as his greatest achievement, the extension of restrictions on smoking to include private vehicles where children are present, a measure that will undoubtedly save the health of so many young people, and I'm sure he would have been delighted to see the smoking measures that were proposed today. In a slight break with tradition, I would also like to acknowledge the former member of Langbar, the late Ashok Kumar. Ashok and I were both chemical engineers in the steel industry before being elected to Parliament. We worked together at British Steel's research laboratories in Redcar, which I know is why many of my colleagues over the last week have been referring to me as the steel guy. At that time, I was fresh out of school, and Ashok was taking a rest between general elections. I recall he devoted as much of his time at work to political campaigning as he did to steel research. Ashok was a well-loved colleague, and I took the opportunity a few years ago to re-establish the Ashok Kumar Fellowship, which is a collaboration between the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology and the Institution of Chemical Engineers to promote understanding between engineers and parliamentarians. I believe I have the privilege of being the first and only Fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering to sit here and bringing together these two worlds of engineering and of politics in the area of industrial strategy is something that I hope to do usefully in my time here. The people of Stockton North recognise the value of service, and we count many service members, veterans and cadets amongst our number. As a signatory of the Armed Forces Covenant, I welcome the measures to establish an Armed Forces Commissioner. I personally feel a great responsibility of service as a member of this House, and my concern is to ensure that this Parliament delivers a noticeable improvement in the lives of the people of Stockton North. At the time of my election, I invited my constituents to bear this commitment in mind when they come to judge my performance at the next general election, and I now make that pledge here again. Thank you.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Dame Siobhan. It's a pleasure to follow such an accomplished maiden speech by the Honourable Gentleman for Stockton North and to listen to a little bit about the Durham coalfields, which I know well, and I'm happy to say that I've been to Peterlee numerous times, and they are wonderful words about the past we inherit, the future we build, and I think we can all learn from that in this place. And can I extend my words to him to congratulations to the 300 plus new members who have been elected to this chamber. I know it is daunting turning up to this place, but I think you should spare a thought for some of us who are also overwhelmed by the sheer number of new colleagues that we have. But it is wonderful to see so many new faces, and I look forward to having those individual conversations and getting to know many people. And finally, just a word on good friends from all sides of the House that I've had the privilege to work with over recent years, who have sadly lost their seats and will no longer be in this place, but I will maintain those friendships beyond this chamber. I want to welcome the first Labour King's speech in a long time, particularly on behalf of my constituents and having represented the Anfield Stadium for the last 7 years, the Hillsborough law to support bereaved families fighting for truth and justice, which will mean so much to so many people. And to welcome the New Deal for workers and the repealing of the Tories' anti-strike legislation. The return to some collective bargaining, which I think will be a good thing in the social care sector, and I hope to see that go further in future years. Bringing our railways back into public ownership, fixing our National Health Service, new protections for renters, including an end to no-fault evictions and the introduction of Awab's law. Investment in clean energy to create the good unionised jobs of the future, bringing back community policing and devolving greater power to communities, cities and regions. After 14 years out of power, I am determined to contribute to the success of a Labour government in its mission to rebuild and renew our country. Because I've said for long enough, the only thing that will change the lives of the people I represent is a Labour government. I am delighted to have been returned to this place by the people of Liverpool Walton to speak on their behalf. I'm grateful for the trust they have placed in me. Our community is one of the most deprived in the UK. Unemployment and child poverty are twice the national average. Too much of our housing is poor quality, private rented accommodation. The situation is scandalous and worsening, and rents are still rising faster than wages. These rents must be controlled. Tenants must have greater protections. Streets are blighted by the conversion of homes into multi-occupancy housing and short-term rentals, and landlords can hike up rents on a whim and cast entire families onto the street. Labour must make the security of housing a reality for all. Council housing, social rents and home ownership. Across Liverpool Walton, our once vibrant high streets have too often turned into rows of boarded up storefronts. Now, some of this can be put down to 14 years of Tory failure, but it feels like we have had decades of decline for local communities. The reality is, the last 40 years have bequeathed greater inequality and despair. There are economic problems this Labour government can and will put right, but the challenges will stretch well beyond that. The last 40 years has brought social disintegration and, to put it simply, unhappiness. People are living much more isolated, lonely lives. Rising mental ill health, greater drug and alcohol addiction are blighting our communities. Social media is changing the way we behave and interact. Bad behaviour and selfishness and criminality of some, that too often goes unchecked, makes the lives of others miserable. These are the fundamental issues: a loss of meaning, a loss of relationships, a loss of love. These are the social ills that cannot be fully expressed in the cold language of economic indicators. They're the products of a rotten social and economic model, which has eroded our sense of social solidarity and flung us into an epidemic of loneliness, anger and despair, and it's real. We've ended up with an economic and political approach that focuses almost entirely on the individual. While your family, your community, your church, your trade union are diminished, society is disintegrated, leaving only the state and the market. I believe that what's valuable is what we do together. In society, when people come together, that is the treasure we need to value and nurture. And we must accept that the government, the state, cannot and should not deliver the solution to all of our problems. But it can shape how we live, and Labour in government could and should limit the worst excesses of market greed. And by that I mean the extortion of the working class communities I represent, by corporations, by landlords. People know when they're being ripped off, and Labour in government could and should limit the most damaging elements of the 24-hour global consumer capitalist world we find ourselves thrust into with little choice, to give us back what's really important in our lives, whether that's time and space for our families, our friends and social pursuits, dignity at work and dignity at home, or space for local trades, local producers and shops to flourish. It must also bring about an end to the unaccountable state, the Hillsborough cover-up, the Windrush, the post office scandal, contaminated blood. The story is always the same. Liverpool has a rich history of trade unionism and working class struggle, a fierce sense of independence and a unique character. And we know our community is full of potential waiting to be unlocked. And I hope this Labour government will do just that. Thank you.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, first of all, thank my constituents in Sheffield South East for re-electing me for the 9th time. I sort of remember when I made my maiden speech many years ago, and the challenges that posed and the nervousness. So really great credit to all colleagues on both sides of the House who've done that today so ably and so well. Just reminding me, my honourable friend, the member from Sheffield Hallam who spoke before, now we're 6 Labour MPs in Sheffield. I also reminded that of the 6 Labour MPs, I'm the last man standing now. That's the change of balance in this House. We have 5 women MPs for the city, and that's absolutely great. But we'll always continue to work together as colleagues and work on behalf of our city. I think the comments about the Sheffield Tea Room meeting that we have once a month to come together is quite famous. I want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to draw particular attention to issues that were raised when I was chair of the DD Select Committee in the last Parliament. There are so many issues in the King's Speech I would want to mention, but particularly to refer to those. And of course, first and foremost is the commitment to build 1.5 million new homes. Housing's been a passion of mine ever since I was chair of the Housing Committee in Sheffield back in the 1980s. And clearly we have major problems that all constituency MPs can refer to about the people without homes in their constituency, those living with in-laws, those in shared accommodation, those in inadequate homes with families living in upper floor flats. We need to get Britain building again. It's good for the homes people need.